may occur. When depression sets you back, keep moving forward. Ask your doctor about adding Rexulti to your antidepressant.
So, you found the number 7 then?
It's amazing.
Hydrates better than the expensive stuff.
I don't live here, so I'm taking this and whatever's in the back.
It's already sold in the US.
But I'm not taking any chances.
The UK's #1 skincare has crossed the pond.
Theo's nose was cause for alarm, so Dad brought Puffs Plus lotion to save it from harm. Puffs has 50% more lotion and brings soothing relief. Don't let your nose get burned. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
Angie's List is losing the list. From now on, it's just Angie.
Oh, I get it. You're all Gen Z now.
Not exactly. Hi, it's because now you can compare upfront prices and book a service instantly.
Sounds easy.
Super easy.
Start your home project at Angie.com.
Real fruit and whole grains. Doing something good for yourself has never been this easy. Just do what's delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
Lift your lashes to the next level.
L'Oreal Paris presents new telescopic lift mascara with our first ever double hook brush to get real lift, more volume, up to 5 millimeters more visible length. New telescopic lift mascara by L'Oreal Paris.
We're worth it.
Ever better. It's when disruption hits your supply chain. And Ryder makes sure you're ever delivering with our portfolio of transportation services. From freight brokerage to transportation management, truckload capacity, and dedicated trucks and drivers. At Ryder, ever better is not a tagline. It's our standard. Discover how Ryder Transportation Services can make you ever better.
Last season, my last season. This is my last season.
March, of course, Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, and early detection is essential. Colon cancer is the second most common cause of cancer deaths here in the United States.
So this morning we're going to talk about some of the screening options available. Dr. Cedric McFadden, a board-certified colorectal and general surgeon, is with us. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Okay, so the American Cancer Society just releasing new numbers yesterday. Although there is a decline in colorectal cancer numbers, there's an increase in people younger than 55. Yeah. What explains that?
So the short answer is we don't exactly know what causes that. However, there are some things that we know can influence it. Obesity, poor eating, excessive alcohol use. But listen, I have some patients that are very healthy and still develop colon cancer, so it's not just that. I think it's something environmental that we have to expose as well, and how that can influence the gut microorganisms or the microbiome. But still, the jury's out on it, but a lot of research going into this exact topic.
Let's review some of the screening options, and we'll start with perhaps the most well-known, the gold standard probably, I would imagine, the colonoscopy, the old-fashioned colonoscopy.
Yeah. Well, most people think of it. When you think of colon screening, you think about having a colonoscopy, and it's a great test. It's very sensitive to find cancers and polyps, and it's done if average risk, and if it's normal, every 10 years. Okay. And that's really the great part about this particular test. The advantages is this is one-stop shopping. Yeah. You're going to search, you're going to find, you're going to biopsy, potentially remove, all in the same session. Some of the downsides, as we've talked about before, are the prep. You do have to prep the day before. You do have to take time off from work. It's an invasive procedure, and there are some potential complications that you could have from the procedure, but still a great test.
So for people who, I've asked about this before, these at-home kits, I years ago thought they weren't as good, but it sounds like the technology has gotten a bit better, right, with these home kits?
Yeah, so there are some baseline rules we have to establish. Okay. First of all, that if the person has any family history of colorectal cancers or polyps, if they've ever had colorectal cancer.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child got badly.
This is your wife and son?
Did I kill my wife? Just another day.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
There's not one shred of evidence.
One question begets another, which begets another.
I go by Buster.
Do you have any idea who's done this?
Good morning from Colleton County and your Walterboro crew as we continue our live team coverage of the Murdaugh murders trial. I'm Judy Gatson along with Greg Adeline and Nick Neville leading our live team coverage for day 28 of this trial. And Greg and Nick, The big question at the beginning of this trial every single day is checking in with the jury. We know that we had 6 alternates at the beginning of this trial. A number of alternates have been moved into action, so to speak, because jurors have been sick and for other reasons. And so we are waiting this morning just to get that check to make sure that the jury's okay. But we want to show you where we are right now with the jury makeup, and then Greg is going to start with a recap of kind of what the highlights were yesterday, and Nick will talk about that trip out to Moselle yesterday as well and the impact it could have on this trial. But the jury breakdown as we know it to be right now, I know it's been kind of hard to keep up with all of the twists and turns in this trial, but 2 black jurors, 10 white jurors, 6 men, 6 women, and 2 alternates, a male and a female. Again, that's what we know the jury breakdown to be right now. They are supposed to start at about 9:30. We'll be with you until they get going in the courtroom. But Greg, as we look at that makeup of the jury, our trial analyst, Carl B. Grant, made an excellent observation yesterday. 6 women sitting on that jury, and I heard some feedback, I would say, from people who were inside of the courtroom. When Creighton Waters talked about Maggie running to her baby, they saw a visible emotional response from some of those women on that jury.
Judy, that was one of the key moments of the day in Creighton Waters' closing argument, when he was talking and appealing to those jurors, very likely, and coming up with a memorable line in a closing argument to really appeal to emotion, saying Maggie Murdaugh was running to her baby, as you said, because after all, throughout all of this, most of his, at least his questioning, has been very clinical. It's been laid out in a very clinical way, very matter of fact, sometimes tedious, and many people who are watching this trial, including Nick and myself as we're watching it, thinking there has to be a point in time when he connects with that jury and makes a compelling case by way of at least appealing to emotion. And when he did that, that was certainly part of it. He was able to humanize Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh in ways that perhaps even some of the witnesses in this case haven't been able to do so far. That was a big part of his closing argument, but really he spent a good part of the morning going through many of the motive arguments that the prosecution has tried to establish in this case, essentially saying that there was only one person with the motive, with the means, with the opportunity to kill Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, and that would be Alex Murdaugh. They really tried to hem him in. They did that by way of the timeline, of course, and also talking about that kennel video, highlighting time and time again Alex Murdaugh's credibility and just dinging it as they could with that kennel video, when Alex Murdaugh finally from the stand admitting that indeed he was at the kennels at that time. Now, also, Alex Murdaugh just moments ago appeared here today at court. He was brought in, as he is every day. We've seen this for the past 27 days. But today, they brought him out of the van, and he kind of stood there for a good 30 seconds, which was a little bit different. We hadn't seen that in days prior. Then made that walk into the courthouse. Only a few questions were shouted to him. But again, you really can't overstate this. This could be the day that he finds out his fate in this trial. It's been a long-lasting trial, obviously, 5.5 weeks and counting. And so today, after the defense makes their closing argument, it'll be in the jury's hands. The jury will be charged likely later this afternoon, and then, of course, the jury will go into deliberations. There's questions right now as to whether or not they'll be sequestered during that time, but Judge Newman has made it clear that the jury will stay through the weekend.
Yes, if
necessary.
necessary.
So that is, I think, something that may play on these jurors. Another piece of reporting that we're working to confirm is that there may be a juror who is dismissed. We may hear that this morning from the bench. Judge Newman will likely say that as soon as we open up here. He's done that in the past, Nick. You've seen this where Judge Newman will give kind of an update, especially on jurors if they've been dismissed.
Right.
This morning we may hear about the status of a juror. We don't know who it is necessarily that may be dismissed.
And you know what, Nick? We're going to hear from the defense today. We should point out to our viewers, Jim Griffin is going to be the one. I think a lot of people anticipated it might be Dick Harpootlian. Creighton Waters yesterday, as Greg pointed out, with that Snapchat video. Can you just imagine, you guys? Paul's battery was at 2%.
Yeah.
With that at 2%. Without that Snapchat video, I don't know what case the prosecution would have been able to make.
And
but
that's the one piece of evidence that Murdaugh didn't know was there.
Was there, exactly.
And I think a lot of people were anticipating that we would hear from Dick Harpootlian in closing arguments, because he of course made the opening statement, and he said there's not one shred of evidence. He talked about how everything that you heard from the state, everything that you heard from Creighton Waters is just a theory because you can't prove it. He even at one point during his opening statement, Dick Harpootlian stipulated that you will hear Murdaugh's voice with his family, but it's a pleasant family conversation, alluding to the fact in that kennel video that they're all there. One thing that it is, important to note as we talk about these jurors, and we've talked about it many times, there was a bit of a concern surrounding COVID, and so, that was an update, as you mentioned, Greg. Sometimes we'll hear from Judge Newman at the start of these days. There was that one day where he mentioned that 2 jurors had tested positive, and they had to be dismissed, and there was a question as to whether or not that could further delay this trial, that could essentially cause a mistrial. And speaking of those jurors, they did have the opportunity to go to the scene of the crime yesterday, and that's something that's going to be very significant. The defense wanted them to do that to sort of get a better idea of some of the spatial awareness of where the feed room is located in relationship to where Maggie's body was found. Also important, they felt for jurors to understand the distance between where the kennels are and where the main house is located. So they went there yesterday. Judge Newman went along with them. Dick Harpootlian was there. We were told that Jim Griffin was not there as he was preparing for his closing argument. Jurors were not allowed to sort of ask any questions. It was not necessarily a guided tour, a guided field trip or by any means, but it was an opportunity for them to, after they've heard for 5.5 weeks of testimony here about the family estate, that 1,700-acre property at Moselle, an opportunity for them to get an up close and personal look at that, to sort of have a better clearer understanding as they start these deliberations, which could happen at any point today. Again, it's unclear definitively if they would deliberate over the weekend. That's something that could happen. Judge Newman may allow that, but it's also uncertain. We also need to note that you are going to hear from Jim Griffin here very shortly, but then we're expecting that John Metters is going to give a rebuttal for the state. So the state will have the last word before the jury is charged.
And you know what, about that Moselle trip, Greg, there are a couple of observations that we're able to share with our viewers. Number one, as Nick mentioned, they couldn't do any demonstrations or presentations out there, but we learned from the pool crew that went there that after touring that kennel area, they made another stop kind of in a wooded area over there. No information at this point about what that was about or why they made it. We also heard some observation. Judge Newman rode out in a pickup truck. They're typically used to seeing him in the robe and all of that, but he was in casual attire yesterday. But Greg, I wonder, as we looked at that video yesterday, I wonder if it might have had a different impact with the jury if they had been able to make that trip before they heard all of this testimony about the different theories, to really be able to have a picture in their mind of whether those theories were plausible. Because now to see it after the fact and try and go and apply everything that you've heard, and they'll be able to go back and look at the video and do all of that. But it's just one of those things you wonder about the timing of it and if it could ultimately have an impact.
Yeah, the timing of it, very key. You wonder whose side that really plays to, whether it's the prosecution or the defense. But in talking about that tree line, that is an important facet. What were they looking for out there? Were they trying to see how far, as Nick mentioned, the house is from the kennels, wondering how much the area had possibly grown up in the past year and a half? Seeing if it maybe now acts as a sound buffer, because after all, you remember Alex Murdaugh said that he didn't hear any shots fired at the kennels while he was at his house. He arrived back at his house at close to 8:49, 8:50, right around the time that prosecutors say the murders happened at Moselle, and he said he didn't hear any gunshots. So that's definitely a key point there.
Absolutely.
But when you talk about Jim Griffin giving this closing argument today, Dick Harpootlian is not giving it. And Judy, you had some reporting yesterday suggesting that Alex Murdaugh himself,
that it was his decision, that he wanted Jim Griffin to give this closing argument. Now, I can't read into any insight into why he would have wanted that, but it comes from a very reliable source. And we know in this trial that the decision for Alex Murdaugh to testify
was exclusively his own.
Yes, his attorneys tried to talk him out of it, and our trial expert says he probably should have listened to his attorneys. But I'm told that this was indeed Alex Murdaugh's decision to have Jim Griffin deliver these closing arguments instead of Dick Harpootlian. And it made me think back, Nick. Remember in the opening statements where Dick Harpootlian told this jury, "It's my honor to represent Alex Murdaugh." And so now, for this jury to know that Alex Murdaugh is a liar, to know that he lied to them about the blue lights being installed in the car, you know,
just
to say,
last week.
Yeah, just last week. So I'm just wondering if any of that may have played into the decision of, listen, if it's your honor to represent a man who has demonstrably been just a liar over and over and over again, I don't know what kind of relationship they might think that Harpootlian has with the jury, and if he thinks for some reason that Jim Griffin will be able to make a more persuasive argument.
Right, and he did stipulate, Murdaugh stipulated that he lied to his family,
Yes.
he lied to his law partners, he lied to pretty much everyone close to him in his life about stealing money, about his drug addiction, and also about that key fact, that key element in this case, which is the video taken by Paul at the kennels. He told, including his brother, John Marvin, that he was never there.
Right.
And then we later learned that John Marvin was told by SLED in August of 2022 that Murdaugh's voice was there, and they did place him at the scene of the crime just moments before the shooting happened. And one thing about that, too, as you were talking, Greg, about Murdaugh being back at the home around 8:50, one element of the story that he told jurors last week is that he had the TV on, and so his argument is that he didn't hear any gunshots because he was laying down. He, had the TV on, and Creighton Waters touched on that yesterday and basically called it, I believe, the quickest nap in the history of the South, because he would have had to lay down for only about a few minutes.
Let me make a quick observation. Every morning there's been a long line outside of this courthouse. They have now let them in for the people who will be able to have a seat inside today. So we are definitely keeping an eye on the courtroom proceedings to make sure that we bring those closing arguments to you the moment that they start happening. That we don't want you to miss a moment of that. But Greg, the question today is, what does Jim Griffin have to work with? What is he going to do to try and convince this jury that Alex Murdaugh, yes, he is a professional liar, but he's not a murderer? Because they have, the prosecution and the lead prosecutor, Creighton Waters, drilled down this timeline so tight. I don't even know what other alternative theory they can offer that the jury will find plausible.
Well, I think one of the things that you're going to see is what you've seen a lot in the cross-examination of many of these witnesses, including, just the whole idea that Alex Murdaugh is a man of, they would say, is a family man, somebody who loved his wife, somebody who loved his son. They've tried to highlight that through different pictures and through different scenarios in which the family appeared happy in different ways. They will also, watch out for this, they will also very likely describe just how brutal and grisly the crime scene was.
Yes.
To juxtapose that to Alex Murdaugh sitting there.
How could he
how
possibly?
could a man possibly do something like this?
We are hearing that Judge Newman has walked into the courtroom. Again, we are waiting, first of all, to get the update on that jury, because, Greg, that will be key today. They have talked about how long this trial has gone, and we know for a fact it's gone longer than the defense expected, because the resort-like facility that they rented to come down here and work out of in Walterboro, they had to move out over the weekend because it was already rented out for another venue. So they clearly expected this to be done before this point, certainly within about a 3-week time frame. So what we know about that, Greg, is that we're going to the courtroom now. We understand that Judge Newman is ready to get started. We'll have your live coverage throughout the day on WIS News 10.
Met with the right and regarding they also provided recorded with regarding evidence received up to that point in the trial that the conversation took place. And in order to preserve the integrity of the process and the interests of both the state and the defense in a fair trial, that juror will be removed and replaced by another juror. I will make a part of the record under seal because of maintaining the confidentiality of the identity of the jurors. I will place under seal the recorded interview, affidavits received, and both discussions with counsel have taken place on the record, and all of that will be made a part of the record. In the case. And we'll bring the juror out to inform her that her services will no longer be needed. We will then replace her with an alternate juror. Any additional comments by the state or the defense?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Your Honor, we do not accept from your ruling.
Yes,
I've sat through everything you sat through, and it's muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. However, I think it's important for me to note for the record that the interviews of these two people were done by SLED agents, one of whom was named as a witness in this case, and the other who was listed in the notes as being one of the investigating officers. Just to note that, again, SLED has made another bad judgment in this case. I'm not accepting from your ruling.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out that this is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. Thank you.
And the court has not had any discussion with any SLED agents concerning this issue. All the inquiry by the court has been directly with the suspected parties involved and with the juror. And this is a matter that this long trial with the intense publicity is certainly, it would be certainly difficult for any individual to not have some exposure outside of the courtroom to information concerning the case and to also be tempted to engage in discussions with others. But it is improper, it is contrary to my instructions to the jury daily, multiple times per day, and this juror unfortunately violated that order. So if you will bring out juror number 785. Yes. And, sir? He's gone. Let's make sure she brings everything with her. She will, I'm sure. Tony. Good morning. Yes, ma'am, up here. In your normal spot's fine. If you could just remain standing for me. Good morning. You doing okay today? All right. I have, as you know, we've had some discussions with you over the past couple of days concerning indications of conversations with few folks not on the jury concerning the case and expressing some opinion about the case. I have reviewed everything, including statements given by individuals and recorded interviews, and concluded that despite my order to not discuss the case with anyone, that intentionally or unintentionally you've had some discussions with some folks not on the jury, and which is going to require me to remove you from the jury. You have been a by all accounts, great juror and smiled consistently and have seemingly been attentive to the case and performed well, and I'm sure that with all the time you've invested in it, you probably hate not to continue, or maybe you're ready to go, I don't know. But I certainly want to thank you for your service. I'm not suggesting that you intentionally did anything wrong, but that in order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors. Have you brought everything that you have outside of, you left some stuff in there? What do you have in there?
A dozen eggs.
Say it again?
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs?
Yeah, one of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody for
Oh,
the farm. So
okay.
eggs, my purse, and water.
All right, well, you're going to leave the eggs. You want to leave the eggs or take the eggs? You're going to take the eggs. So, Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs, her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. You can get those things from the jury room. As you know, the identity of the jurors are confidential, not known to the public, and the reason you are still where you are is that cameras are not allowed to videotape the jurors, and we have operated by juror numbers throughout the process, and we'll continue to do so, and your identity will be kept confidential as far as the court is concerned. And we trust that in the event you decide you want to speak publicly about this case, that you wait until after the case is over. You're not encouraged at all to do so, but you have a right to speak to anyone you want to if you decide to do so. No, I have not spoken with her today, but no, this is not related to, I know we also had some conversation was brought up concerning your ex-husband, but that's not a part of this consideration at all. This is totally independent of any other conversation that he might have had concerning you. That's not part of the order of the court. So they're going to get your things, and then once you're removed from the jury, you can't go back in the jury room. We'll have to tell them goodbye for you. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Ed, you can go. Thank you. get a lot of interesting things, but now a dozen eggs. It's certainly kind of interesting. We'll give them, give her a chance to leave or to take her. She's gone? Yes. Okay, very good. Anything else before the jury comes?
We picked an alternate?
Oh, right, absolutely. When they come out, we'll need to select an alternate, and the clerk has, you have the remaining alternates in a box. Any objection to a blind selection of that alternate out of the box?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Juror number 254.
Juror number 254 will become part of the panel, of the deliberating panel at this point. 254. Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, before the jury comes in, early in my closing argument, we have a blow-up of the photos of Maggie and Paul at the crime scene. I'm going to hold it up so that the jury could see, the audience cannot see, but I'm just notifying Court TV that please don't display this blow-up during the proceedings. Thank you.
Thumbs up, yes.
Oh, sure. I apologize. I have.
You may bring the jury. Good morning. Yes, sir. Thank you. And good morning one more time. Day number 28. Welcome back. Juror number 254. You are now part of the first 12 jurors. We have 13. You're part of the first 12 at the panel at this time. And the continuing with closing arguments is the defense's turn. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Wow. We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it argument. I'm not here to have an argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks. And in reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocence up to governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided: an interchange during the course of the trial between us. You're all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time, and if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't, this case is so important, I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed. And we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations. But you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alex Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required, under your solemn oath as we began, to presume Alex Murdaugh innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and an arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alex Murdaugh was charged with the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse, and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. And those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by a jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually, in your mind, that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower. And it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias for one side or the other, and there's scales on Lady Justice. And those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence. And the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence. And that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes. And it is, you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a jury trial in Scotland. And he tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig, and I might benefit from something like that. But in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, they are given three options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven. Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift a crime scene for fingerprints, shoe-wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he had just put a shotgun down. He had just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and two dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, yeah, Alex Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, you know, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911. And that's fair enough. But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning, on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. You have two people who have been executed within, y'all are out there, I don't know, is it 100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road? They've been slaughtered. And at this time, there's no danger to the public? Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alex Murdaugh? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. What we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alec is a suspect and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy until I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected, and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public servant here. And he also agreed, we've got to stop cars from coming in here to preserve these tire impressions. And it was not done. It was not done. Captain Chapman from the Collinsville County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks. As you came in off Moselle Road, you probably saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels, but then on the other side, where you saw that Alec was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks, and he tried to track them. SLED was coming on, and then it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere. Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? I mean, we don't know the answer to that. We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have. They failed to properly take footwear impressions from the feed room, or at the apron right outside the feed room. And I think that's I don't think that's uncontradicted. The Agent Worley, who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerchi, what is required, and I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did. And both, now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit, but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr. Palmbach had the murderer for Paul standing on the concrete. Standing on the concrete. Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken. The thing that has baffled us, has completely baffled us, is why did they never take DNA samples off of Maggie's clothes, her dress? Why did they never take DNA samples off Paul's clothes? They never did. They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. That's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know whose clothing they took DNA off of extensively? Alec. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA was samples were taken. Was Alec assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Alec wrestling with the assailant on June the 7th? There's no evidence of that. So why are they taking DNA evidence of Alec's clothing in June of 2021? And there's only one reason. And it goes back to this right here. There was only one reason. Only one reason. Is that they had decided that unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alec. The and I'll get into more detail about Maggie's phone. And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was well. Let me just go right into it. Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Alec, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone, because it did not happen. It could not happen. Detective Owen, have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI. It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do, and so well, you know, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. Well, what we learned during this trial is, sure, SLED sent a subpoena via a fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe, and whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was, but we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that SLED followed up with a phone call. There's no indication SLED followed up with a letter. There's no indication SLED did anything other than put it in a file. Put the response in a file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and SLED on this investigation? You know, what are you talking about? So Friday, you know, sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data that you got to see. And that would be great. That would be great. But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get water. I apologize. There's pollen, something else. They put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself. And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize, but it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, from Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does. A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. And that Agent Dove says we didn't have an updated, upgraded software that would read it. It took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in a Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that. And it's lost. Had they done it, I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope, because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there, but there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alex Murdaugh was not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08. I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, you know, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And you know, we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alex's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it, because it'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction. Not because Alec requested it, that's just what they did. It said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get it off Alec's. Now, if Alec had not made those requests to Owen, and they are disputing that, there's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. They came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of the circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around, and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some is inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on start. Thankfully, we did. So then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021, where Alex, long-time drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, he started fabricating evidence against Alec. Well, Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement. And I don't make that claim lightly. Here, what you have heard is they came up with a report that says Alex's T-shirt had high-velocity blood spatter on it. High-velocity blood spatter. What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting, and they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High-velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that it's fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt. That means there was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple where it might be blood. But it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach, you heard. You also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they ask him, and they raise issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the Collin County Grand Jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that says high-velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when your guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, you chief investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email. I say it in somewhat jest, but did the dog eat his email? I mean, how's the lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and saying, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off and gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house. So that's the blood spatter fabrication. The other is this blue raincoat with GSR, and do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alex's problems had been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And in this blue tarp, she lets him in. He goes upstairs with this blue tarp. He comes back downstairs. He lays this blue tarp out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair for in the living room, and then he leaves. And then she leaves to go to her day job, and when she left, the blue tarp was laying out on Ms. Libby's rocking chair. That was her testimony. And so SLED gets that, gets a search warrant, goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket. They seize a blue rain jacket. And when they do, they take that blue rain jacket and they show it to just about every family member. Let me get it right quick. That they can think of, and it's defendant's 87, Doug, if you can pull it up. But they show this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with, and the rain jacket is, and no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Has not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And he said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. Back on the property. And he said, well, my dad drives a buggy around, and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property, and then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right, and they never clarified it. Now here's a picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but I'm going to. 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right. That's the blue rain jacket. And apparently right before this trial, they showed Shelley Smith this picture and says, does that look like the blue tarp you saw? She goes, well, yeah, sure, it looks like it. They never showed her this. And she said, this is page 87, it's on the screen. She'd never seen this. But they did GSR testing on this, and says, whew, it's hot. A lot of GSR. on that. Manufactured evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went through his chest. He was turned this way, went in here, and then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either depending on what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head, and that was steel duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water. So you've got to have steel pellets. And then A.J. Owen testified, admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alec during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. But and then I said, well, you're trying to trick the grand jury. No, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alex Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alex. Well, they don't see Alex. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alex. And off they go. They go off and get an indictment from the Collin County Grand Jury, relying upon high-velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it off. What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Collin County Grand Jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Almeda. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now. He had not lied. But he did lie. And he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I'll tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him, which is the most ironic thing in the world, because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from an impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction. He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video. So just please listen to the voice.
Get back. Quick, Cash. Quick.
4 minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alex Murdaugh up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail, Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger, any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alec down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but the point I was going to open this up and say, you know, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. I mean, you could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but if you're not answering a text 2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case. That is their case on time of death. Is phone stop moving, you're dead. You've heard testimony from a lot of witnesses. I would say practically every witness who took the stand, who actually knew Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alec adored Maggie, she was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alec's best friend. His relationship with him was awesome. And I mean, that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alec's relationship with Maggie.
You've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were, Mag.
Please continue, Doc.
All. Isn't that what you told Slade?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then, in every trial, there's you hope you find, some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis. And I want you to remember what Dale testified about Alex's relationship with his family. We played Dale Davis's.
Me? When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean? It means they loved each other. What, in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you? Yes. And tell the jury what you meant by that. Every time I always see him, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about his relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay.
That was Dale Davis. Which brings us to the question, why? Why would Alex Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that there was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse, and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. In the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son's been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here, and you use your common sense. And that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. His dad goes back in the hospital that day, and he ultimately dies a few days later. Okay, so I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's going to the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty. Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial crimes, misdeeds, and he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support a very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting their drug. The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm a-coming, that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered. And that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world. Kill his wife and son, execute him style. I mean, that's a no-no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Was it sufficient motive? No. And there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which frankly was no different than any other lifestyle of Alex Murdaugh. He had so many balls in the air, and even forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case. Questions at Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the boating litigation, which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the with the Ferris fee, as Ms. Seckinger, Jeannie Seckinger said, that was a one-off. That was completely on its own, different type you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, but his dad, he got the terminal diagnosis. In any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him, and a friend hat, and their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation. That is it. That is their theory. That is their theory. And it's totally fabricated. They've got that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. She was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that he had a $20 million life. If he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bond. None of that. None of that. And I asked Ms. Seckinger, how long of a delay did that buy Alex? Well, month maybe? A month? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and we were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Murder anybody, to get out from under those prior hearings? No, this had nothing to do with it. And, so they brought a lawyer, and he's, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say, that was a negligent parenting case, and it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I mean, folks, that's what we are in a murder case, and that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if the financial day of reckoning was impending, if it was right there, Alec would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do, and if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, which is in evidence. On September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date. This is the Labor Day weekend. He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head because he couldn't go on, because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it. But people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are the words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can take that now. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win, they get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win-at-all-cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr. Waters stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And
further, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Step in to join our coverage, but I want to start the scene by reminding you all, especially for those who may not have heard, just astounding news regarding a juror today. We've had some jurors dismissed, Greg, because they were not feeling well. We had heard rumors overnight that there may have been another juror dismissed. There was speculation about whether it might have been something that happened at Moselle or even some of their actions in the courtroom, because we've heard some different speculation about that. That turned out not to be the case at all. What we learned from Judge Newman this morning was that over the last couple of days, concerns had been raised about this particular juror having conversations with someone outside of the jury, and Greg really crossing the line. He said he really didn't believe it was intentional or even malicious. He commended her for being very well engaged throughout deliberation so far, but he said even if it was unintentional, she crossed the line by offering some sort of opinion about this case. So now a new juror, one of the only two remaining alternates, has stepped in. So that juror is the person who was in that jury box this morning as Jim Griffin started to make his closing argument and make his case to try and convince his jury to find Alex Murdaugh not guilty.
Indeed, and Jim Griffin began that closing argument in many ways how we expected him to, talking about Alex Murdaugh's character, talking about him being a family man, and basically talking about SLED's rush to judgment, as he called it, and placing Alex Murdaugh as the suspect in this case, saying that immediately from the get-go that they thought that he was the prime suspect and never took their eye off the ball when it came to that. And in many ways, that's so much of his closing argument today, saying that SLED's investigation was not only sloppy, but also that it was targeted and that they sought no other suspects and looked to Alex Murdaugh the entire time.
And listen, you cannot overlook the irony in this, right? Because part of the speculation, part of the concern, part of the controversy about this case is that so many people, especially in this small town of Walterboro, felt like the Murdaugh family was, I won't say in bed with Sled, but certainly had a cozy and convenient and long-standing relationship. So to now try and make that argument that it was because of their sloppy work, when some might argue it was because of their friendship with the family, that maybe they did not investigate this as thoroughly as some might have hoped. But no investigation is perfect. Our Nick Neville joining our coverage now. Nick, as we listened to Jim Griffin this morning, he seems to want to make the case, and he did tell the jury, Alex Murdaugh lied to you. But he wants them to believe that the drug addiction made him an easy target, and that he was a liar, that he tried to kill himself, and that's what he called it, a normal thing that someone would do, to take their own life instead of that of the people that they love.
Yes, and he was saying that it's not really sort of a reasonable expectation to assume basically what we just heard in the last few minutes here from Jim Griffin, trying to shoot down the state's theory of motive by saying when his financial house of cards was about to come caving in on him, the one thing that he wouldn't do is murder his wife and son, his son Paul, the apple of his eye, using those key phrases that Carl talked about, trying to appeal to the emotions of the jurors here. And one thing that he also talked about is the different pieces of evidence that the state has in this case. He talked about the fact that they have gunshot residue on a rain jacket. He said you could never tie that to Alec. He talked about the blood spatter that turned out to be incorrect on the shirt from the state that was told to the grand jury before they got these indictments. He also talked about the fact that they didn't recover the murder weapons. And so he basically listed off what he said were 4 different elements. And he said, the only one of the 4 that you have is that lie from Alex Murdaugh that he wasn't at the kennels. Well, he tried to explain that away, Greg, basically by saying it was, you know, his paranoia from his drug addiction and his distrust of law enforcement, SLED specifically, that led him to give you that lie. So that's all the state has here. That's according to Jim Griffin.
And that's what Jim Griffin's saying. He also made a point when talking about the gun, saying that, you know, it's very common for people to load a shotgun with birdshot and buckshot. He says it's one of the most common things for people to do. Common for everyone else, but not Alex Murdaugh, apparently. That was how Jim Griffin explained that. So much of this, and when you talk about like laying out the character of Alex Murdaugh, what Jim Griffin used, and very early on, he talked about basically his closing argument being a sort of instant replay.
Right.
To say, you know, you've heard the prosecution make their closing argument, but let's take another look at this and let's look at the facts. Even putting up commentary or testimony from some of the witnesses, Blanca Simpson, as well as the kennel cleaner in this, Mr. Dale, talking about how essentially Alex Murdaugh said that he adored his wife. He loved his wife. He would never do that. So, I mean, by showing the replay of the witnesses themselves, seeking to bolster his argument there, especially if it was
And you know what?
character.
There was another, speaking of those phrases, Nick, those key phrases, and trying to really drive the message home with the jury, I'm interested to hear what both of you all thought when Jim Griffin talked about the bloody shirt and how they have gone from the bloody shirt accusation to the Mr. Clean defense. Wasn't that was a play on words that I think will catch the jury's attention.
Yes, and it was telling because I think as we watched this trial play out, Nick, you remember there was a lot of conversation prior to the trial about blood evidence, blood spatter evidence possibly being entered into this case, and it never was. The prosecution never used that, instead kind of turned that on its head by saying for somebody who was checking pulses, was checking the condition of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, he was awfully clean. You remember Laura Rutland saying from the stand, the detective saying he was clean from head to toe. A powerful moment earlier on in this trial, John Metters, the prosecutor, walking her through one by one. How were his hands? Clean. How were his shorts? Clean. How, all of that. They turned that argument, and now Jim Griffin is seeking to bring it back to say, well, where is all this blood?
And that you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways.
And it was also very interesting because Murdaugh said from the stand when he was testifying that, yes, I did check both of these bodies for pulses, and we've heard Jim Griffin even try to explain a little bit of the grisly nature of these crimes and how, you know, there was really blood everywhere. And Murdaugh testified from the stand, oh, well, I got a little bit of blood on my fingertips.
Right.
Despite the fact that he claims that he checked both bodies for pulses. And I want to go back to a key moment when we heard sort of the opening argument from Jim Griffin here was keying in on something that they tried to hone in on throughout many of the state witnesses and the defense witnesses as well. Law partners who came to the scene who were able to sort of just walk on through Moselle that night. He talked about footprints, bloody footprints that they may have missed the night of the murders. So Jim Griffin was talking a lot about what he believes to be an inept investigation by SLED and a lack of SLED to sort of exclude Alex Murdaugh from that investigative circle, to exclude him from a suspect. That was sort of a key moment during the testimony this morning. We want to give you a brief portion of that right now.
He is at the mercy of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded.
In some ways, that is a unprovable point. You
Right.
can't prove that in any way he would have been excluded by way of missing evidence or anything like that. So a little bit of creative reasoning there from Jim Griffin. But one thing that he did ask is that he said, why not take DNA samples off of Paul and Maggie's clothing? He said the only person that they took DNA samples off of was Alex Murdaugh's clothing. So that was an important point. And then he also said this, and I thought that this in some ways was jaw-dropping. And Nick, I know we both looked at each other when he said this in his closing argument, when he said that the roadside shooting made him an easy target for SLED. And from that moment on, they started fabricating evidence against Alec. He accused SLED, the state's law enforcement agency.
I think his words were manufacturing evidence.
Manufacturing
fabricated evidence is what he said.
And after he also pointed out that he has so much respect for Creighton Waters and that he used to be a prosecutor in this office and, you know, close relationship with lawmakers or law enforcement officials, but that he would basically making the point to the jury that he would not make those accusations lightly, but those allegations regarding the integrity of SLED's investigation, regarding the integrity of those investigators, Dick Harpootlian brought that into play regarding the juror who was dismissed this morning, because, Nick, you touched on it earlier when we talked about that. As Judge Newman, and for those who may just be joining us, the big news before court even started this morning was that yet another juror was dismissed from this jury, but this time it was because of some concerns about that juror's conversations that they had with someone who is not on the jury, and most importantly, because those conversations in some way, shape, or form, whether intentionally or not, involved some sort of opinion that they had regarding this case. And all of this comes, of course, on the heels after they took that trip out to Moselle yesterday, where the jury got to look around for themselves, to see the spacing in the kennels, to see where the victims may have been standing, to see where the water hose is, to see where the wood line is, and all of those things that they've heard testimony about. But Nick, Dick Harpootlian, after the judge announced that the juror would be dismissed and that one of the two remaining alternates, we're down to one alternate now, that one alternate would come in to replace that juror, Dick Harpootlian made a force of passionately putting on the record that he took issue with the fact that SLED not investigated, but interviewed that juror as a part of this process. Although Judge Newman, I've got to make it clear, Judge Newman said the court had no interaction with SLED in making this decision. He talked with the jurors and reviewed the evidence and the information that they talked about. But again, Dick Harpootlian trying to use that, you would assume, for a basis for a possible appeal.
Right, and he also said that it was one of the witnesses in this case who actually interviewed that juror about
right,
this.
The SLED agent was a witness.
Basically, at one point, Dick Harpootlian trying to use any opportunity to get on the record the failures of SLED through the investigation, even, continuing on through this trial. Another point that I wanted to touch on that we heard from in Jim Griffin's closing just now, he talked about there was one thing that he actually agrees with Creighton Waters about, and he talked about the nature of the jurors. And he said one thing that I really appreciate and Creighton Waters and I agree upon is this idea that jurors are, set to use their common sense here. And he tried to appeal to the same thing that Creighton Waters talked about as he ended his closing yesterday, asking jurors to say, Maggie and Paul are not here. Common sense and reason are. I ask you to render a guilty verdict against Alex Murdaugh. Well, Jim Griffin essentially turned that on its head today and tried to say, jurors, please use your common sense. There's no reasonable way that a man who's facing financial ruin and the possibility of having his alleged financial crimes exposed would go ahead and murder his wife and son in such a gruesome fashion, Greg.
Yes, Jim Griffin mocking the state's motive argument in this case, saying that there was absolutely no reason for Alex Murdaugh to commit these murders. He laid out in some ways a straw man when it comes to what the state has argued about the financial crimes. I wouldn't say straw man, just from the fact it was just somewhat of a mischaracterization of the motive in this case. It wasn't just necessarily the financial house of cards. Really, what prosecutors have been saying is that Alex Murdaugh did this to buy him time. And as was stated even in Jim Griffin's closing, that it was about a month to a month and a half that PMPED was no longer asking him about those fees. All conversation about missing fees at that time went away. And of course the lawsuit, the boat crash lawsuit involving the death of Mallory Beach, in which Paul was a driver, well, that went away.
It did go away.
So when it came to the financial evidence and when it came to the motive, Jim Griffin was seeking to knock that down and knock it out in this trial.
And one other note, because we understand that they may be moving back into the courtroom, so we want to make sure you don't miss a moment of the closing arguments as the defense prepares to continue. But, Greg, remember, before they started and brought the jury in this morning, Jim Griffin gave the judge and even Court TV, who's providing the live stream, a heads up, Nick, that they would be showing those graphic photos of Paul and Maggie, which I think goes exactly to your point, to try and convince this jury using those photos to say, what father, what husband could possibly be responsible for this, despite the timeline that they have used to back him into a corner, despite exposing his lies, despite him lying to jurors on this stand. They still want that jury to come back to say, how could anybody, how could a father and a husband be responsible for this? We understand they are resuming in the courtroom. We'll have live coverage for you on WIS throughout the day.
Were murdered with family guns. I mean, that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as the shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And that's, don't know that you really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy Paul Greer testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout, that the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches, that is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match, no match. And he also did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. When I say projectile, that's the bullet thing. That went into Maggie's body and broke up. But one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here, but it's not gospel. It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it. And I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants, and it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion and sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down, and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it look like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million. Comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with Alec staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you, there's 2 shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that. Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Referred to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as his little detective, her little detective. And particularly when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alex using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened. Now he didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever. Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible. What if Paul the detective learned the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad? What if Paul the detective goes to that drug source, says, cut it out, that's my dad, you're ruining my family, and if you don't, I'm going to tell on you, turn you in. And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, I don't object.
Sustained.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios. But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you. Not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand. Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest defender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it takes. I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied, and we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion. One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m. while she was at Edisto, and that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edisto. Did not happen. That doesn't mean she's lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. And that Maggie knew it. We've got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think, in the day saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens. Because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, then the same with Shelley and the blue tarp. She remembers something, we're not sure what. But the evidence clearly is, she says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics, we've got records, and we got testimony that Alec is in Somerville. Spent the night with his in-laws, the Brandstetter, on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alec could not have been knocking on the door of the Alameda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, well, I didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, you know, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. And I called my brother. We're not disputing that, but what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was here in 45 minutes or things like that, and frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, "You get my phone records. You get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there." And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about, oh, he's hurrying to get over there. He's hurrying to get over there to compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument. I understand his point, but that point evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Alameda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. I mean, does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, oh, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he was only there 22 minutes, and he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes, and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial, had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back. Another small point, he said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it, but what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference, and everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do, and we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did, but it's just to state it as a fact. There's no evidence of that. Now, one thing he also said, the cell phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue, and mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think. But if you take a phone flat and pick it up, light comes on, and why is that important? Why is that important? Like I say, I'll probably turn this phone off, and if I'm making a point that you all know the answer to, I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important. It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alec drove his he had that interview or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing a phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise. So, let me see if I've hit all. Oh yeah, the last one's about me. Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022, and he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but that was filmed back in, I don't know, spring, summer of 2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges, but he wants you to think that, and I don't know why. And I took a little bit offensive to that. I really did.
And we object, because he was.
I was not being interviewed.
Objection's overruled.
Not being interviewed in November of 2022. Not. So I've asked why. They can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how? How could Alec, in the time period we know we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourselves. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes? In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence? Do they present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns, who knows how much, whatever, disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they haven't. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life. And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 8:44, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken. So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge you on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 8:44. Paul last used his phone at 8:48. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 8:50. Actually, it's 8:49 and 50 some odd seconds, but 8:50. But, however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that, and her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55, and it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think you pretty much understand the orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait or Mrs. beats me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change. And the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06. And they've got 300 casings, extractor and ejector markings matched with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt, but I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot and killed Maggie Paul, and that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. Solely on cell phone use. And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean, I'd say most everybody in this courtroom does not have their phone with them right now. Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan. Remember Rogan Gibson? If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is Rogan testifying about Paul's phone.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and
And did the battery get down?
Okay, all right. What is the objection?
Not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony was...
What's the legal basis for the objection? All right. Mr. Griffin.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial how many weeks?
6 weeks.
Right, so we're not going to replay the trial.
That's right. That's a clip of a few seconds.
I sustain the objection.
All right, take it down, Doug. So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. Your Honor, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
What can you do? I rule on objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
you were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so you'll know from the photographs and the evidence in the case that Paul's phone was at 2%, and it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex...
I don't think that's the right clip. The so there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall, Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down, and then I'm going to show you. Right here. Doug, can I have the Elmo, please? Oh, that's awful. Just give it to me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene, and what I'm pointing out on top of these two kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top. And you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. On top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top. And put the hose away. Alec testified that Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in State's 45. And so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here. And the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture. So it's a fair conclusion that after Alec left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate. Can you pull up in evidence? Now I want to talk about Maggie's phone and Defendant's Exhibit 158, please. So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26, last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks and remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53 the backlight comes on. Backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there's a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, the orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, the backlight is on. Backlight is off again. And it's on again. Keep going. And then 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen. There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Micah Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation of landscape starts. 8:54:44, it ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And at 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, the missed call from Alex ends. So let's back up to, let's go to 9:04:23, missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9:04:23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie, and when that happens, you would her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04, missed call from Alex starts. At 9:04:23, and instantaneously, the backlight goes off. Now, you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed, and that she didn't want any noise coming through? Or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04, I'll tell you that. And then at 9:04, the next one is missed call from Alex ends. 9:05, backlight on. 9:06, orientation changes to portrait. 9:07, incoming call from Alex. 9:06:14. Keep going, Doug. And 9:06:52. Keep going. And then at 9:07, her phone stops for good. Now, one of the things that you heard in this case is that orientation change was at 9:06 that we just talked about. And Doug, if you'll go to the if you go to Defendants 156, please. And so these are Alex steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug. All right, so 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47, and this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took. Can just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just that's fine. So that so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they take the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, excuse me, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.05. 1.05 steps per second. Multiply that by 60, you get 63 steps per second. And if, ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. This is Alex scurrying around according to the state's case. And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 203 meters before it stops registering. And then one thing you will remember during this time period, between 9:02 and 9:06, at 9:06, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here, but what her phone doesn't have, is go to the second page. What her phone doesn't have are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone, that her phone is moving at 9:06, but there's no steps being registered. Alec is walking from 9:02 to 9:06. So it would bear to reason that Alec is not walking with Maggie's phone. That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. The if you'll go to Exhibit 524, Defense Exhibit 524, please. I think it's, yeah, States 524. I'm sorry. Do you have that? So if you'll go to the slide where no, sir, not 38. Do you have the whole document, or you don't? Oh, yeah, we'll drop that. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier, and so States Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 9:08 where Maggie's phone was found. And there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found, whenever it was tossed. and then they have, you know, a chart or slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there and the speeds that it took. And Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory, and we graphed it out, and he's driving, he's passing some cars, and he is, you know, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, oh, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say, compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back. I mean, you'd want to be driving slow as you can to make it appear you've been gone a lot longer. I mean, he drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? About Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alec has her password. Alec, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text to show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline by speeding, the easiest way to do it is use both phones, talk on both phones, and he did it. I mean, this whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? That's a question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? Why? And these are circumstances that have to be consistent with each other and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alex Murdaugh, beyond a reasonable doubt. And these circumstances just raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise more questions that we wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it. We wouldn't be here. So we do know from the timeline that Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. But we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them. We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things. But they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that. Haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and shots are ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear them. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his, but they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up, and I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least to get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera. And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone, but let's take him at their theory at 8:50, after having a pleasant conversation talking about, is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, and getting, all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie's secretary. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well, it takes us that he leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, if he's got, if it happens at 8:50, he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey or Mr. Palmbach, Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach, and Dr. Eisenstadt, either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooting. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything, because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kinsey said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood. And that there's not sufficient amount of time to clean all that up, make all that disappear, and then call your son Buster, driving to visit your mother, who he got a call from Barbara Mixon earlier today and said your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey, Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up? You should see the damn mess. Are you kidding me? He calls Chris Wilson. Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then he goes over there and he sits down with Shelley and sits on his mom's dad. And he stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alec. Yet their theory is he just blew the people he loved the most in this world, blew them away. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton did, his reverse trajectories on the shots, and I mean they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the Pharaoh, saying, oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid, it's 5'2", 5'4", and let them have their fun, but that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level to make the shot into the quail pen. We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure. And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure. shooters are in movement, and a 6'4" person is going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so. But, you know, the most common sense thing here is there were 2 shooters. Because there were 2 guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. Why take another gun that only has 3 shots? And Dr. Kinsey agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul's killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence, that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. Those facts are just not consistent. I want to say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos, but I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec, in the back of the car, with me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there and talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and he says it is so bad, they did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said I did him so bad. And I think the evidence is, everyone who's listened to it and everyone who knows what Alex was talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car, and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said, I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question. What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Croft would be saying, he said, I did him so bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful to SLED that they videotaped that, so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure. Another thing that we're going to clear up right now is Alex's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing. That in statements that Alec made on the roadside shooting in Labor Day weekend, where he tried to arrange an assisted suicide, that he told officers that there's no danger to Buster. Of course, there was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis A.D. Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what was just argued yesterday. Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alex speaking to Buddy Hill about his concern about Buster's safety. And will you play that now, Doug? It's in evidence. I don't have the exhibit number. Because I think the...
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get... Listen, Bud, can y'all get a police officer with my oldest
You hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? That's Buddy Hill, the sheriff. And they want to come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety? Once again, I'm grateful Colleton County Sheriff's Department had body cams. Now you know. You know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster. Now I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owens during the interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even, like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about all the, Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And the and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, that's not true. And that and so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent whenever he had an interview, he said, you get the records, and it will show what time did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. I mean, he's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. I mean, he left at 9. He left at 9:07. But that's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and he went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now, it's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alec was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun, and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his T-shirt. And you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his T-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his T-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in a golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. How does he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. Their forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel, thanks to the OnStar information. I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent their stuff in, but the Suburban never went down to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get. And then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun. So, but really, we're back to the lie. We are back to the lie. Because that's all they have in this case, is that Alec lied to them when he last saw them. And he shouldn't have. And he shouldn't have. And he said, what a tangled web we weave once we start to deceive. And once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie. And he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he just found his wife and son murdered. And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR, and he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he was wrong, and he told you. Turns out he was wrong, but I thought that's who it was that night. And he was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating accident investigation. And he's under investigation by SLED for that. And he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer. The state in this case has gone to lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand, convince you of this and show you that, and without convince you of guilt, without showing evidence of guilt, convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of financial misdeeds were going to come out, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up, but the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either, so you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection, because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them, but we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered. They want you to think that because you own guns that you should be viewed differently. I don't know what else to make of that. I don't know what else to make of that. When this trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked, why? Why? Why would Alex execute his wife and son in cold blood? And here we are, 6 weeks later. And you've heard weeks of testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? 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 The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not. He would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty. The state's evidence fails to meet these requirements. Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex's guilt. Far from it. Mr. Waters wants you to believe that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul on June 7th and repeatedly lied and changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time from the date of these murders until yesterday. In the absence of forensic science, a reliable investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors. Prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively to Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have the most powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation. With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation. There are 2 words that justice demands in this case, and those 2 words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send you to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone will be seated. So, Mr. Meadows, are you closing on behalf of the state?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an estimated length of time that you might go?
No more than 40 minutes.
You ready to go?
If you give me, I just need to go to the bathroom.
Sure. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Rise and come to order. Be seated.
Jury guy there. Can they bring the jury? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the state gets an opportunity to do a rebuttal. Mr. Meadows.
Please support. Good afternoon. On behalf of Attorney General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Zelenka, Deputy Attorney General Creighton Waters, and this entire team, and I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally, not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paying attention, so thank you. 6 weeks. Thank you. And I'm not going to be that long. Your clerk, Ms. Hill, has done an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with the hospitality or grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror. But you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life. And it's called life. It's called living. It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people, and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases. Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement didn't do that. I think they actually said they fabricated evidence. Putting law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job while he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw them, I was right there? Why wouldn't you tell them that? Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something you know it when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But do you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it coming. And then, during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's what happened in this case. Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances. This case is about 2 things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. I was actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama, always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll get to at my end. Ladies and gentlemen, they blame everybody but Alex. Everybody but Alex. Let's go back to the first. I'm not going to bring it out. But this back here, the press release was sent out. There's no danger. There's no danger. What did Alex not do? They showed a tape there. He's asking the sheriff, I think, call Buster. First time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It was about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't his first thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911. It was later. Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there. Oh, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are. You with your girlfriend? Up there in North Charlotte? Go. We got some people after us. That's what's real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do you do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelly. Get somebody over there. Get them over there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them over there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's where I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real. And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. He's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case except Alice. And right then, he's using it to throw off. Here's your first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen. They'd have to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit and went back up to the house. And they'd have to come. You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. We can use them. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Let's talk about murder. Murder is the intentional, malicious killing of another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is? It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long it's got to exist? Just like that. At the pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice aforethought. It can be expressed. Rarely happens. I'm going to kill you. Or it can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred 2 guns. Malice aforethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to prove premeditation. We don't have to prove motive. I think it's been proven. His world was collapsing. Mr. Griffin goes, does that make sense? Did in his mind. His world's collapsing. His world's coming down. This was the only way he could save. It's the only way. It's the only way he could save Alex. But if you don't, if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation. But if he's down there and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba! Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here. Maybe you just got angry. Maybe you got angry at Paul. Maybe you got angry, you know, you started all this with the boat case. And maybe you just lost it. Maybe you just lost it. Maybe it looked like a suicide, and then Maggie came, and he had to shoot her. I don't know. Only one person knows. And that's why we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry, he did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm going to get to that, and that's how we prove beyond, I want to say all doubt. But our burden's only reasonable doubt. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice? Well, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 2 shots to Paul. Malicious. First one didn't do it, the second one finishes him off. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in me about that it's a malicious killing. But I've got to go over that with you. Malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours, that's why this is so great, I agree with you, is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to borrow one of these waters if that's okay. It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here as historically as long as it had. The law doesn't describe that, and listen to his honor. And I'm not playing up to him, he is the best. He's the law. Listen to him when he reads the law. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying a retrial case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor, Solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt, and he said, sometimes, you know, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it. If after hearing all the evidence, you don't, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty. He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when he went to hide the guns. It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there, nice pavement. You can go look at it. Nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night. The testimony is very unusual, very rare. Kind of funny, Miss Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go over there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, they're tired. He wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, use your common sense. And you remember, she said he called. What happened after that? Well, it's about 5 minutes or so. At first I was thinking, look, that's when he was going to hide the guns. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what does Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think it was after the visitation, and he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes. Y'all remember looking at her up here on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? Ask her, what's wrong? What's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey, I was here 35, 40 minutes now visiting my mom. Shelley said, no. No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in Yamasee. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. Shelley's real. You saw her, but body language is so important, right? Body language is so important. We're talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's. And then one day that week, never before, never, ever, 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 ever before, it's 6:30 in the morning. Doesn't call. He didn't need a timeline to create for that one visit. Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been over that time before? No, sir. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl-like. Remember I tried to what? It's like this. What did you think it was? A tarp. I don't know what it was. And they try to gloss over it now. Tell you one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Well, yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And two investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her. And talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. Have you ever worn it? They were worried about it. Because that's great circumstantial evidence. It kind of morphs into direct evidence. I saw him coming at 6:30. You even heard, they asked one of the experts, well, could it stay on there for 5 years, 10 years? Sure. This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him come in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Can't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now I asked her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp. Picture of it too. That wasn't it though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Shelley that they got from Kmart. That's not real. This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bungled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information, and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something. She tells the police officer, I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant, and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbled in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out, and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there. I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most, the one he really loved the most, so he could keep his lifestyle and not be embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. Might have been out in that stump house. I don't know. But he brought it back in there and hid it. 6:30, days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? Well, there's a little bit gunshot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher finally said, you know, we get, I can't remember the term right now, we get so many, I just stopped. I'd have been there for days. Gunshot residue. Inside the rain jacket, the blue tight garment that Shelley said, I saw him carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns, and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Because thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in. That's what he disposed of the guns with. And what else happened? She said he left, and before that, she thought he'd left, and he came back, and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck, and he came back, then he left. He's disposing and hiding whatever he was doing with that evidence. Only one person knows. But that blue rain jacket, that tarp, is incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there. Is Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs, he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp light. It was in that closet. It's got gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis. And you know the thing he told Shelley? The night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You getting married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible timing. Oh, and your job, don't you work for the school? You know, I've got friends down there. I can help you on that if you need. I was there 35, 40 minutes, wasn't I? Can you make up those sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her to say, I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Blanca. Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago at a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name. But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while, and you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere. And they kind of pulled off and just talked. Just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. You knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed and what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. Some undergarments, which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie. Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those, he said, you know, Maggie wanted to come. She wanted to come. Well, no, sir. No, she didn't. She was having worked on her data stuff. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back data stuff. Remember the text to Blanca, well, I left the workers there, but I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come. We also know that from her sister Mary, who had a little regret in here today. Didn't hear much regret from over there, but you know who regretted? Who was real? It was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got in close. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James. I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship. You know, we weren't close, but then we got closer as the kids got older and got younger. We were close. We talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her about it. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come. She wanted to come. No, sir, you wanted her to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove he did. But he got her there. She wasn't planning on being there. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves. Let's stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home. She gets a call sometime that night. And this is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone, real emotion, because she cared about Maggie. That's real. And you remember she described that day when she left Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens. And they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. Did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, well, I guess I changed after that. Well, those are the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie and Paul. Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't even know this. You can't make it up. Sometime mid-August he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day? I said, no. I mean, yes. It's a Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. That Columbia shirt, you've got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstance. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt again. Ever. Where's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes? Shorts, shirt. What she said about the shoes? Sperry type, cloth shoes. You remember that? When Dave Owens and those get there, and when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on the, those aren't Sperry shoes. He's changed his shoes again. I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. From going to visit his mom, he's got Sperry-type shoes. He comes back, puts on the tennis shoes. Why? Is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a T-shirt that looked like it had been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes her clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much, but she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. Do you remember the Sperry shoes? Yeah. Did you see those? You never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it again. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rutland? She's sitting in the back. David's in the front. Alex in the front. His lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son have just been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around? Everybody said, well, you know, just sled agents. We need to have a lawyer around. Really? My wife and son have just been butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer. But they did. And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating. You know when I asked old Dave, put his hand on his shoulder? So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Is that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul. I'd still be on the ground arguing myself. And I tried to turn him over. I tried to take his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in the 20 seconds he's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they've tried to change that. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. He'd washed up. And this phone, you know, tried to make a big deal about this phone that you saw. You do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, drove back up to get those shorts and that shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that. Every expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record if it's there. If it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting to that. So what happened? And this is why I asked Miss Rutland. And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7. Then next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking a nap. I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, you know, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody. Anybody. He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. And why is that so critical? That's the time of death. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation, yes, it is important. Paul, who used his phone all the time, Paul was in a conversation about the dogs, interacting. Well, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's when it happened. And then Maggie's phone. A little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she's got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working in the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text. Y'all will have it in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information? Okay, then the 10th, with his lawyer, Mr. Griffin, in the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you. I want to help you. And then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. Well, it's just Rogan's word. Does that make any sense? Just Rogan's word. No, sir, I can handle that. You made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like Mom couldn't close. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck. He's stuck. I'm going to try to wrap up. Yeah. Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important than anything. And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, which that blood evidence was investigated, and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this, and it didn't turn out to be So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic? They're now jamming us for doing our job. Jamming us for doing our job. All the evidence of the guns, and I'm going to get that in a minute. The timeline, the incredible timeline, his lies, all of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's presented. And do we make mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. You don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus Sled. And I want to tell you something. Sled, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. Sled starts working with the FBI. They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment. They gave that man every benefit of the doubt. Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was, David Owens said, well, and I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, how's this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings. By Maggie's body, out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house, the shell casings, they all were made from the same gun. All cylindered in the same gun. You think if that didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have? And Alex goes, oh really? So the gun was there? Yeah. You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue, Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or didn't, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia, I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March, it was more like May or April or May. We were shooting his gun on the side of the house and those shell casings. That's where they found them. And lo and behold, the shell casings match the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it is. That's powerful. You can feel it like the rain. The murderers come in. There'll be a gun there. We'll just use their gun. Does that make any sense? Y'all too young. You ever watch Columbo? When I first looked at this case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, and the mistakes they made. And that's what happened here. He killed him. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie on that phone when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They said, if you pick it up, yes. Yeah, we had somebody come in here, you throw it rough, and it doesn't come on. And what are the chances it's anything else? He'd almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story, I was down there till 8:50, whatever, go and take a quick nap, come back, he didn't hear the shots, just happens to come back. And common sense, don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now, my wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, and the deal was to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30. And you're right down there, you've just seen them now. When you said before we hadn't even seen them, don't forget that. And you go up to the house, why don't you say, hey, Max, I'm going to go see Mom real quick. just a few minutes later. No. You go up there, you take a quick nap. You know what? I'm going to try to call them, let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the Y, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. And I think even Buster said when you get down there, if the light's on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No? Doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. He just takes off. Does that make any sense? We've proved that nobody else could. With that kind of line. Does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed 2 people before. So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong 2 shells in the gun. Coming back, he's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there, that's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving. He gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense. And what did he say about Paul's phone when you went up there? You know, I started to get, I didn't know I got it out, and then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You got to evaluate everything. If you can't believe somebody's credible on one thing, how can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar. And that's all you can judge people on. The 3 witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified through Dr. Raymer, and he testified through his phone. And here's so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down here. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I've made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul, too. I know I put your life, open your life, your fake life, with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on him. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked David Owens, does anybody else in the world know that that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement working together, the states, the local, SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when the case changed, along with all the other evidence. Maggie testified to you. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell casings around me. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct and circumstance. And finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Cece still calls my dad Jack this. My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, Dad, Bubba. Tater barked. And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs? You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew? You think Bubba knew something? He got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba. DNA, and that DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. But DNA, in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. And guess where Bubba is now? Bubba's with Blanca. Bubba's with Blanca. You can't make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the lie he told and told and told. I went down there. Why aren't y'all doing something, law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Thank you. If he tried to respond to his phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would show that he was going to Malmeda. He had to get rid of that phone. He had to get rid of it there. Finally, it's the book, Your Greatest Power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said, read it. Your greatest power. You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose. Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say hey, whether we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me, don't blame anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these worlds coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's a motive. Don't have to have it. But yeah, it's there. And is this rational? When he said that, is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, he wanted to kill himself. He called 911. He called 911. When he told the officer in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot. He's trying his world, and he says there in that last interview with Mr. the call-in interview, Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Griffin, what you got in there. Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure. Had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners. Losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. And I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that? You know who he loved more than that? And who he's going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex. And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued, or try. And it couldn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest power. Based on the evidence you've heard, the evidence you haven't heard, the credibility, the believability of the witnesses, and especially of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, who has lied and lied and lied and lied. And it's been okay. It got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. And we're going to exercise our greatest power and find you guilty of killing Maggie and Paul. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments. Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations. We're at lunchtime. We're going to take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and you'll come back. I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case. Seated. When we resume, I intend to go directly into charging the jury. When I'm charging the jury, no one comes, no one leaves. Before we break for lunch, are there any matters to discuss regarding the jury charge?
I think the state emailed a revised charge on the other pending charges, which we did not have any objection to. I don't know if Your Honor.
We received it and incorporated that into the charge with correcting a typo here, typo there.
Yes. We don't have any additional charges or any objections.
And without addition, we don't have any either.
All right, we'll be in recess for 1 hour and 15 minutes.
All rise.
Said.
He did.
And Medders pointed that out and said, for the last 2 hours you heard this, but really the only one all the while who was obstructing and lying and withholding information was Alex Murdaugh himself. When he said that he finally admitted that he was at the kennels after 627 days.
Yes,
He had lied to family, had lied to friends, had lied to investigators, and then finally came clean on the witness stand just a few days ago. Another key important point here. You mentioned that trip to Alameda.
Yes.
I thought it was very powerful, very effective how John Medders was able to talk about the credibility, because credibility, a big thing in this case. He talked about the credibility of Shelley Smith and the credibility of Blanca Simpson. Two women, again, talking to this jury, saying that Shelley Smith was correct when she said it was 20 minutes that Alex Murdaugh stayed there, that he carried in a blue tarp. He carried in a blue tarp at 6:30 in the morning, several days after the murders. And one of the lines that John Medders used in that time, Judy, is when he said he hid that upstairs and what was on the inside? Gunshot residue. That whole theme right there, what was on the inside, a powerful metaphor to talk not only about what was inside that rain jacket, gunshot residue, but also the argument that prosecutors have made this whole time. Alex Murdaugh has a facade in many ways, is what they've said throughout this trial, that he comes from a family of prominence. He was a law enforcement official, a very successful lawyer in many ways, but what was going on the inside? That I thought was a powerful moment there.
It was
how
powerful.
He brought that home using those two particular witnesses. Blanca Simpson also, just all the back and forth about the clothing.
Exactly.
Very powerful.
And Carl has talked to us time and time again about the point that this trial has really come down to the fact of whether you believe Alex Murdaugh.
Yes.
And to use an expression from Judge Newman earlier in this case, as he's talked about being a bridge too far, Jim Griffin earlier tried to convince this jury that all of the misstatements, and I should say he admitted that every single statement that Alex Murdaugh made to investigators about his timeline was wrong. But he said they were not lies, they were misstatements. And so now to believe and ask this jury, as John Meadows tried to remind this jury, that Alex Murdaugh wants to blame everybody else except him.
Yeah, that's a difficult road to hoe, as they say. The problem is he's got a client who got on the witness stand and told the jury that he's a liar, an admitted liar. And then while on the witness stand testifying before the actual jury, he was proven to lie while testifying when he talked about those lies. So that's the difficulty as far as trying to rebuild his character and rebuild his credibility as a defendant, as a client. And let me tell you, as I saw the argument of Meadows, it kind of reminded me of Matlock. He really does.
That did bring to mind. I can see that, Carl. He did.
In fact, in my office, my staff calls him John Matlock Meadows.
Okay.
Because that's what he reminds us of. And he does have that courtroom demeanor. He does have that swag as a trial lawyer. And he knows how to use his voice as a weapon. For the trial lawyer, his voice is a weapon. He can use the loud voice for emphatic purposes and bring it down to merely a whisper for emphatic purposes. And Mr. Meadows has mastered that technique.
Well, you talked to us earlier saying that for a prosecutor, especially in a murder trial, to sway that jury one way or the other, that they make that jury feel like they're in church on Sunday morning. Right. He certainly had some of that emotion and some of that passion in his argument today. But, Greg, he was so effective, I thought, in countering the points that Jim Griffin made and explaining, and Nick Neville is going to get into some of that. Nick, you know, Jim Griffin tried to lay out some concerns and questions about SLED's investigation and about prosecutors being attacked regarding evidence they didn't even present. So much to break down in terms of what Meadows had to say in this final closing argument.
Yeah, Meadows was basically trying to say that the defense was alleging that everybody else was at fault here to the exclusion of Alex Murdaugh, talking about how SLED mishandled the investigation. But Meadows said at the end of the day, this case is about two things. It's about telling the truth and Murdaugh's lies here. He said that Murdaugh was never real with anyone in his life. He was never real with this jury when he took the stand. And so he also talked about that gathering storm that lead prosecutor Creighton Waters touched on in his opening statement, talking about the gathering storm that was coming for Alex Murdaugh, whereby his alleged financial misdeeds were going to be exposed, and so was his essentially double life, prosecutors say. And so he said that, if you'll remember, during the opening statement from Creighton Waters, he was talking about that gathering storm, and as he was telling that story for jurors, it actually started raining. And so Meadows used that essentially as an analogy to say that that shows that circumstantial evidence can turn into direct evidence. If you, hear that it's raining and you go outside and you see that there's, it's wet on the ground, you know that it rained, essentially. So he's trying to use that argument to say that use the circumstantial evidence that we have in this case as direct evidence to show you that Murdaugh lied consistently and repeatedly about where he was on the night of the murders. He lied consistently and repeatedly to anyone who would listen, his family, his law partners, investigators several times, including to Sergeant Daniel Green, the first responding officer to the scene, when at that point prosecutors say he had no reason to lie. So Meadows really hitting that point home for this jury, and that was a strong one, that this case is about being real, and it's something that the defendant, Meadows said, was never real. And he also talked about how Murdaugh continued to lie for more than 600 days. There was a key exchange where he laid out the fact that some of what Murdaugh said about his drug addiction, prosecutors say was not actually reasonable and believable from the stand either. Again, jurors are going to be the ultimate judge of that, but he said that some of the things that Murdaugh was talking about in regards to how many pills he'd be taking, at one point Murdaugh said he was taking 70 pills a day, and Meadows said that's an example of just yet another lie. So there was that key exchange there where he talked about the consistency of Murdaugh's sober lies, as he called it. We want to play that key exchange for you now.
And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7, then next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap, August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking, yeah, I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, you know, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody.
In many ways, an effective reply from John Meadors seeking to push back against some of the assertions and some of the claims that the defense made in its closing argument just a little over an hour ago when Jim Griffin laid out for these jurors that you cannot convict Alex Murdaugh simply because there's no direct evidence, as he says. He also says that the motive here just doesn't make sense, and he's asking these jurors to use common sense when they deliberate, and he says it doesn't make sense that someone, when facing this financial ruin and facing the possibility of having his double life exposed, would go ahead and murder his wife and son. You'll remember he used the term that Paul was the apple of his eye. So it's going to be interesting to see what these jurors take from all of this, Judy and Greg.
You know, John Meadors at one point saying that it's not the absence of all doubt. And so that was a very important point. Nick, thank you so much for that. You also mentioned we got to hit this at least one time because John Meadors talked about the theory that at least Jim Griffin has put forward about these vigilantes possibly that came to the property. He asked who was concerned about the boat case, who knew that they were both there, and who came to Moselle without guns. So those are all questions that the jurors are going to be asking themselves as they get into deliberations.
And Greg, I'm so glad that you brought that up, and we'll close it out with Carl, because as we have talked about these theories that have been introduced, it really will come down to the matter of the law.
Yes.
And how Judge Newman instructs this jury. And Jim Griffin made a plea to the jury earlier today about circumstantial evidence, saying he acknowledges circumstantial evidence is important evidence. It is allowable evidence in a murder case, but he doesn't believe that they've connected the dots to bring forth a conviction. So he implored them to listen to the judge, and Judge Newman is going to speak to them about exactly what is allowed, what is not, and how they can consider all of the evidence they've heard.
Yes, the controlling case on this matter when it comes to circumstantial evidence is a Supreme Court case called State versus Logan. In other words, the judge must charge the jury that the prosecution's burden in a circumstantial evidence case is that all evidence presented must be consistent with their theory of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and it proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If it merely proves that the defendant acted suspiciously, or he did some strange things, or even a probability of guilt, that's insufficient proof, and it fails as a matter of law. So that's what he's going to be charging, and that's what the jury has to consider.
And that is what we are expecting to happen when they return from their break, which should be about 2:55. Obviously, we'll have the live coverage here. But Greg, as Carl makes that mention of beyond a reasonable doubt, that was another point that Meadows tried to make to this jury. He made that distinction, reminding the jury it's not beyond all doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. It is beyond reasonable doubt. And so that is what the jury will have to weigh as they begin deliberations in this case.
Yeah, one of the key arguments that he made as well as he finished, and we have to say, again, just what we said off the top, is just how, in some ways, powerful, even theatrical, John Meadows is,
right,
and can be to that jury, leaving final impressions. Just incredible. But one thing that he did bring to that jury was just the whole sense of the first time when Alex Murdaugh went back to Alameda. This was there's been little portions throughout this trial where in the closing arguments and even now in this rebuttal, John Meadows and Creighton Waters both have just added little suggestions to that jury to fill in some of the spaces in their argument. You remember how they suggested that he washed off down at the kennels. They said, oh, there's a hose right there. He could have just washed off, changed clothes, and took off.
Right.
Today, they were talking about what Alex Murdaugh did when he got to Alameda. And John Meadows said that he believes that when he arrived at 6:30 that morning, that Alex Murdaugh went back to that wood line because some of the data in the case, some of his footsteps that were recorded, showed him going first to that tree line behind Alameda before he went into the house carrying that bundle, as Shelley Smith testified. So you heard John Meadows say they believe that that's when he ditched the guns. No guns have been found in this case, although prosecutors have tied the shell casings outside the gun room to the shells next to Maggie Murdaugh's body. They say that they cycled from the same weapon, but those guns have never been found. The defense saying, well, the absence of the guns means, you know, they try to use that for reasonable doubt.
Right.
Today you saw John Meadows trying to close the circle in some ways to say this is where he ditched the guns, behind Mom's house in Alameda.
And you know what, Greg? He also tried to close the gap on the blood evidence because, Carl, we've heard so much talk about the absence of blood evidence on that, to the naked eye, looking seemingly to be a clean white shirt. And John Meadows pointed out to them today that they investigated the shirt, that they did a thorough investigation, and they decided not to enter that into evidence. Let's quickly play that soundbite from John Meadows because I thought he made a compelling attempt to try and explain that to the jury, that the prosecution never even entered that into evidence, but now the defense wants to take issue with that part of the case. Listen to how Meadows explained that.
They're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, that blood evidence was investigated and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic? They're now jamming us for doing our job. Jamming us for doing our job.
And so much of that is the argument of credibility here. You know, there was one other thing that John Meadows mentioned in that closing, and it's something that Creighton Waters mentioned as well, that they didn't hit very hard in the trial, but they've hit it in closing arguments. The fact that Alex Murdaugh did not reach out to his son Buster, his surviving son Buster, for 45 minutes after the discovery of the bodies. So they put that back out there for the jury to say that he called everyone else, that he called Rogan Gibson several times, that he called all sorts of people, family, friends, Chris Wilson, whatnot. But he never called his surviving son to say, there's danger. Our family's being targeted. Get yourself to safety. Find your way to, you know, the nearest police station.
Right.
Nothing like that ever mentioned. John Meadows hit that once again.
He did. Carl, we've got about a minute left for a quick insight from you about what we should expect for the rest of this afternoon as this case prepares to go to the jury.
Well, what's going to happen now that the arguments are over, the judge is going to charge the law. And that's the most important part of the case. What is the law? And the judge, once the jury gets the case, they have to, of course, apply the law and keep their oath. Now, that's what Jim Griffin was trying to get to. You took an oath to only convict if you have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, and of course making the compelling argument trying to convince the jury that you just can't trust this case because you just can't trust this investigation. And that's when Meadows came back with, well, hold a minute. We're ministers of the law. We're ministers of justice. And we did not try to offer evidence that we did not find regarding the blood and the T-shirt. So therefore, impute credibility to us. You can believe us. You can trust this case. And I thought that was a good rebuttal.
Yeah, a good rebuttal. And another powerful line is when he said, this is not the state versus SLED. This is not the state versus the FBI who was eventually involved. This is the state versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Yeah. So ultimately, just somewhat swatting away or dismissing Jim Griffin's entire closing argument right there in terms of casting aspersions onto SLED, or at least the credibility of SLED on the line.
Absolutely.
No, the prosecution saying that the credibility question rests alone with Alex Murdaugh.
Well, that is the latest from the Colleton County Courthouse. Now just a matter of hours, perhaps, before this case goes to the jury. We will have the very latest on the verdict for you right here on WIS News 10, streaming live on all of our platforms as well. Keep it tuned to WIS and WISTV.com.
With the stars of the Super Mario Brothers movie. Wait, we're missing someone, right? Very limber, Bowser. Were y'all getting dressed up? Like, what happened?
All I'm doing is trying to think of how I'm gonna get you guys back someday.
Did y'all, like, test out different voices for your characters?
I have a very hard time not sounding like a cartoon character.
Today on Kelly.
When all the stars will smile for me, when all is well and well, it's all for all and forever after. Or maybe in the meantime, wait and see. We love all of you. When lands are green and skies are blue. When all in all, it's just like you. We love all of you. But that sounds fine, so I'll see you sometime. Give my love to the future of the humankind. Okay, okay, it's not okay. We love all of you. When I'm the green, the skies are blue. When all in all, it's just like you. We love all of you. Just like you.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Kelly Clarkson Show. Give it up for my band, y'all. So that was the 1996 Space Hog hit, In the Meantime. You may have noticed it in the trailer for a movie I cannot wait to see this summer, Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 3. And speaking of Guardians of the Galaxy, one of our guests today happens to be none other than Star-Lord. Next month, you can catch him and his very talented, very funny co-stars in the new animated feature, The Super Mario Brothers movie. It's in theaters April 5th. Give it up for Chris Pratt, Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black. Y'all are enough, but where's Jack?
Where's Jack?
Where is Jack?
Oh, God, where is Jack?
Where did he go? Why isn't he here?
I don't know. He was
here.
definitely with us. He was definitely with us, and I don't know where he is now, but he was.
Is
he
he
was right
still in
behind
the
us, wasn't
building?
he? No, he's definitely in the building. He has to be in the building.
I saw him.
Okay.
He was 100% with us.
Should I go check on him or?
Yeah,
Yes, please, Kel, because he was He was with us. He was with us.
All right, I'll just go get him.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he
should be.
won a special entrance, I guess. I don't know what's happening. Jack. Oh.
Hey, Kelly.
You you look awesome.
Thank you.
Well, what's wrong, buddy?
I'm not going out there.
Why?
Because everybody said we were going to get dressed in costumes, and I'm the only stupid guy that got dressed in a costume, and I'm not going out there now.
No, they're stupid. You look awesome. I love Bowser. I love Bowser. Hey, you know what? I got a special entrance. You want the VIP? They got like the regular ones.
Yeah, all right. If you got a special entrance.
It's a special entrance. It's Bowser entrance. All right, everybody, Jack Black! Here we go. Here we go. Very limber, Bowser.
I'm sorry, what?
I think you
What
look great.
happened?
Were y'all gonna dress up? Like, what happened?
I think it was like a really funny trick they played on me. Like, we're all going to get dressed in character, and then they didn't, and I can't get it off now. It's like someone put super glue in there.
I think you look awesome.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking to you guys. I am so mad at you. I am so mad at you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You really did kind of let him down, but you look amazing. Wait, okay, so you're obviously Bowser, which, by the way, is my 6-year-old boy's favorite. He dresses like Bowser in my house, no joke. I don't know what that is because it's a villain, and when your 6-year-old is rooting for him, it's a little weird. But I'm like, that's scary foreshadowing. But who does everybody else play in the movie? Obviously Mario, right?
Mario for me, yep.
Luigi.
I'm Luigi.
Yeah.
I played Toad.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm like a kid of the 80s, right? So I grew up playing this game. I still play this game. It's literally my Switch is in my bag. Like, I love playing.
Oh, that's
I'm a nerd. So I'm very excited about it. But could you tell us about the movie? Like, what is it going to be like?
Well,
Saving the Princess.
It's the studio's Illumination. So if you know Despicable Me, you know the Minions, Illumination. They've got a great track record. So they teamed up with the folks at Nintendo and created the Super Mario Brothers movie. And it's a narrative, 90-minute epic adventure. The music is incredible. It's full of like nostalgia, but also it's done in a very beautiful and contemporary, cutting-edge way with animation. It's so funny. These guys are absolutely incredible.
The trailer is hilarious and cool.
Yeah, it's super
How
cool.
it comes to life. Yeah.
I mean, when people say it's the movie version of the game, it is the movie version of the game. It is high octane. It's the excitement level is like at a 12. It's really, really terrific. Yeah.
I love that. I'm so stoked. So wait, I have to ask though. I saw this picture online, and I'm just wondering if you were just going for the Tom Selleck thing, or this was for Mario. Like, what's happening here in this picture? Is this?
That's New Year's. I grew out my mustache for something that I was doing, and and that was But it wasn't. I'd like to say that I grew it out to do the voice.
You were very method.
Yeah, I was that
very
deep
method.
into the character.
Like, what would it feel like?
Yeah, well, you're into. You guys do music. You know how the mustache affects the sound.
Oh, definitely.
Does that make it rock more, Jack? I'm not talking to you guys. But I thought it looked a little more like a Three Musketeers.
I was going D'Artagnan all day long.
Mario doesn't have the soul patch downstairs, you know?
Yeah, you were working almost a full Van Dyke.
Actually, all of y'all in a Musketeer movie would be amazing.
That would be good. But the Three Musketeers.
Yeah, I was like, this would be amazing, actually. So wait, did y'all test out different voices for the characters? Because I heard you in the thing go, let's go, like how, because I'm a nerd and I love Mario. But like, did y'all like test out different voices for your characters? Like,
I have a very hard time not sounding like a cartoon character. Yeah.
It's like it's just innate.
Yeah, it's just it just comes out weird.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! But it's a style and it's awesome. And everybody kind of knew a little bit about Mario's voice. Yeah.
Right. I mean, Mario's voice is it's a guy named Charles Martinet does the voice from the comics. It's obvious, or from the comics, from the video game, and it's obviously It's super iconic. You don't hear him say a whole lot.
Yeah.
And really, the video game itself doesn't truly explore so much the character of Mario. It's really the character of Mario is kind of whoever's playing the game, you know? The Mario or Luigi or Peach or Bowser or Toad, and Wario, these characters are all just kind of avatars for the player. And so when they wrote this script and they reached out to me about doing it, it was really kind of like, how are we going to flesh out this character? And who is this guy? Like, what world does he live in? How can we tell a 90-minute long story about the character that everybody knows, but they don't really know his story other than he's on a mission to go save a princess. So fleshing out the voice was part of that, and finding, you know, the best voice that would suit a 90-minute long narrative.
Because these are iconic characters,
Sure.
like for an entire generation like mine, and then even my kids, my 6- and 8-year-old love playing Mario.
Yeah, it's so exciting to think that people like us who have kids, we grew up playing this game, but those kids also play the game. It's like a multi-generational experience that we're all going to have our own bits of nostalgia of our childhood, and there's a ton of that in the movie, like so many Easter eggs for people who grew up playing Nintendo games.
Were you excited to play Bowser?
Yeah, I was totes excited because, in a way, Bowser is the secret spice of the movie. He's the devil incarnation monster. You know, he's like the Darth Vader of this universe, and that's a lot of fun to play. Yeah.
I just love the fact that like someone has to call you and be like, so there's a villain and we thought you would be perfect.
Yeah.
like what is that like, receiving that information that like we think you would nail villain?
Well, you know what? I took it more as like, you're the bad boy of this movie.
I like it,
you know,
that
you're
filter.
It's like metal. It's the hardest rocking character.
Metal.
And mischievous. Yeah, I could connect to it right away.
I love you so much.
And you're so good.
It's so good.
You
guys,
so good, dude.
He is so good in this movie. You're clapping now. You're going to be clapping twice as hard when you see the movie. It's so good. And how you do the voice, this bellowy voice. I can't even describe the voice that he does, but it's so outstanding.
I know, but casting is so important, and it's interesting how literally y'all are all A-level at what you do. Like like I've done animation, but like it's a difficult thing to come in and play like different characters and like who it's gonna be. Like it's not, I don't think, as easy as people might think. And they did such a great job. Like everybody's so stellar, and you have your own. Like, how did you come up with Toads?
It was something I was working with my partner on the voice, and she was saying, I think. She had thought of somebody in our life, and she was like, what if you did it like Doug? Do it like Doug. And so I was trying to get all of the rhythms and the syntax, like this guy, like a dear friend of ours. And then when I got with the director, we were adding that, and he kept on going a little bit higher, and I was like, how about here? Maybe higher? Okay, maybe like here? I can hear? How about a little bit higher? Okay, I can a little bit higher than there. I guess. Can you go a little bit higher, Keegan? I can try. And can you get a little bit? So and then eventually I got to a place where I literally thought to myself, can I just act like as an actor, just act like I'm going on a helium balloon, and then starting the session, and then starting the session and doing the voice.
It takes a very bold person to just walk in there. I remember the first time I ever did it, and I was like, you want me to what? And I was like, I just got nervous about it, because it's like, there's so many people in the studio watching you.
And you're going for
look like a tool.
You're going for it by yourself. It's so rare to be able to do it with other people when you know.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all do a killer job. I'm so excited about it. All right, let's do a short break, everybody. We have Amy in the audience to do the honors.
Hi, Kelly. So I grew up not eating garlic. Recently, I decided to make my husband an Italian dish that called for 2 cloves. As I was cooking, I couldn't taste it in there, so I added more. I still couldn't taste it, so I decided it must call for 2 bulbs. Cut to my husband coming home and nearly choking from the garlic aroma. Turns out, I can't smell or taste garlic, but he sure can. Stay here. More with Kelly and the cast of Super Mario Brothers next.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi.
I've got symptom relief. Control of my Crohn's means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi. including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Having been a client of Shelley Leak before, when my children were injured on the job, there was no doubt who we would call. If you're injured in a wreck or on the job, call Shelley Leak. You'll be glad that you did.
Do what the people of Columbia have been doing for years. Call me, Shelley Lee.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer is overwhelming, but I never just found my way. I made it and did all I could to prevent recurrence.
Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence of HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making my own way forward.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
With the WIS First Alert weather app, you're covered. No matter where you go, get severe weather alerts, live radar for your exact location, and hour-by-hour forecasts. Download the WIS First Alert weather app today. Sponsored by the Stanley Law Group.
The stars of Daisy Jones and the Six. Y'all look so rock and roll right now. And we're taking it to music school.
Step into my classroom.
Friday on Kelly.
Excuse me, everybody, coming through. Got a big adventure happening right now. Just clear a path for us. If I could just...
Here you go.
Excuse me. Excuse me, everybody, coming through. This guy's brother is going to die imminently. Out of the way, please. Just trying to clear a path. That's all I'm doing. He's gonna be fine. Chantrell, nice to see you, bud.
Does this thing work?
Yes, works great. You just have to blow into it. And up we go.
Wait, up?
Welcome back, y'all. We are here with the cast of the Super Mario Brothers movie, which is in theaters everywhere in April. We got Chris Pratt, Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black. So you've all been here before, except for Bowser, except for
Oh my
Jack.
God, it's my firstie.
It's your
Jack's first time.
Yeah.
But we partied before. We did a charity thing together, and
The first time you don't even remember. I sat next to you at the. I think I was still an Idol, but it was at the.
Oh, yeah.
It was whenever Michael Jackson accepted the award that wasn't an award.
Oh yeah.
And it was like happy birthday, and he said thank you for being the artist of the millennium, and everyone was like,
Oh yeah, it was a crazy moment that
yeah,
we shared.
that was at that one too. Anyway,
I remember that.
I remember sitting next to you because I love you. So.
Aw, feeling
But anyway,
huge.
yeah, I just.
Hey, you got pipes for days. We should do a duet one of these days.
I want to.
I'll do
You
that.
should have been my partner on the karaoke today. You would have killed it. It was like
Let's do this.
shredded. So basically, because my voice is shot. But I actually love. Y'all are all musical. Everyone sitting here is musical. So what? I mean, Tenacious D, obviously. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Like, was that your first love when you were a kid? Did you think you would?
No, I was a real ham, and it didn't matter if it was singing or acting, whatever. I just liked to get up in front of a crowd. And I was doing both from an early age. I was singing and acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, putting on a show. Didn't really matter. Old school showman.
Well, Keegan, you're the same. You do musical theater. You do all the things. Like, what did you think? Was your first love music, or was it acting?
No, the first thing I wanted to be was a veterinarian.
Are you serious?
Yes, I love animals so much. And I used to sit with my dad and watch like Jacques Cousteau's or Marlon Perkins' Wild Kingdom.
Yeah.
Anybody who's, my age, and knows what I'm talking about. But at any rate, I wanted to be a veterinarian, but then I got into theater as I got into high school. And then, like most people in high school, a lot of people start in musical theater.
Yeah.
So I did that, and then just recently in my career, that's the thing I've been kind of going, doing. I've been doing, I think I've
great
sung
at
the last 4 of the last 6 things I've worked on.
I know, that's what I was saying. You're incredible. I always wonder, like, what was the first love? I love asking people. You play, like, 7 instruments. I feel like you play a lot of instruments.
Yeah, when I was like in 8th grade or 7th grade, I was in the school band and I played trombone.
Yeah.
And I had a sweet sweatshirt that would say your name and your instrument. So I had the sweatshirt that said Charlie Trombone.
Charlie.
And which became my nickname, which was cool with everyone except girls.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I gave up the trombone. That's how
Women killed the dream.
You're going in my phone as Charlie Trombone.
Okay, that's cool.
I think that's actually in our contacts.
Pretty awesome.
Time to hit edit in our contacts. Yeah,
That's it.
I know you play guitar.
I do, yeah.
You played in Parks and Rec.
Yeah, right.
Was music a first love of yours? Did you?
Well, I always really loved music. I had a friend growing up, Josh, who played guitar, and when I decided to go to community college after high school, I was looking through the classes, and there was theater and there was guitar, and so I was like, I'm going to try those 2 out, and I made it 1 semester in college, and by the 3rd or 4th day of playing the guitar, I learned like 3 chords, and I was like, I'm done with school. I'm a professional. I'm gonna go.
You're my daughter.
And sit and play music in the quad at the school with my guitar case open and get money like they do. And I started making money. I was like, and I basically dropped out of school and just played
to busk. Okay.
To busk for a little bit.
I didn't know that.
Well, yeah,
Oh, that's a good one.
It's good.
This is my daughter. Like, where I'm like, oh, do you want to take lessons? Because she'll start playing. She goes, I already know how. And I'm like, okay, no, you don't. I'm like, I'm not like the participation ribbon mom. I'm like, no, you don't. I'm like, you got to really spell it out. They're very confident, though, at a young age, and just think, yeah, you're not playing Beethoven. It was like, boop, boop, boop. All right, let's do a short break. More with the cast of the Super Mario Brothers movie next, everybody. We'll be right back.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and older. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
Unless you treat dandruff regularly, it will keep coming back. Try Head & Shoulders. It contains zinc pyrithione, which fights the germ that causes dandruff, and when used regularly, helps prevent it from coming back. For up to 100% dandruff protection, use Head & Shoulders.
NexGard is the flea and tick protection that's #1 with vets. Your vet trusts it for her patients and her own dog. Plus, its delicious beef flavor is #1 with dogs. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Ask your vet about NexGard.
The Craftsman Spring Classic is back this Friday through Sunday State Fairgrounds. Artists, craftsmen, specialty foods, and so much more. For everyone, your friends, your family, and yourself, find something fabulous. Finally, it's the Spring Classic. Save at craftshow.com.
With the WIS First Alert Weather app, you're covered. No matter where you go, get severe weather alerts, live radar for your exact location, and hour-by-hour forecasts. Download the WIS First Alert Weather app today. Sponsored by the Stanley Law Group.
What does it mean when I say call Shelly now?
It means if you're hurt in a car wreck, you call Shelly now. You call Shelly now. She got me $275,000.
Call 803-567-5000 or go to callshellynow.com.
Imagine walking into your beautiful new Champion sunroom. Create the oasis you've always wanted. Your favorite room in the house. All year round. To share with friends and family. Now's the best time to start. With 30% off all sunrooms and interest rates as low as 7.99%. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate or go to championsunrooms.com to see more.
Spring is here at the Craftsman Spring Classic this Friday through Sunday State Fairgrounds. It's time to refresh. Unique home decor, clothing, jewelry, furniture, pottery, and so much more. The Craftsman Spring Classic. Come see what's new. More at craftshow.com. Don't miss it.
Not sure if you know who I am, but I'm about to rule the world.
Wow,
Yay! But there's one problem. There's a human, has a mustache, just like you.
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical outfit with a hat with the letter of his first name on it? Because I don't.
We're back with Chris Pratt, Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black. Y'all give it up. Together they star in the Super Mario Brothers movie in theaters everywhere in April. All right, so Keegan, you started out doing improv. So what's like a memory that will unfortunately stay with you?
Well, one thing I think that's interesting, especially the rest of these guys who've improvised, you know, improvising with other people is one of like the great joys of my life.
The energy of it.
The energy of it and the give and take of it and what we call yes-anding.
Yeah.
The hardest part is that you can't always control what the audience is going to say. So sometimes you'll ask for a suggestion, and there's one thing that no matter what you do, if you ask for a profession, you could say, ladies and gentlemen, can you give me just give me a date a date in history, 1776. Okay, great, that's wonderful. Can I have a suggestion of an occupation? Proctologist!
Every time.
Wait, can we try, what if we try a different occupation? Every time you ask, you're just like, can I get a profession? Proctologist! Every audience, no matter where you are, first suggestion, proctologist.
This says a lot about this
It says a lot
audience.
about our society. Doesn't it? Right, yeah. Okay, how about not proctologist? Gynecologist. Okay, all right.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Switching it up.
They're into science. Which is cool.
They're into anatomy.
Well, because everyone's thinking, what's the funniest thing I can say? And that's, of course, it goes straight to the butt.
Right, there you go. Because poop is funny. Poop is funny.
Oh my God, says my 6-year-old. So what about you, Chris? Any early on-stage memories that you'd rather forget?
Oh, man. I remember doing stand-up comedy in Seattle at this little place called Giggles. It was like an open mic kind of thing. And I was like, I was funny in high school. Like, people thought I was funny, and I used to make people laugh. But getting up on a stage and doing it's a different, a totally different scenario.
Like a planned hilarious
Yeah,
moment.
because you can be funny around your friends because you catch them off guard. You're like, oh, I wasn't expecting you to say a joke just now.
Right.
But taking away the surprise and being like, say a joke.
Right.
You're like, I don't know how. So I had a whole list of various jokes that I thought I was going to go through and my guitar, and I was going to do a whole bit, and it was okay. But then I made the mistake of leaving my guitar case up there with my list of jokes, and the next comic came up and took my list out and just destroyed me. Just like made so much fun of me and my list of jokes.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I mean, kind.
Where are you now? Where are you now?
I mean,
still at Giggles.
Yeah, I think
still
it's
at
still
Giggles.
Carrot Top, you son of a...
It was Jerry Seinfeld.
Looking back, though, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's like, you gotta take some lumps. I'll tell you.
It's like, that's just material for days. Like, well, you just handed it to me.
Yeah, it is. And it was. There was a reason he went to the list. You know, he wasn't being mean. My stuff was so bad that he had to make fun of it.
It is interesting, though, when people think that you're funny, but it doesn't translate always. Like in those kind of, or you think your friend is very funny, you know, and they do something and you're like, oh, why didn't that translate? That is a hard thing to do, I think. Yeah. Jack, I heard that your first improv game, I hope this is true, was at a Passover Seder. Is that true? Okay. So just how does that happen? Like, what kind of games are played at that?
It was an amazing... I remember we had the Passover Seder at a friend's house, and she was an amazing lady. She was a Holocaust survivor, actually, and she had this incredible spirit and energy of creativity and joy. And she said, now we're done with the Seder, we're going to play a freeze game. Come on, everyone come to the living room. And we played these viola Spolin games. They're improv games. And I was so into it. I just wanted to be up on stage the whole time in this little living room and getting laughs. And that's where I first caught the bug,
That energy is awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know it like in a comedic way, but just like playing on stage, like musically, like you have nights when people are like really into it and you're feeding off of it. And then you're like, wow. They must have thought somebody else was playing like Pink. Like, you know, nights where it's just like, oh, it's not going like I thought. Like, you know, you feed off of that energy, I feel like.
Yeah, you know it when you try it, if you feel that electricity. You can feel it in like a lot of different games, like, what's the one where you try to guess what the person, like the movie... Charades. You know, any kind of game that requires you to get up and put on a little show, you can feel that... Like, I could play charades for hours and hours when I was a kid because it was so fun to put on a little show.
And because you couldn't think of the word charades, the game would probably go really long.
Took so long.
You know, there's
game.
Words.
2 syllables.
You sit, can't talk.
It's like grunting.
Okay, a chair. What's the next syllable?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. But see, I'm Jack Day. Everything I do, you guys are trying to sabotage me.
Jack, we're not Jack.
They left you hanging with the costume.
All I'm doing is trying to think of how I'm going to get you guys back someday.
Who's really winning, though? I think you're really winning.
He is winning.
Charlie, I have to ask, what was your first time like in front of an audience?
Oh man, yeah, 4 years old, and I got to
that's young.
to walk out on stage of a school play holding the sign that said intermission. And I thought to myself, I'm gonna crush. I'm gonna walk out there. I'm gonna hold this thing upside down. But I didn't tell anybody. I walk out, hold it upside down, and get the big, huge, oh, isn't that cute laugh. The kid, and I thought, I got what it takes, man. I can do this. I can do this.
They're not going to remember the play, but they remember the kid with the intermission sign.
It was my best performance. It's downhill since then.
All right, we need another commercial break, but more with Chris Pratt, Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black next, everybody. Stay right here.
Some people are born to hustle. They just know their way around a good deal. That's why we hired them all. At Marshall's, our buyers hustle every day for the brands you love. They can tell the quality to cost ratios simply by touch and know what makes bone china different from porcelain. Impressive. But most importantly, they know that that bag is amazing, so we'll take them all for the right price. We get the deals, you get the good stuff. Marshall's.
When your V-neck looks more like a U-neck, that's when you know it's half washed. Downy has 7 benefits that condition and smooth fibers, so clothes look newer, longer. Feel the difference with Downy.
Oh, what a good time we will have. You can make it happen,
Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Hurt on the job? Don't take any chances. Just call Joy.
Slither in, slither out. It would have been nice if the homeowner had given us some notice before calling Critter Ridder.
Those animals don't care, but we do, and it shows in the quality of our work, serving the Midlands for nearly 2 decades. Give us a call today for your free inspection.
You know, is it a lot to ask for space in the garage? I mean, we only need to be there for all summer. Critter Ridder, Smither Widder.
I'm Pat McWhorter. Doug was hurt in a car wreck.
As soon as you get injured, do not hesitate. If it's an accident and you know you're hurt, pick up the phone. Call McWhorter Bell & Associates. It will be the best decision you ever made.
Call us at 803 Law Firm.
Do you need to sell a distressed property?
Hi, we're Fusion Real Estate Investments.
And our family wants to buy your house.
All over the Carolinas, we're the call to make to sell your house fast.
And with no closing costs or repairs.
We buy property in any condition and in any price range.
Whether it needs a ton of work or is in good shape, we buy them all. It just takes a few minutes on the phone.
To see if our family can help yours.
Call 803-305-0000.
That's 803-305-0000.
I've had an opportunity to give back to my community as a teacher and my country as a Marine. I'm Attorney George Singh. Hurt on the highway, just call all nines.
The stars of Daisy Jones and the Six. Y'all look so rock and roll right now. And we're taking it to music school.
Step into my classroom.
Friday on Kelly.
Let's go.
Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, and Jack Black. Give it up. They're in a movie. It's called the Super Mario Brothers movie. It's in theaters everywhere in April. All right, well, Chris, you had a run-in with bees since I saw you last. It was a very funny video online, so tell everybody what happened.
There's this wonderful person on Instagram. I wish I knew her. It's Texas Bee Lady or something.
Of course, she's from Texas. Okay.
Please, when you,
of course.
I want to give her the credit that it's due. She's fantastic. I love watching her on Instagram. You guys follow this gal? She has the most amazing demeanor. I can't think of her name right now, so put it on the screen or something. It's this. This is her name. And if you act fast. But it's this gal, and she's very calm in her voice, and she's like, today I saw a hive of bees in the floor of a baseball dugout. And she takes out the floor, and there's 4 million bees. She just reaches in there with her hands, and they're all over her, and she's finds the queen and puts it in a hair clip. I go on a K-hole of this bee lady for 4 hours watching her videos. She's fantastic.
And they let her touch the queen.
And then she'll put it away, and then she moves them all. They just love her. They never sting her. She's cool. So I, of course, watched 4 hours of these videos. I'm like, I got this down. And so we were, looking at a house, this house that was for sale. We went to go tour it, and just saw this big beehive, and the real estate agent was like, hey, careful, there's a big beehive over there. I'm like, we're okay. I was like, yeah, they do look like honeybees. And they're like, bzz, zoom, zoom. And I was like, trust me, if you're calm, they won't. It stung me right in the eyeball, right here. I was like, oh, and so there it is. You can see my eye there. She got me good, and then I was like, I think I may have jokingly said bee lady in the video, and then she roasted me in the comments section. And anyways, we're kind of friends.
Oh my God, that's amazing!
You're kind of friends now.
No, I don't know. She after roasting me, she hasn't returned my calls, but
it's fine.
She seems give her a follow. She's actually really fantastic. She's a really cool gal.
I do think it's incredible when people do stuff like that.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But she should say, "Don't try this at home."
I think she does.
I think she probably.
And please don't follow any snake or bear people.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna go
You're like the little boy that watched Peter Pan and were like, watch this, Mom.
Yeah.
And you're flying from the roof.
Oh, I have an umbrella. I'll be fine.
Mary Poppins did it. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, Charlie, speaking of wildlife, you found a random cat, so let's see that.
We have footage.
Is your cat black? Does your cat have a white stripe on its nose? Does your cat have no microchip and a complete set of testicles? Then maybe your cat is this cat. I got your cat.
Your cat.
I got your cat.
Did you? That's the most amazing ad. So wait, did you find the owner?
Yeah, that's my cat now. Yeah, that cat lives
you now
with me.
own the cat. It was a stray.
There was no microchip, couldn't find an owner, and that cat has lived with me for almost 2 years now. That cat has been named Oreo.
Oh my God.
By my son. That cat rules the house and the dogs, and the cat's in charge.
Yeah. That's cats for you.
Yeah. We're moving out, but the cat's staying in.
Jack, this is not wildlife, but it looks wild. What's happening in this photo, sir?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it's a lot happening. I know that's Madonna.
You know what happened?
Is that Lil Wayne?
Yeah, Lil Wayne, and that's Larry over on the other side. You know what happened was my wife and I were invited over to a dinner.
Is this what happens when you get invited
to the dinner? We thought we were just going to have a nice little quiet dinner. And then at the end of the dinner, it was announced Madonna is going to play Truth or Dare, and we're going to film it. So anyone who wants to join, no pressure, anyone who wants to join the Truth or Dare. And I was like, I'm not going to do the Truth or Dare. And my wife said, what are you talking about? It's Madonna. You have to go. I was like, okay, I got permission from my wife to play Truth or Dare with Madonna. And the next thing you know, we're making crazy
You're trying to edit it for daytime?
Just a lot went down, and I had permission, okay?
Your wife was cheering you on. I love it. It's a special relationship. That's amazing.
You can't say no to Madonna.
You didn't.
I did not. I didn't.
So, okay, we have a friendly Mario Brothers. There's no segue for that. We have a friendly Mario Brothers competition coming up next, everybody. Let's take a quick break first. We'll be right back.
This cough.
This'll help.
Vicks Vapor Rub? Vicks Vapor Rub's medicated vapors go straight to the source of your cough, so you can relieve your cough to breathe easier. Vicks Vapor Rub, fast-acting cough relief.
Time to slip in.
Alrighty up.
Get this paper. Looking good, dog.
Hey, Snoop, how do you do all this stuff?
Skechers, baby. Shoes made for all walks of life.
What can you do with sensitive skin?
Okay, what a day.
Cetaphil Gentle Skin Cleanser does more than clean. It actually protects skin by keeping it hydrated, so you're always ready for the unexpected. Cetaphil, we do skin, you do you.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, Brad.
Nice. Thanks. Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
We know insurance companies are happy to take your money every month, but after an accident, when it comes time to pay you, they'll try to keep as much of your money as they can.
Don't let them keep all your money. If you want to get all the money you deserve, call George Sink Injury Lawyers at all nines.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new Ab EX from Sono Bello.
Doctor, after my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang that made me really self-conscious.
It's not your fault. That stubborn fat and excess skin is extremely hard to get rid of with diet and exercise alone.
That's exactly why I went to Sono Bello. I their team of experts, and I finally got the flat stomach I had always wanted.
Introducing Ab EX from Sono Bello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
AbEX is a great alternative to a tummy tuck. So that stomach overhang that you mentioned becomes a flat, tight tummy fast with minimal downtime.
Schedule your free, no obligation consultation now to learn more about Ab EX by Sono Bello. Call 1-888-425-2371 or go to sonobello.com.
Car wreck? Don't wait. Call Shelly Leak. Injured? You call Shelly Leak. Shelly will fight for you.
Just call Shelly now.
I got $187,000.
She got me $395,000. I called Shelly Leak immediately after my wreck. I got $470,000.
I got $317,000.
Shelly Leak got me $600,000.
Injured in a car wreck and you need answers? Call 803-567-5000 or go to callshellynow.com.
Let me tell you what happened to me. My family and I were hurt in a car wreck. That's when I decided to call George Sink Injury Lawyers.
My law firm will come to you and get started right away. Just call all nines.
Helping injured people is what they do. It's all they do. Call all nines.
All right, y'all, we are back, and I've got Charlie Day, Keegan-Michael Key, Chris Bratton, Jack Black with me. Their film is called The Super Mario Brothers Movie, and it's in theaters in April. In celebration of Mario Day, which is officially March 10th, we have a new game that's called One Life Left. One Life Left. My favorite one! What? That's new. I like that one. Damn it, are we gonna be able to use that again? Okay, anyway. Here to host, please welcome a man you can see on the upcoming season of Hacks on HBO, Yuba City's own Guy Branum. All right, here's your serious face, okay.
Thank you for having me, Kelly. I really appreciate it. First, we need even teams, though. We have 3 over here, 2 over here. Okay. So let's get our audience warm-up guy, Ruben, in here to balance out the teams. Let's go. I'm ready.
We're ready.
Nice. Okay. Thanks.
Colorful team.
Quiet.
Okay.
Here are the rules. I will ask each team a question about Mario Brothers, one team at a time.
Okay.
You can discuss your answers.
Okay.
If you're wrong, you will lose a life. If you lose 2 lives, then you lose the game.
Reporting live outside the Colleton County Courthouse here in Walterboro as there is a break in the action in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. Judge Newman is about to charge the jury as the jury is about to get ready to head into deliberations. We could have a verdict anytime after that. There's a lot of evidence to go over in this case, but the jurors will get behind closed doors and start to go over that evidence, but not before they are charged by Judge Newman, who is set to take the bench in just minutes from now. To give you a little bit of the lay of the land as to where we are in this case, closing arguments happened today. The defense taking their argument to that jury, talking about all of the ways in which their client is not guilty of murder, saying that reasonable doubt certainly exists in this case and poking holes in many ways into the investigation brought by SLED. They say that there were missed opportunities. In many ways, they say that the investigation was sloppy and that essentially what happened was they never eliminated Alex Murdaugh from that circle of interest, a circle of interest that they say was zeroed in on Alex Murdaugh from day one. Now, another important fact about Jim Griffin's closing argument was that he got emotional at times. At the end of his argument, talking, his voice shaking, crying to that jury, saying that Alex ran to his baby too. You remember a moment yesterday in Creighton Waters' closing argument when he talked about Maggie Murdaugh in a very human and very emotional way, saying that Maggie Murdaugh in her final moments was running to her baby. Jim Griffin turning that on its head today, saying that Alex Murdaugh was running to his baby too. Want to play that soundbite for you? It was one of the more emotional of Jim Griffin's entire argument that lasted probably about 2 hours long this morning. It was exhaustive in many ways, so many elements throughout his argument that there are different bits and pieces that he was throwing against the wall, just trying to plant that reasonable doubt, so critical in this case. But let's listen to him getting emotional, talking about Alex when he discovered the bodies as well.
You know, Mr. Waters gets up here and says, Maggie was running to her baby. Alex was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun and he put 16-gauge shells in it. He knows the difference, but he didn't know that night.
And so after that, the state had a chance to offer a rebuttal. It was a 40-minute rebuttal from John Metters. John Metters, one of the more theatrical, somewhat you could say a flamboyant lawyers on the state's team. And he has this thundering voice, and he gets into this cadence in which he is able to just kind of emphasize his certain points. There was a moment earlier in this trial when he was questioning Laura Rutland, who was a detective on the scene at Moselle on June the 7th, 2021. And it was this back and forth between Metters with Laura Rutland that was one of the more powerful moments of this trial, in which he was ticking off instance after instance where Rutland said Alex Murdaugh was clean on the night of June the 7th or in the early morning hours of June the 8th. And Metters went back and forth with Rutland, saying, how were his hands? Clean. How were his arms? Clean. How were his legs? Clean. Could you please point out to the defendant, he said, is the defendant in this courtroom? And she pointed to Alex Murdaugh in what was somewhat of a Perry Mason moment, as was described in the trial at that time. Well, today, John Metters did much of the same, saying that when it came to Alex Murdaugh, sure, he loved Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, but ultimately, in the end, as evidenced in the roadside shooting case, he loved himself more. That's what Metters said, and that was the crux of his argument. he hit a lot of things in that rebuttal, just little cracks that he was able to kind of expose in some of the defense's closing argument even prior, talking about the dogs at the kennels, how they never sensed anybody there. That was one of the key things that came out of Alex Murdaugh's testimony, saying that in the moments before the murders, the dogs didn't sense any danger. Well, John Meadors said that essentially your best witness are the dogs. He said, where would we be right now in this trial if we didn't hear on a kennel video at 8:44 Alex Murdaugh yell, "Bubba," on that recording? Very powerful for this jury. Ultimately, Meadors hammering credibility and believability, saying that common sense must be taken back to that jury room. That is happening as soon as Judge Newman charges this jury in just moments from now. I want to bring in our legal analyst, Carl B. Grant. Carl, we saw a lot of fireworks this morning,
yes,
not only from Jim Griffin, but also from John Meadors. Again, it was that cadence. It was the way he kind of had that jury. Who do you think in the battle of these two litigators won the day?
Well, they're both great trial lawyers, no doubt about that. But when it comes to trial lawyers, everybody has their own style. You can't be somebody else. You have to be yourself and show that you're authentic when it comes to your argument. Now, my style is more of a Meadors kind of style, getting passionate with the jury and showing emotion, using your voice as a weapon, as I talked about earlier. So naturally, I'd be more like a Meadors kind of trial lawyer. I think that when it comes to deliberation, the jury's got a lot to decide. But because the issue now is one about mostly credibility, it might not take them that long. I remember many years ago, ironically, on this same station, when O.J. Simpson was tried, Dick Harpootlian was called and asked how long did he think it would take for the verdict to come back, and I think Dick predicted maybe a month. And I predicted about 3.5 hours.
Wow.
And that's exactly what it took, about 3.5 hours for the jury to come back and acquit O.J. Now, I'm not predicting any kind of particular verdict in this case, but I don't know how long it's going to take this jury, but I don't think it's going to take them as long as everybody is anticipating, considering the number of witnesses and the number of evidence and exhibits that they've admitted.
You know, that's a good point, Carl. The sense from some is that this may be a quick verdict here, and of course it takes a unanimous verdict. All it takes is one or two jurors to possibly have that reasonable doubt for it to be a hung jury, but we will likely know if it's a hung jury by the length of time that it takes for this jury to decide their verdict. You know, if it takes days upon days upon days, and Judge Newman has said that he's open to the fact that they might work through the weekend to come up with a verdict. Take us inside that jury room, Carl. You know, being such an experienced trial lawyer, what's it like in the effort, perhaps? Do you get the sense that maybe there's a pack of people who have made their minds up and a couple of, maybe one or two that may not have?
Well, that could be the case. But the thing is, everybody has to have an opportunity to have their say. And each juror's opinion has to be respected. That's the role of the foreman, to not be dogmatic in his or her opinions, but to treat everybody equally and give them an opportunity to be heard, and of course to collect the votes and report that vote to the judge. I believe that after they've looked at everything, they'll do the right thing. I really do believe that.
So John Meadors, we want to get back to his presentation, that final rebuttal, where he was, in some ways, he does have a history with Dick Harpootlian. He has argued cases with Dick Harpootlian before, a murder case involving a lawyer years ago, in which Dick Harpootlian lost that case. So a couple of similar, I guess, maybe coming full circle in some ways between these two litigators' career. But John Meadors was saying, ultimately, his argument is that when it came down to it, Alex Murdaugh was concerned about nobody but himself, and not only committing these murders, he says, but also in creating a tale, lying about being at the kennels as well. Take a listen to that.
Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world, is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners, losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected.
Jim Griffin earlier on had said that really that there was no motive in this case. And John Metters there, you can see rebutting that rather effectively. Want to get back into the courtroom here as we await this jury. A jury that has sat and listened to arguments now for 5.5 weeks. They went to Moselle yesterday. They got to look at that property that they've heard about ad nauseum. They've heard about so many pieces of evidence and so many scenarios, so many exhibits, but they got to see the Moselle property yesterday firsthand. They came back today to listen to the defense's closing argument. They heard Creighton Waters yesterday in his closing argument. And, of course, we had a juror that was dismissed earlier on. But let's listen to Judge Newman.
Received the evidence and heard the arguments of the state and the defendant. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case. Under the Constitution and laws of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts in this case. I do not have the right to pass upon the facts or to even express any opinion that I might have as to them, because this is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. As a trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over the evidence offered during the trial. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, along with other exhibits and evidence presented during the trial. Any other evidence or exhibits which have been made a part of the record you may consider, along with any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. And as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you, then to deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict. And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I charge you that the law is. You are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability, of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, To the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who, by education and experience, has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, and may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may then disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. In regard to evidence of other crimes and evidence of alleged bad acts on other occasions, this evidence is limited to consideration by you as it relates to the motive of the defendant for the offenses charged in this case. This evidence cannot be used for any other purpose. This type of evidence must not be considered in any other fashion. In particular, the South Carolina Rules of Evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. Put another way, evidence of other crimes or bad acts cannot be used to show that the defendant is a bad person and therefore is more likely to have committed the crime for which he is accused. You may not consider evidence of other crimes and bad acts for this purpose or for any other purpose other than it as it relates to the motive of the defendant. In addition, while you may have heard that other crimes and bad acts of the defendant have resulted in other charges or indictments not before you, the fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in these matters is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor do these indictments create any presumption of guilt. As to any other pending charges, as is the case here, the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the state in a court of law. The function of the jury is to determine whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty. and the consequences of a conviction in this or other pending matters is of no aid in determining whether the defendant committed the offense. You should not consider nor speculate about sentencing consequences for this or any other crimes, as those issues are not before you. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt. Nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, has pled not guilty to the indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled, unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes an honest, reasonable, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond the reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of a crime charged, you must then find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 4 separate offenses against the defendant. The indictments are murder of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh, murder of Paul Murdaugh, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Paul Murdaugh. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is charged with the murder of Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under the circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person, or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. The defendant is also charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. 2 counts. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. While the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often have referred to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. You must decide whether the state has met its burden of proof beyond the reasonable doubts based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. As you were instructed at the start of the trial, you're not permitted to conduct any independent research about this case. The facts of the case, the evidence presented in the case, or the people or organizations involved in any way in the case. Do not try to find any information from any source outside the courtroom, however reliable that source may seem to be. Do not look at dictionaries or other reference materials. Search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to get information about this case or help you make a decision. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time during your deliberations, except only as provided by the court to review the digital evidence in this case. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, you may use these devices as necessary, but you may not use them to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means that you must not use phone calls, video calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, blogs, chat rooms, websites, or any social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Reddit, and Discord, to send or receive any information about this case. This includes information about a party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, or your fellow jurors. News accounts about the case, research on any topic raised, or even any topics you may think would be helpful in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness you may not investigate. During your deliberations, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers or on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, internet, or from other sources may be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, even though you may use electronic devices as necessary for purposes unrelated to this trial, I must urge you to minimize your use of such devices. Many internet browsers, smartphone apps, and social media services, as well as traditional media like television and radio, will provide information and news that you do not seek, with little or no prompting. It is a strong possibility that information about this case may be thrust upon you every time you use an electronic device. You must therefore use these devices only as absolutely necessary. You must ignore and avoid uninvited information about this case. Now, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now I'm being given, to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. In conclusion, now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have completed your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be swayed or influenced by opinions or expressions of opinion you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed that I have read these instructions. I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room. You may refer to these instructions to assist you in your deliberations. You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Forelady, it will be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only. Do not address any questions to anyone other than the court, and reduce it to writing and pass it to the bailiff, signed by the foreperson and the foreperson only. It will then be brought to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the testimony and you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Forelady, you will indicate the verdict on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. You will have these 4 indictments, and on the back of each indictment is a place for verdict. And each one, as to each one, you'll write your verdict, either not guilty or guilty, then sign and date the verdict. You're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed on the verdict. Now, in just a minute, I will send you to the jury room. But prior to doing so, I want to ensure that from the 12 jurors we have remaining, if there is any reason that any one of you cannot continue deliberating, please let me know at this time. We have 13 jurors. Only 12 can deliberate. So out of the first 12 jurors now on the panel, if there are any reasons why you cannot continue, please let me know at this time before I excuse the alternate. A show of hands as to anyone who cannot continue deliberating. All jurors then seem to be in good shape and good to go. So when the jury leaves the courtroom, the alternate will remain. And the alternate is. I will send you to the jury room, all of you, except for the alternate, but do not begin deliberations until you have received a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. So if all of you will now go to the jury room except for the alternate, juror number 741, who will remain with us while the others go to the jury room. Stated for the record, whatever it is.
About excusing the alternate or not.
All right, what about it?
We've been going for 6 weeks, and if we could perhaps hold the alternate in case there's a problem with the 12 and we have to insert the alternate during the deliberations.
Mr. Waters?
Yes. The state concurs with that, Your Honor.
Of course, the statute says alternate must be excused once the jury begins deliberating. And that's always a risk that is taken. So with the consent of the parties, if that's what the parties want, Mr. Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to hold the alternate in the event something happens to any other juror?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So, Madam, you will not be dismissed. You will remain as a member of the panel while the jurors are deliberating, but will need to be taken someplace separately from the panel to ensure that you do not talk with anyone or communicate with anyone, and we'll figure all that out in a few minutes. But aside from that, if you all will review the exhibits with the court reporter. And
on Alex Murdaugh, the storm literally closing in on Walterboro as this hour, as the verdict has now, it is in the hands of the jury to decide this case. Judge Newman has charged this jury. I'm delighted that we have trial attorney Carl B. Grant standing by to really walk us through those instructions. But Greg, it's been really compelling today, and the judge really emphasizing to this jury that they, and they only, are the finders of the facts in this case. He cannot offer them any opinion, assessment of the evidence. It is their job to decide whether the state has met their burden of proving that Alex Murdaugh is guilty of the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul beyond reasonable doubt.
That is the bar in this case. Judge Newman laying out those charges to the jury in what took about 45 minutes because it is detailed, and it touched on a lot of the different things that we saw come up in this case. Talking about credibility, he said that jurors will have to decide the credibility of witnesses in this case, their demeanor on the stand, the way in which they appeared in court. He also talked about direct and circumstantial evidence. We've heard a lot about that today in these closing arguments, both yesterday and today. The defense said that the state did not really have a lot of direct evidence, and then the prosecution came back with John Meadors saying, well, much of the circumstantial evidence in this case became direct evidence, which was an interesting way to put it. But again, Judge Newman describing how jurors are going to have to decide how they want to weigh that evidence, how important they think it is, and how it will ultimately factor in their decision. Another thing that they brought up was talking about malice.
Yes.
Malice in this case, forethought, intent. Did Alex Murdaugh think about this for some time? Now, what I immediately thought of when he said malice and intent, and this kind of came up in the closing argument, but it also came up during the trial. You remember that moment with Marion Proctor when she said that Alex Murdaugh came up to her and they were talking about, you know, the murders of Maggie and Paul, and Alex Murdaugh said, quote, "Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time." That was powerful testimony at that time. That plays into the idea of malice. When you're talking about malice in this case, was there forethought? Was there any sort of plan that was hatched or something? There was another moment in testimony when Alex Murdaugh himself got up on the stand and said that whoever committed the murders had hatred in their heart.
He did.
And some people said, you know, was that some sort of a tell? But again, all of this kind of speaks to what prosecutors have been trying to prove all along when it comes to malice. One more thing.
Yes.
No searching of the internet, no use of electronic
Although
devices.
they will have their phones available
That's
to them.
right. They can't,
but this is the honor system.
That's right. They can't research
and
the case.
trusting that they don't have 1,000 alerts popping up about where we are in this trial.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. So all of these things weighing on the jury now as they get ready to make this most important decision in what has been described as the trial of the century.
Yes.
Just a huge decision for them to make.
And by my clock, I may be a minute or two off, but I think that jury deliberations after the Judge Newman charged the jury about 3:38. I know everybody all over the world and all over the internet is taking bets on whether this is going to be a quick verdict or take a matter of days, whether they're going to go through the weekend. We're not going to get ahead of the process. We are going to wait this out and see what the jury has to say. They've never, I don't think, recessed before 5 o'clock, so we know they'll get at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half, or maybe they'll work a little longer tonight. We will see. But let's get some expert analysis because, Carl, we want you to give us some insight about what, based on all of your trial experience, even in murder trials, what you know about what is happening in that jury room right now. And, Greg, we've got to give everybody the reminder. We lost one of our jurors this morning.
Yes.
We had a juror lost precisely because of those rules that she talked about this case and offered some sort of opinion. So we are down to 12 jurors and one alternate, and the judge charged them saying, you cannot evaluate this on what you think the law should be. You have got to evaluate and assess his guilt or innocence based on the letter of the law.
Yes. Sometimes the deliberation process in a jury trial is one of the most stressful things that the jury could ever go through. Why? Because they have to engage in exchange with many different people, strangers that they don't even know, arguing various positions, and that can be very stressful. Now, that could also lead to sometimes illnesses, and I would say, wink and a nod, pretended illnesses, because sometimes people don't want to make the ultimate decision in such a difficult, high-profile case. There's only one ultimate left. I've been in the service. That still makes me nervous. It really does. One alternate. I've seen multiple times in the deliberative process, 2 or more jurors actually have been excused during the deliberation of a case when there's a serious decision to make. I hope that we do not find ourselves where we have a situation where we end up with less than 12, and now a mistrial has to be declared after all of this effort, all of this work, and we have to start all over again. I hope that does not happen.
Yes.
But ultimately, the jury has to make the decision based upon the law as given, and what's going to happen now is this. When he sends the jury back, the judge tells the lawyers, he sits them out in front, they sit at the counsel table, does anybody have any objections to the charges that I gave the jury? What about the state? If they have objections, they must say what the objections are and state the matter of law that substantiates that objection or the evidence. Can't talk about the evidence, the judge can't, but they got to tell the judge what the objection is. Same thing for the defense. So if there are objections and they are legitimized, guess what the judge has to do? Bring the jury back and give them additional law and then send them back. Once all the law is absolutely given, then he says, make sure all of the exhibits are submitted to the jury. That's the clerk's responsibility. And then they begin the deliberative process, and who knows how long that can take. If they want to really get to the result and they want to get this case behind them, I have had 2 jury trials where the jury stayed out until 12 o'clock at night. We could find ourselves here for a while if they're so inclined to do so.
And Carl, that's a great way to set it up, because there was a moment of, you could say, a little bit of emotion in Judge Newman talking about that moment when ultimately those 12 jurors will be behind closed doors and they will knock on the door and let the bailiff know that they are ready to deliver their verdict.
That actually sounds like a TV moment.
It does.
You know, so many moments in this trial, you know, even when the jury elected their own foreman without the permission of the judge, not realizing that South Carolina law handles that process differently. But that sounds one of those dramatic moments that we'll see play out. I mean, we won't see it on television, but when we get word that the jury has indeed reached a verdict, that will be the moment of drama that this has all been leading up to.
Greg and Judy, I've actually seen the knock on the door. You know, you've got a courthouse that's 200 years old. That sounds like it should really go with a 200-year-old courthouse, right? The knock on the door.
It does.
But I've seen trials where there's the light switch outside. That is, the foreman clicks the switch and the light goes on. That tells them that there's a verdict. So there are different ways that it's done across the state.
Wow. Yeah, that is very interesting to think of that perspective, and who knows when that moment could come. It could come soon, and as you mentioned, Judge Newman has opened up the door at least to let deliberations perhaps last into the weekend. But here we are on Thursday afternoon. It could go into the evening, and then of course another full day. You know, you wonder if jurors might have that clock in their mind thinking, do we want to get this done before the weekend? Nobody really knows at this point, but certainly a big decision on the hands of these jurors right now as they deliberate all of the different evidence in this case, 500 pieces of evidence, over 70 witnesses from the prosecution. There is a lot. And, you know, there was a little bit of talk throughout the trial as to how many notes these jurors were taking, how engaged they were. Certainly at different points during this trial, they were very engaged, especially when Alex Murdaugh took the stand. And of course, in these closing arguments, both for the prosecution and defense, they were locked in listening to each one of these arguments.
And that's a good reminder to just caution everyone. All of the rumors and speculation that you've seen and heard on the internet and some of the cable news channels has not been true about what we've seen in terms of juror behavior in the courtroom. We have kept our crews outside and monitored from the media room simply to have access to the technology. But in the days to come, following this verdict being rendered, we will learn much more about what their attitude, what their engagement was. At least that is our hope. And Carl, this is also a good time to remind our viewers that we need a unanimous verdict. All 12 people have to agree. So as we contemplate, Greg, this idea of beyond a reasonable doubt, based on Murdaugh is apparently leaving the courtroom. I don't think it's behind us, but we might have a live shot of that, or we have some video. We're going to keep you guys posted moment by moment of what we hear happening in the courtroom and in the trial, and especially if we hear from the jury for any reason. But Carl, based on what we have seen and heard in this trial, I think it's reasonable to expect that there might be some people who have been convinced. But the question is, have all 12 been convinced?
That's the question. And you cannot get to a verdict unless all 12 are voting guilty or all 12 unanimously are voting not guilty. Anything less than a unanimous verdict is a hung jury. Now, when we get to a point, or if we get to a point where the jury cannot make a decision, there's something called an Allen charge that the judge will give the jury, instructing them, there's nobody in the world better than to make this decision than you are, and we trust that you can do this. Everybody's put so much time and effort and work, so please go back and try it again. Most times that works, okay, and they come back with a verdict. But we're not there yet. hopefully we won't get there, because if there is an Allen charge given, the flag has gone up. We're possibly looking at a hung jury, and we really don't want to be there.
Carl, take us behind closed doors. We mentioned a little bit earlier on when you talk about you've had a lot of experience in trials. You've
Yes.
seen deliberations sometimes drag out, I would imagine, days.
Yeah.
How did they go back and forth? Sometimes I would imagine it gets contentious. You know, there might be some fights that break out at times. You don't like to think about that. But I mean, of course, in a situation like that, there might be one or two holdouts, you never know, that are sticking by their decision no matter what.
And you know what? The law says that a juror does not have to do violence to their conscience. If their conscience really would bother them to vote guilty, if they think it's not guilty, they're not required to vote not guilty just because everybody else is doing so. So that's how that one juror, the holdout, that's how that situation comes about. But the foreman of the jury, that's the person who's supposed to make sure essentially that everybody respects the other. Everybody gets a fair opportunity to say what is needed to be said and operate with a sense of responsibility and dignity. You're there. Lawyers are officers of the court, but a juror, we say juror service and military service are two of the most important civic duties that anybody can perform. Sure, it should be taken seriously and done with respect.
Absolutely. Our Carl Grant's going to stick with us for the duration. We will be here for the duration now that the jury deliberations have begun. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the key things that this jury will consider. We'll work to check in with our Nick Neville as well. You saw live pictures just a moment ago of Alex Murdaugh, also Buster Murdaugh, leaving the courtroom. No idea really how long it will take for this jury to come back reaching a decision, but we do know that they have to a big decision to make here, and that we'll talk with you, Carl, when we come back about witnesses, because the judge made a point of saying that expert witness testimony is not to be considered given any more weight than regular testimony, and some other things that they have to consider. So we'll walk you through the process to make sure you understand it step by step as we wait for the Murdaugh trial verdicts here on WIS News 10.
I was at work when suddenly my arm got caught in a piece of equipment. I had to go to the hospital. At that point, I knew it was serious. So I called Shelly Leak. Injured on the job? Call Shelly Leak. She got me $500,000.
Do what your friends, family, and neighbors are doing. Call me.
Oh boy. What? We better get out of here. That clown is about to hit a water line.
He didn't contact 811 to mark the underground utilities.
Nope.
You saw that coming. Too bad he didn't.
Know what's below. 811 before you dig.
George uses AT&T for his internet and mobile service. Anthony has Spectrum One. What's the difference? With AT&T, George pays a lot more.
I'm sorry, I do?
AT&T Internet costs $55, and AT&T Unlimited Extra Line costs $75.
Plus monthly fees. Ouch.
With Spectrum One, Anthony gets internet with fast and reliable speeds.
Super fast.
Advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced privacy and security.
With Spectrum, I get Security Shield, blocking threats.
And an unlimited mobile line with nationwide 5G.
Service, so reliable.
All with no added taxes or hidden fees. Now you can get Spectrum Internet for $49.99 a month, plus free advanced Wi-Fi and a free Spectrum mobile line.
That's a good deal.
I know.
With Spectrum One, Anthony is saving almost $100 a month.
That's almost $1,200 in savings.
I can do math.
Anthony can add more Spectrum Mobile Unlimited lines to his plan for just $29.99 a
any idea who's done this.
And welcome back. Live team coverage of the Alex Murdaugh murder trial here in Walterboro. We are live outside the Colleton County Courthouse, where the jury now has a big decision to make as deliberations begin. The judge, Judge Newman, charged them just moments ago, and now Alex Murdaugh's fate is in the hands of the jury. A verdict could come at any time. Earlier on, we heard closing arguments from the defense. Jim Griffin, Murdaugh's defense lawyer, laying out a case in which he early and often blasted SLED's investigation of their client.
He did. In fact, our Nick Neville has more on that angle because, Nick, a big part of the controversy about this case in the first place was that so many people in this community and around the state, quite frankly, criticized the law enforcement being very lenient with Alex Murdaugh in light of previous activities. Anybody who's been following the many documentaries and all of the things on social media know all about that. But the defense attorneys have kind of flipped the script, and they're blaming SLED and calling them out for what they view as some big failures.
Yes, that's right, Judy and Greg. So this is a point that the defense has harped on throughout the trial, talking about really what they believe to be an inept investigation here by SLED, where they focused in on Alex Murdaugh as a suspect from the very beginning to the exclusion of possibly other suspects. You heard Jim Griffin earlier today say that he believes there's still the shooters, he said plural, are still out there. He also talked about this idea that SLED possibly missed evidence. He talked about footprints that were found in the feed room that couldn't be identified. He talked about possible DNA that was not taken from Maggie and Paul's clothing. We also heard witness testimony. The defense called several witnesses who spoke to the fact that on the night of the murders, Moselle was pretty much wide open. People could come and go as they pleased. Murdaugh's former law partners were there, and they were sort of, walking about the crime scene. We also heard from Murdaugh's brother, John Marvin, who talked about this concern about SLED as well. He talked specifically about a release that was sent out just days after the murders from law enforcement that talked about how there was no danger to the public. And he said that that was something that really incensed him because he believes that, how did they know so soon to clue in on Murdaugh as part of this investigative circle? And so this is something that Jim Griffin harped on throughout his closing argument, really from the very beginning, talking about what he believed to be the failures of law enforcement. He says if law enforcement had done its job here, Murdaugh could have been excluded as a suspect. He also at one point talked about how he believes SLED actually manufactured evidence against Murdaugh. He was talking about blood spatter that was allegedly found on a T-shirt that Murdaugh was wearing on the night of the murders. That turned out to not be true. The state did not enter that into evidence, but that was used to obtain the indictment. So the defense was arguing that these indictments were obtained under false pretense. But again, there's a critical moment there where Jim Griffin is talking about what he believes to be the failures of SLED. We want to give you a portion of that exchange right now.
He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work, they have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alex would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded.
Prosecutor John Metters in the state's rebuttal really took offense at that assertion, saying that SLED is not on trial here. At the end of the day, Murdaugh is the one who's on trial, and he said that this trial is about choices and about being real. Judy and Greg, he said that Murdaugh is someone who has never been real with people that he loved, never been real with his law partners, never been real with investigators. That's sort of one of the key points that Metters was trying to key in on during his rebuttal. Judy and Greg? We will key on in as well as we work to bring you up to date.
for whatever you may have missed today, a lot has happened. A juror was dismissed early this morning. Judge Newman said regardless of whether she intentionally talked about the case and offered some sort of opinion, she had to be removed in the interest of maintaining the integrity of this process. Following closing arguments by Jim Griffin and then the reply by Meadors, which was compelling. We'll talk about that as well. The verdict is now in the hands of the jury.
It is. Plenty more coverage here on WIS News 10 coming up after this short break. Stay with us.
Revitalize your vehicle with a Z-Barp detailing. Call today.
The other guy's insurance company offered to fix my car. They only offered me $750 for my injury. And they wanted me to sign this.
Don't sign anything until you talk to us.
Get George Sink Law Firm on the line. Call 999-999.
Any idea who's done this?
Team coverage looking at prosecution attorneys, a lot of welcome into our live team coverage. Judy Gatson along with Greg Adeline and our Nick Neville outside of the Colleton County Courthouse. Also, as promised, insightful trial analysis from trial attorney Carl B. Grant. Greg, we'll start with the fact that this jury, this is the moment after, day 28 now of this trial that everyone has been waiting for. The jury has now been in deliberations approaching 25 minutes as they contemplate Alex Murdaugh's guilt or innocence in the charges he is facing in relation to the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul.
The jury was charged just about a half an hour ago, and they have been behind closed doors. As you mentioned, that verdict could come at any time. And so far today, we have seen a closing argument from the defense lawyer, Jim Griffin, giving his version to the jury. A very important argument, obviously, because this is one of the last things they're going to hear, although there was a rebuttal from John Meadors a short time after that. That was also fiery, but Jim Griffin casting SLED in many ways as coming up short in their investigation, saying that their investigation was sloppy in so many terms, and at times even got emotional during his closing argument as he described Alex Murdaugh running toward his baby. That was a contrast to what we heard yesterday from Creighton Waters when he described Maggie Murdaugh's final moments running to her baby. So definitely a lot of emotion in that courtroom today as Jim Griffin laid out all of the arguments and trying to raise reasonable doubt here. There's been a discussion about reasonable doubt throughout this trial, and today it came to the forefront because, after all, there is a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case.
Right.
Evidence that, you know, necessarily when it comes to direct evidence, not a whole lot of DNA or blood analysis as was anticipated in this trial. But ultimately, that circumstantial evidence and direct evidence, all of it's in the hands of the jury. Let's get with Carl B. Grant, who's standing by with us.
Yes.
Carl, there was certainly a lot of emotion, as we mentioned. Both sides making some pretty strong pitches to this jury. Who do you feel was more compelling today? Was it the defense raising the possibility of reasonable doubt because they put a lot out there? In some ways, you could, at least some observers say, it seemed like they were throwing spaghetti against the wall at times with some of their arguments. Or was it that rebuttal that we heard from John Meadors that was thundering at times?
Well, I think they were both equally compelling, and let me tell you why. Jim Griffin was primarily saying, do not trust the prosecution and do not trust SLED. Do not trust this case. Do not trust the police officers. And then, of course, John and Creighton are saying, no, don't trust the defendant himself. So the question becomes, what side of the story is the jury going to believe? Are they going to believe Alex Murdaugh, who said he lied on the witness stand and lied for a very long time to many different people, or are they going to not believe this case because of the inadequacies of the evidence as articulated by the defense counsel? Now, oftentimes you can create a reasonable doubt based upon that because the lack of evidence. You convict, of course, because there's enough evidence, but oftentimes a reasonable doubt is created because of the lack or the insufficiency of the evidence, and that's the argument that the defense has made.
That's a perfect segue, Carl, for a soundbite that I want our audience to hear from Meadors in just a moment. But to set it up for those who did not have an opportunity to hear it earlier, Jim Griffin tried to convince this jury that Alex Murdaugh's misstatements, he says they were not lies, they were misstatements, were because of his drug addiction, and he also had paranoia. And John Meadors came back with what I viewed as a strong response to that, calling them sobering lies, pointing out that in all of the evidence videos that they played, in the interviews with the SLED investigators, he pointed out some key things about his demeanor. So let's listen to that, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7, the next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap, August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking, I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, you know, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it. But I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand. The first time he'd ever told anybody.
So again, a compelling argument that Meadors made there to the jury. And Carl, he's essentially saying that Alex Murdaugh, during this trial and in all of the other things that they have talked about over the course of the last several weeks, that he has blamed everyone except himself.
Yeah, that's been the argument, that he's trying to get out of this because he doesn't want to accept responsibility. However, now, the main thing he accepted responsibility for, ultimately, when he was forced to do so, when he admitted he was at that dog kennel. And I still think, I really still think that that's the most critical part of this case for the prosecution proving their case. And I really do believe the most critical part for the defense is what they've already argued. That is, no blood on the clothes. And when it comes to the police investigation, all of the sloppy investigation, things that they did not find, that you would think that they would find. I think that's compelling.
Compelling
indeed. And at one point, John Meadors saying that it's not SLED or any other law enforcement agency that's on trial here. Ultimately, it is the state versus Alex Murdaugh. We have our Nick Neville standing by right now. Nick, you listened to both the closing arguments and the rebuttal as well. I'm certain that you caught some details in there that John Meadors pointed out to that jury to make a final impression to them before they go behind closed doors to decide Alex Murdaugh's fate.
That's right, Greg. So Meadors was very quick to point out that this trial, as you said, is not about, putting SLED on trial. It's about the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, and he said this trial at the end of the day and this case really is about choices and being real, and he hammered that point home. He said that this is a defendant who, based on his own words, based on his own testimony from the stand, has not been real. Meadors was trying to assert that Murdaugh has not been real with you, the jurors. He's not been real with his family. He's not been real with those closest to him, his law partners. And he once again touched on that key piece of evidence, that key significant evidence that places Murdaugh at the scene of the crime, the family dog kennels, around 8:45, just a few minutes before Maggie and Paul's phones go silent forever. This was, something that Murdaugh had denied from the night of the killings up until he took the stand last week. He was on the stand for 7 hours Thursday and Friday. He emphatically denied murdering his wife and son, but he did admit, he says, based on paranoia related to his drug addiction and also a distrust of law enforcement, SLED specifically, it led him to lie. And Jim Griffin, at one point during his testimony, he asked him, why did you continue to lie about that? And he said, oh, what a tangled web we weave. That was something that Creighton Waters, in his closing argument, turned on its head and said, I agree with Murdaugh on that front, because he believes, the state believes, that Murdaugh continued to lie and mislead, continued to basically misrepresent before the jurors. Ronnie Crosby was one of the final rebuttal witnesses from the state, and he said that Murdaugh at times could be a theatrical presence in a courtroom and could behave very emotionally for jurors. But there's a piece of sound that we want to play for you that has to do with Meadors talking about how, once again, he was trying to say that the defense is really trying to distract you here and distract from the fact that the defendant's own lies should lead to a conviction. He's talking about how the defense was trying to assert that, SLED was inept in its investigation, but at the end of the day, it's about Alex Murdaugh's lies. Let's take a listen.
And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You've got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7, the next time they met, 6-10. I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking, I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, I was down there, y'all. if that video hadn't come out on that phone. Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it, but I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took this stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody.
Judy and Greg, so yes, that's one thing that both the defense and the prosecution here have argued. They're trying to say that as the jury begins its deliberations, they should use common sense. Jim Griffin said that's the one point that he agreed with Creighton Waters on his closing argument on, which was that the defense argues that common sense would tell you, and it's not reasonable to assume that Murdaugh would murder his wife and son faced with the possibility of having his alleged financial crimes be exposed. But Creighton Waters yesterday in his closing argument said that Maggie and Paul may not be here, but common sense and reason are. And for those reasons, Waters asked this jury to render a guilty verdict. Judy and Greg, we're going to send it back to you.
Yeah, great points, Nick. Common sense and credibility, the big themes in both of these closing arguments. And now it's in the hands of the jury, Judy.
It is. We just received word that the jury officially, by the time they left the courtroom, got settled into the deliberation room. They officially started deliberating at 3:50:24. So almost exactly 25 minutes now that they have been talking about the evidence that they have seen in this case over the last several weeks. We will have much more of our live team coverage live from the Colleton County Courthouse here in Walterboro throughout the evening on WIS News 10. As long as the jury is deliberating, we will be here continuing with our live coverage as well. We'll be back right after this.
From the veteran perspective, when you're serving, every day you wake up and you have a task and you have a purpose. And so when you leave service, those are the things that leave first. And so you sometimes can go through your days not knowing what to do or how to do things. And so when there's other organizations out there that kind of give veterans or their families a place to go and something to do, it's huge, and it just resonates how well that they can take some people out of dark places.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
West Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling easy and more affordable for everyone. Hey everybody, I'm joined by Kirsten Page from West Shore to find out exactly how they're making that happen. Kirsten.
So Joe, we've been able to give homeowners, over 165,000 of them, the shower and bath of their dreams by making it a fast, easy, and convenient experience. But now we're making it even more affordable to start your project without breaking the bank.
Now Kirsten, when someone starts a remodeling project, costs can be a real concern. So how are you making it more affordable to start that project right now?
So instead of me telling you, why don't I show you? This homeowner was having some problems with their old shower. They called us, we stopped out, and we completely removed the old bathtub and replaced it with a walk-in shower in just one day. The best part? We can do a job like this for as low as $99 a month.
$99 a month, that's incredible.
It really is. We understand that budgets can be a little tighter this time of the year, so we want to make it easier for folks to get their projects started right now. So let's go ahead and look at another project we recently did. This homeowner was so excited to get rid of their old bathtub because they were getting an easy, low-step shower. You can see here we took out that old bathtub and removed everything down to the studs. Then we installed new walls and fixtures. By dinner time, this homeowner had their brand new shower, and the best part, they didn't need to worry about paying for their entire project up front. They were able to break it down into low monthly payments.
That project looks amazing, and the low monthly payments is going to make getting that project started so much easier. Kirsten, thanks so much. Folks, West Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling fast and convenient, and you heard Kirsten, now they're making it more affordable too with their easy, low monthly payments. Call the number on your screen right now to start your project, and when you do, take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get your new shower for as little as $99 a month. On top of that, they're doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. Don't delay. Call the experts at West Shore Home now.
Welcome into your news at 4. I'm Billie Jean Shaw.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dondi Mercer-Plank.
Well, today, our top story outside the Alex Murdaugh trial. A teacher's aide has been fired and arrested after reportedly putting duct tape on a 4-year-old student, tying that student to the chair.
25-year-old Olivia Murray was arrested yesterday, and she's charged with cruelty to children by torture. Richland District 5 said that she's a teacher's aide. She was granted a bond of $1,087. Ashley Jones spoke to the mother of the boy.
Akira Johnson got a call from the principal here at Seven Oaks Elementary School. She was told that a staff member was walking by a classroom when she saw her child duct taped to a chair and reported it to the principal. Johnson says Murray was sent home and terminated the day of the incident. The 4-year-old's mom is actually the one who called police immediately. Deputies with the Lexington County Sheriff's Department arrested Murray at her home Wednesday night. Murray is charged with cruelty to children by torture.
Green duct tape that they found, and they also found the tape marks on the chair. She taped him one time, and once he removed it, she made him put it back on, and then she reinforced it with a second piece.
On Wednesday, the same day of that incident, Johnson said she found a note from Murray in her son's folder saying that he needed to learn to sit still. Johnson says she believes the teacher targeted her son out of retaliation. She says her 7-year-old daughter attends the same school, and Murray would tell her that her little brother was bad. Johnson says her son was humiliated and he is traumatized. She's now questioning whether or not to send him back to this school. Murray has since been fired. Reporting here in Lexington County, I'm Ashley Jones, WIS News 10.
Let's get a check of your forecast, Vaughn.
All right, let's take a look at the first alert weather day that's coming your way for tomorrow. This is the day that we will be tracking showers and strong storms, mainly a little bit later in the day. Now, I don't expect this to be a problem for your entire day. It's mainly going to be the second half of your day that you'll have to worry about this. Now, rain and wind expected. We will be talking about some storms that will be in place, but that's going to be later in the day. I don't want you to cancel any of your Friday plans. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your day, because this is generally going to be an issue that will start to take shape later in the day. But rain and storms expected for your afternoon. That does come with that severe storm risk that's in place for us. Now, there is a marginal risk. That means this is a low-end opportunity for us to see showers and strong storms in the general vicinity. So a marginal risk in place for us here. There is a better chance that you'll see some strong storms in areas up towards Greenwood, Greenville, communities to the north. Now, that'll be happening as we go through the course of your day Friday. So like I said, most of the day the rain chance is low. It starts to increase once we get into the evening hours. Ladies?
You know what the #1 best-selling book in the world is? It's the Bible. It's been that year after year after year after year. It's the #1 selling book in all of history. Why? Because it's God's word. It's God's word from cover to cover. Every word is true. Do I understand it all? No, but I believe it all. And if you put your faith and trust in God, whose word never changes, you'll never be disappointed. See, God tells us in his word that he loves us and that he sent his son from heaven to this earth to take our sins, that he died and shed his blood on a cross for our sins. If you've never trusted Jesus as your Savior, do it right now. Just pray this prayer with me. Just say, God, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry. I want to turn from my sins. I believe Jesus is your son. I want to trust him as my Savior and follow him as my Lord. Amen. If you prayed that prayer, call that number right now that's on the screen. We've got people that like to speak with you, pray with you, but if you don't have a Bible, tell them, and they'll send you one. God bless you.
WIS News 10. Most watched, most trusted.
The use of talcum powder for feminine hygiene has been found to cause ovarian cancer, and women around the nation are now filing talcum powder cancer claims against Johnson & Johnson. Evidence presented in these lawsuits indicates Johnson & Johnson officials have intentionally concealed talcum powder cancer risk information from consumers over the course of decades. If you use talcum powder and developed ovarian cancer, it is in your best interest to speak with the team at 1-800-LAW-FIRM about filing a claim. Call 1-800-LAW-FIRM to see if you qualify.
It's time to replace your old tub with a new shower.
but you don't want the hassle or the worry of getting it finished. You just want to pick a style and relax, knowing that it'll be wonderful when it's done. Is that too much to ask? No, actually, it's not. Rebath, from start to stunning. Call us or visit rebath.com and save $1,000 off your complete bathroom remodel.
All right, folks, first alert weather update here. Now, remember, we are talking about a day where most of your Friday will be just fine. It's going to be warm, a nice warm breeze coming in out of the south, and that's what we'll have to contend with for most of the day. It's not until very late in the day that we start to track rain and wind and storms. And this is your first alert weather day that we have in place. So as we look at the marginal risk, the area shaded in the green, this is the area that you'll have to watch closely for the possibility of seeing a level 1 threat. That means that's the lowest one. There's a better chance up here towards Greenville, Greenwood, and in the upstate. They have a better chance of seeing a stronger to severe storm. Rain chances for your Friday, let's say throughout the morning, through about 4 o'clock. 20% at best, similar to what's going on out there now, where you're seeing the clouds and you're seeing just a few showers in place. And then as we take a look at what's going on for a little bit later in the day, so really this takes us into the second half of your commute time. So you're probably home, settled in, and then we start to hear a couple of rumbles of thunder. We get some very gusty winds, and that's where we start to see that opportunity for some stronger storms in place there. The hourly wind gusts in place for us through the day tomorrow. So let's say we start this at noon. We'll see wind gusts over 20 miles per hour, 25 miles per hour consistently through your lunchtime hour and in points beyond. By 5 o'clock, maybe up to about 30 miles per hour for those wind gusts. And then we continue to see the gusts 20, 25, 29 miles per hour through bedtime, through that 10 o'clock time frame, and we could see wind gusts at 30 miles per hour, but that's when that strongest line will be coming through. If you head outside right now, it's a little bit cloudy, gray, dreary for you. Not really the best day you've ever seen outside, but hey, it will get better, and your temperatures have been very pleasant. 70 for you, Camden, 72 in Sumter. You're at 71 in St. Matthews, 67 North, 69 in Lexington, and 68 in Newberry. And this is a little bit cooler than it was yesterday, but nonetheless, still incredibly mild and still incredibly warm compared to where we should be and the average high temperatures for this time of year. All right, winds coming in from the west here, 3 miles per hour for you, Columbia, 6 miles per hour, Sumter, and in Lexington, 5 miles per hour, Saluda and Newberry. The overnight low for tonight getting down to about 62 and then 82 tomorrow. Remember, it is a first alert weather day. It will be very warm and mild. Most areas may settle at about 79 to 80 if we start to get clouds that may overtake us a little bit sooner than expected. So it may not get quite as warm as 82, but we're certainly going to be pretty close. At Futurecast, as we look at your wind gusts here, we're looking at the clouds. They're in place. We're seeing the light rain, the spotty showers, and those will stay consistent through the night. Just lighter rain, showers, and then wind gusts coming in from the west. We start to see that transition a little bit once we get into your Friday. We still see some light rain for the Friday morning hours. Like I said, that rain chance only staying at about 20%. Staying at 20%, and then we start to add higher wind gusts as we go into your afternoon hours. So once we transition after noontime, that's when we start to see those consistent high wind gusts, and those of course will take us into the period where we're at the 8 o'clock hour and we're seeing a strong line of storms coming through. This is the line that could produce the high winds and maybe an isolated tornado threat. But it quickly races through. By midnight, we're done with it and we're back to enjoying comfortable conditions and really what's going to be a very nice weekend. As we break down your weekend forecast, we're tracking 74 for your Saturday and your Sunday at 72 under mainly sunny skies. A little bit cool for us as we track those overnight lows dropping back down to the 40s next week. Several days of unsettled weather, but temperatures coming back down closer to average and where they should be for this time of year.
Introducing Backed by Hudson, offering pre-owned vehicles with a 3-month powertrain limited warranty and 7-day exchange policy, plus so much more.
If it has our name on it, you have our word on it.
Do you suffer daily with pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet or hands that never seems to go away? Your doctor may have diagnosed you with peripheral neuropathy or possibly carpal tunnel syndrome and has you taking drugs such as Lyrica or Neurontin, also called gabapentin, that never seems to fix your neuropathy. Your balance may also be affected because long-standing peripheral neuropathy causes a disconnect between the nerves of your feet and your brain. These debilitating balance problems may eventually end you up in a walker or wheelchair if left untreated. There is now a facility that can help to reverse your neuropathy. Call Vitality Medical Center to schedule your neuropathy severity exam today with our highly skilled medical team to see if our treatment methods are right for you. As long as you haven't reached 85% sensory loss, then our treatment methods may work for you. We accept most major health insurances, including Medicare. Call now to schedule or online at vitalitymedcenters.com.
It's Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m. Skechers, 40% off. Ruby Road Coordinates, $17. Easter and Spring Flags, $5 garden, $10 home. Fleece Throws, 5 for $10. Designer handbags, $22. Microfiber sheet sets, $10. And small pet beds, $5.49. Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m.
This man needs updated COVID protection. So does she. Yep, these guys too. Because COVID is still out there, and so are you. And if your last vaccine was before September 2022, you're out there with fading protection. But an updated vaccine restores your protection, so you can keep doing you. Get an updated COVID vaccine and stay out there safely.
For 70 years, WIS has served the Midlands.
Hi, boys and girls, and welcome to Nosebleed.
Through moments that challenged us.
Help is getting to victims of Hurricane Hugo.
Moments that inspired us. Moments that changed our lives.
First responders are doing everything they can.
We've always been and always will be your most trusted source for news. WIS News 10. Live, local, now.
Well, Columbia Metropolitan Airport is announcing that it will award $5 million from the FAA's Airport Terminal Program Fund. According to officials at the airport, the funding will go to modernize the Columbia Metropolitan's checkpoint. This will widen the area and increase the number of screening lanes. They were one of 99 airports from across the country to receive the special funding. CAE was only one of 2 airports in South Carolina to receive funding. CAE as in the Columbia Airport. Of course, we'll keep you updated as they make these changes.
Still ahead on your news at 4, a new report is taking a look at preventing train accidents like the one in Ohio. It comes as people working in that area are saying there are no protections. What Congress is looking to do.
Are you looking for a garage storage solution that fits your changing lifestyle? The professionals at Midland Storage Systems have the answer with the versatile Monkey Bar system. From adjustable shelves, wall organizers, and overhead storage to garage cabinets and beautiful maintenance-free floors, your transformation can be complete and all with a lifetime guarantee. So make the call for a free no-obligation estimate and rise above the mess with Midland's Storage Systems.
Injured? You call Shelly Leak. Don't wait. Call Shelly Leak. I got $470,000. Shelly Leak got me $600,000.
Injured in a car wreck and you need answers? Call 803-567-5000 or go to callshellynow.com.
Hey guys, I'm Anna Christina, and if you're a homeowner looking to make improvements to your home this spring, there's a product now available that's going to save you thousands of dollars on your home's most important investment, your roof. Roof rejuvenation from Roof Savers will add 5 to 15 years of life to your existing roof without having to go through an expensive roof replacement. I'm here with Russell Beckham, and he's one of the owners of Roof Savers that's helping homeowners save big money with roof rejuvenation. Russell, explain the roof rejuvenation process from Roof Savers.
Roof rejuvenation is the process of reintroducing the protective qualities back into the asphalt shingles, such as the flexibility, the granular adhesion, and also adding resistance to impact, such as hail.
You can extend the life of your roof from 5 up to 15 years, and that's because it's been lab tested.
You're absolutely correct, Donna. The company that tests our product is named PRI Asphalt Technologies, and they are a global leader in materials testing. So people can rest assured the product does what we say it does.
That's pretty amazing. Call now for a free roof inspection and see if your roof qualifies for roof rejuvenation from Roof Savers. The number's on the screen right now, but don't just take it from Russell and me. Listen to some of our happy customers.
I was just in the backyard the other day, doing yard work and stuff, and I can't help but to look at my roof because the way it looked before and the way it looks now is just unbelievable.
To not do this doesn't make any sense financially. It appears we probably saved around $20,000 by doing this process.
The color has come back to original. It's been months and months, and the heat and everything else, the shingles are beautiful.
Save money in 2023 by extending the life of your roof by 5 to 15 years.
Call the number on the screen right now for a free roof inspection and learn more about roof rejuvenation from Roof Savers. Save your roof, save your money.
Live from Columbia, this is WIS News 10 at 4. Live, local, now.
Thank you so much for sticking with us for your news at 4. We are tracking the chance for storms tomorrow. We're going to send things over to meteorologist Vaughn Gaskin. Vaughn, we have a first alert day posted for tomorrow?
That's right. We do have a first alert weather day that's in place. Just watch out for the fact that we will have some evening thunderstorms. Now, this won't be an all-day thing. This isn't an event that you need to worry about all throughout your day. Don't worry about getting the kids to school or from school. It won't really take shape until later after that. As of right now, it is not really the best day outside either. We're actually going to be tracking cloud cover in place for us here. But for tomorrow, the wind gusts will be staying in the 20s, 30s, and we do have that slight and marginal risk storms in place. Right now, the first alert radar getting a little bit of an workout here. We are seeing some showers in place in and around the area. Look at this. We're looking at some lighter rain here near Rembert reaching the ground. Also near Air Force Base, some rain in place there. Lighter spotty rain near Saluda, Kirksey, Pleasant Lane, near Edgefield County, and Batesburg, Leesville. In terms of temperatures, that has been the bright spot of the day. Even though we had the cloud cover, still warmed up nicely. This is a couple of degrees cooler than it was yesterday at this time, so we're keeping track of that because we're kind of comparing how all of these temperatures have been unseasonably warm and have been in the 80s. As of right now, winds from the west will take center stage and continue through the evening. 62 for you overnight tonight, and then 82 for your daytime high tomorrow while we track that first alert weather day.
All right, Vaughn, thank you so much. Well, a developing story about a serious security breach in Pennsylvania at the airport. Investigators say a man has been arrested and is accused of trying to take explosives onto a plane. As Emily Akita reports, it's not the only recent plane emergency.
Overnight, chaos and fear in the sky after 2 airlines made emergency landings.
Lufthansa Airbus A330 experienced extreme turbulence.
7 people were taken to the hospital after a Lufthansa flight traveling from Texas to Germany experienced significant turbulence and had to land at a Washington airport.
The plane completely just dropped and everything, all the food and everything just flew everywhere. And it was pretty scary, honestly, for a little bit.
Earlier in the day, a Spirit Airlines flight flying from Dallas to Orlando was also diverted after a battery in an overhead bin caught on fire.
All of a sudden, just a ton of smoke came out. So I yelled fire a few times.
Frightening moments ensued as the cabin quickly filled with smoke. But thanks to quick reaction from those on board, the fire was extinguished and the plane landed safely in Jacksonville, Florida.
There was a retired fireman that jumped up and flight crew came in. They got it put out. The flight crew did a really nice job.
10 people were transported to the hospital, according to the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department. It comes amid a serious scare at a Pennsylvania airport after authorities say a man who is now detained tried to bring an explosive device on board an Allegiant airplane heading to Orlando. According to federal officials, 40-year-old Mark Muffley checked a suitcase at Lehigh Valley International Airport Monday morning that contained a combustible device. About an hour later, when TSA agents screened the bag, it set off alarms. According to charging documents, agents found a circular compound containing a granular type of powder often used in commercial-grade fireworks. Authorities say the device, which was found hidden in the lining of the suitcase, also contains several fuses. The FBI was called to the scene and part of the airport was evacuated. Investigators say surveillance cameras captured this picture of Muffley leaving the airport just after being paged to come to the security office.
Well, keeping our eyes on things in the sky, they are not getting easier at the airports anytime soon. Airlines are reporting thousands of flight changes just ahead of the summer. Airlines publish schedules about a year out from departure. So as the flight date gets a little closer, they often need to change the departure time, or they can scrap the flight altogether. It's really based on demand, but in many cases, it could be hours. In the most extreme situations, your flight could change to a new day. Experts now recommending that you download the airline's app and check the itinerary on a regular basis.
Continuing coverage of a University of Georgia football player who has turned himself into police in connection with a deadly car crash that killed 2 members of the University of Georgia football team just one day after they won their 2nd straight national championship. Jail records show the top NFL prospect Jalen Carter is facing 2 misdemeanor charges, one for reckless driving and the other for drag racing. Surveillance video shows 2 cars matching police descriptions of allegedly racing just minutes before the crash, but police have not confirmed the cars in the video were the ones involved. Investigators say that both Carter and the driver of the car that crashed were driving at high rates of speed.
Union leaders in Ohio say that rail workers have no personal protective equipment as they are responding to the site of that crash at East Palestine, Ohio. The train derailment there tomorrow, marking 1 month since the crash, fire, and chemical release. Mike Valerio has the details on what Capitol Hill is now doing to get involved to prevent this from happening again.
In the middle of this toxic cleanup, railroad union leaders say their workers are operating here with no PPE.
I've been out there a dozen times. Nobody's wearing protective equipment. I've asked 3 or 4 times. It's really alarming.
Michael Rulli represents East Palestine in the Ohio State Senate. He also lives near the derailment.
Some people that live near the rail actually are suffering from rashes and some discoloration in the skin. So it's a very real thing, and the workers there need to be protected.
Friday marks 1 month since the disaster, and the uncertainty about how lives can continue is palpable.
I have a part ownership in a farm, so I'm concerned about that, the soil at the farm. Can we plant? Can we not plant? Will anybody buy it if we do plant?
In terms of new federal regulations, a bipartisan group of U.S. senators is introducing a bill that will enhance safety procedures for trains carrying hazardous materials, reduce the risk of train wheel bearing failures, boost maximum fines for wrongdoing, and require at least 2-person crews on trains like the one that derailed. The head of the NTSB, who calls this accident 100% preventable, says she looks forward to the CEO of Norfolk Southern testifying before the Senate next week.
I would ask him what would he do differently, and how will he protect this community now that there's been a spill, and how will he protect the workers?
I'm Mike Valerio reporting.
Tomorrow is a first alert weather day for heavy rain, storms, and gusty winds.
Final 10 days, blockbuster sale. Fashion takes a front row seat. Rug & Home is pulling out all the stops. 70 and 20% off hundreds of rugs. Many others priced to go or on final clearance. In stock and ready to take home today. Final 10 days, blockbuster sale. Rug & Home.
What do you do when you're injured in a car wreck?
Come on, Columbia.
You know what to do. Call Shelly Leak.
You call Shelly now. I call Shelly Leak, and she got me $145,000.
Shelly got me $300,000. I got $275,000.
Wow, that's a lot of money. Because when you're hurt in a car wreck,
you call Shelly Leak.
Hurt in a car wreck? Come on, Columbia. You know what to do. Call 803-567-5000 or go to callshellynow.com.
Special report.
Spectrum just launched Spectrum One, where Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile come together to keep you seamlessly connected wherever you are!
Switch to Spectrum One and get 300 megabit internet for $49.99 a month, plus free advanced Wi-Fi and 1 free line of unlimited mobile with no contract. Call 1-833-743-4999.
The Coopers here just got Spectrum One. Why did you switch?
With Spectrum One, we get a super fast, reliable connection. Look, with Spectrum Internet, I can stream Spectrum News across all our devices.
And the advanced Wi-Fi has enhanced security and privacy features that automatically block online threats, keeping our family and devices safe and secure.
How reliable is Spectrum Mobile?
It's a super reliable service coast to coast.
And it includes nationwide 5G.
Switch to Spectrum One and get 300 megabit internet for $49.99 a month, plus free advanced Wi-Fi and one free line of unlimited mobile with talk, text, and data. Call 1-833-743-4999 or visit a Spectrum store today.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
We're pulling out all the stops, and fashion takes a front row seat. Final 10 days, blockbuster sale. 70 plus 20% off hundreds of rugs, 0% financing, and hundreds of furniture, rugs, and accessories priced to go or on final clearance. Final 10 days, blockbuster sale, Rug & Home.
Hurt on the job? Don't take any chances. Just call Joy.
Well, the Biden administration has approved an estimated $619 million potential arms sale to Taiwan. This includes missiles for F-16 fighter jets and related equipment. The move will likely further inflame already heightened tensions between the United States and China. The administration formally notified Congress yesterday of the proposed sale.
The Senate has passed legislation that could reveal more information about where the COVID-19 pandemic originally began. The COVID Origins Act of 2023 passed unanimously last night. The legislation asks the government to declassify intelligence when it comes to the origin of COVID-19. This would include the potential links between the virus and the Wuhan lab in China. Recently, a report found that the pandemic likely started due to a leak from that lab.
Well, the White House is calling for new regulations to force companies critical to economic and national security to raise their cyber defenses. It is part of President Biden's new cybersecurity strategy. This is just a policy document, not a law. But the White House wants to work with Congress to develop legislation that holds software makers liable when their products do not adequately protect against hackers. Over the past few years, several ransomware attacks have threatened key public services. The administration has already put in place cybersecurity requirements on aviation, oil, and gas pipelines.
A judge has ruled that the company Starbucks broke federal laws in its push to stop workers from unionizing. The federal judge ruled that Starbucks showed a, quote, general disregard for their employees' fundamental rights. This comes out of a case involving 21 New York locations. The coffee shop chain faced 33 labor complaints, the judge ordering the company to give back pay and damages to workers who launched national organizing efforts. Starbucks was also ordered to reopen a store, reinstate workers that were fired for their union activities.
All right, folks, tomorrow's a first alert weather day. The storm chance is as high as 60%, mainly for gusty winds, but it's a little bit late in the day. So that's going to be a major issue for us later in the day. But once we get through this, we'll see clear skies and cooler conditions for the weekend.
WIS News 10 in HD is sponsored by McWhorter, Bellinger & Associates. I'm Pat McWhorter. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call McWhorter, Bellinger & Associates today.
What are you gonna do?
Something I should have done a long time ago.
Nowhere else to run, Sheriff! You ready?
Walker Independence, season finale tonight at 9, 8 Central, only on the CW.
I need to know that I can trust my Rangers.
Things have been heated recently, but we're family.
Walker, new episode tonight at 8, 7 Central.
Wells Fargo lets you know where you stand with your FICO credit score. What if you knew where you stood with everything, like your future in-laws?
Hope you like cats.
I hope your parents like me. They're whispering.
The kid is like...
Oh, can they tell I'm allergic?
Tears of joy.
Welcome to the family.
Like knowing where you stand? When it comes to your credit score, you can with Wells Fargo.
Are your windows drafty, broken, or is your energy bill on the rise? Champion is here to help. It's Champion's big window sale, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. At Champion, we design new windows specific to your home's needs. Then they are built in our very own factory, installed by a team of professionals, and guaranteed for a lifetime by our best-in-class warranty.
Discover the difference. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Call or go online to book your free estimate at getchampionwindows.com.
Here's a high school hoops success story that almost didn't happen.
My favorite move is an in and out and a crossover.
Camden's always loved playing basketball. Her feet, not so much.
I would get a lot of shin splints, cramps. My feet were betraying me.
So her mom took her in for a fitting at the Good Feet store. Now she's got 2 rings and 2 clutch arch supports.
They're my secret weapon. I use them every single day.
Stop by for your free fitting at the Good Feet store.
Why pay for an off-site storage unit when all you need is the Monkey Bar's garage storage system? The experts at Midland Storage Systems can help organize your garage and maximize your space. Each custom-built system is designed and installed by professionals and backed by a lifetime warranty. The shelving, bars, and hooks are adjustable, and overhead racks provide easy access to unused space. So, make the call for a free, no-obligation estimate and rise above the mess with Midland Storage Systems.
First Alert Traffic is sponsored by Corner Pantry. Download the Corner Pantry app today to save in the store and at the pump.
All right, folks, let's take a look at First Alert Traffic. We are tracking some unsettled conditions in your weather forecast, but as far as First Alert Traffic, we got a couple things we got to talk about here on the boards. So the big accident happening in an area where you don't want it to happen this time of day, just right outside of the area there off of Malfunction Junction. So near St. Andrews Road, this is going to be I-26 westbound. There's a crash at I-26 exit 106, which is South Carolina 42. So 106, so as you head up there past St. Andrews Road, you're going to run into some major delays, not just because of the normal volume of traffic for today, but also because of an accident in that area. So let's take it a little bit slower as you head out. One of the reasons we may be having those issues on the roads, it's wet, soggy, a couple of slick spots on the roads too. And this really wash away the to wet the streets and make them a little slick. So let's just kind of watch out for that. Some of this is not reaching the ground. Some of it is, but as it does reach the ground, foggy and unsettled weather through the rest of the evening. Cloud cover, gray skies with us for most of the day. As we look at your winds, they're mainly coming in from the west right now and not half bad. Just 3 miles per hour for you, Columbia, 6 miles per hour, St. Matthews and Lexington. But as we look at the wind gusts we're expecting for tomorrow, we're going to be taking them up over 20 miles per hour for most of the day. Now, these are not your sustained winds. These are your wind gusts. So let's watch out for the wind blowing rapidly at this pace for short spurts of time. And as we head towards the afternoon hours, they intensify. We could see wind gusts over 30 miles per hour by that 5 o'clock hour, and then maybe about 29 by 6 as we head towards, let's say, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Wind gusts could still stay up 28 to 29 miles per hour. There is a lake wind advisory that's in place for us Friday. This will be for Friday afternoon and evening, and it continues into early Saturday morning. Remember, it is a First Alert weather day for your Friday, and that's when this will take shape. That storm chance for us tomorrow is at 60%. I know you say that's not all that high, but it is going to happen in the second half of the day, and it's going to be one of those small broken lines where everyone may not see the intense weather, but it will be raking through, and there is that off chance of a strong to severe storm in our general area. So here's your future radar. This is what we have in place right now. Warm temperatures, warm breezes, and light rain showers. Rain showers will continue through about 8 o'clock with the dark gray clouds. They'll be nearby. 1 or 2 areas getting some lighter spotty rain for Friday morning. This will just be light rain, and the people who see it, you're going to be the lucky ones because everyone will not get rain for the morning hours. We'll stay pretty quiet for a good bit of the day with the breezes and the warm temperatures. And then in the afternoon, we start to see things intensifying. You're going to feel those gusty winds, like I said, after that 5 o'clock hour, wind gusts going up to the 25 and 30 mile per hour range. That lake wind advisory stays in place for us. And then you see this line coming through at 8 o'clock. Notice this is the line. It could contain a strong to severe storm, but it's going to rake through very, very quickly. By 10 o'clock, it starts to break down and move away from us, and temperatures start to reflect, going down to the 60s. So you see what happens when that front rolls through. It drops the temperatures very, very rapidly. All right, we're at 54 as we head into your Saturday morning, and Saturday afternoon, 74. So quite a big difference in the temperatures. We're in the 70s for your Sunday also. And then into next week, we'll be tracking several days with unsettled weather. There will be opportunities for rain here and there, and daytime highs resting in the 60s.
Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling easy and more affordable for everyone. Hey everybody, I'm joined by Kirsten Page from West Shore to find out exactly how they're making that happen. Kirsten.
So Joe, we've been able to give homeowners, over 165,000 of them, the shower and bath of their dreams by making it a fast, easy, and convenient experience. But now we're making it even more affordable to start your project without breaking the bank.
Now Kirsten, when someone starts a remodeling project, costs can be a real concern. So how are you making it more affordable to start that project right now?
So instead of me telling you, why don't I show you? This homeowner was having some problems with their old shower. They called us, we stopped out, and we completely removed the old bathtub and replaced it with a walk-in shower in just one day. The best part? We can do a job like this for as low as $99 a month.
$99 a month, that's incredible.
It really is. We understand that budgets can be a little tighter this time of the year, so we want to make it easier for folks to get their projects started right now. So let's go ahead and look at another project we recently did. This homeowner was so excited to get rid of their old bathtub because they were getting an easy, low-step shower. You can see here we took out that old bathtub and removed everything down to the studs. Then we installed new walls and fixtures. By dinner time, this homeowner had their brand new shower, and the best part, they didn't need to worry about paying for their entire project up front. They were able to break it down into low monthly payments.
That project looks amazing, and the low monthly payments is going to make getting that project started so much easier. Kirsten, thanks so much. Folks, West Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling fast and convenient, and you heard Kirsten, now they're making it more affordable too with their easy, low monthly payments. Call the number on your screen right now to start your project, and when you do, take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get your new shower for as little as $99 a month. On top of that, they're doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. Don't delay. Call the experts at West Shore Home now.
I'm Pat McWhorter. Ken was injured on the job.
The ladder just woof went out from under me, and I fell down and landed on a deck and broke the ladder. I couldn't get anybody to listen to me that the surgery I had just wasn't working. Nothing was working. When I called that number, Mr. Pat actually got on the phone and answered to me and talked to me and told me not to worry, that he was going to take care of everything. That's it. Nothing but good times after that.
Call McWhorter, Bellinger & Associates at 803 Law Firm.
An endangered baby giant otter has found a new home. The rare one-month-old otter, giant otter, was rescued by the Colombian Air Force and taken to its new home at the California Zoo. Once there, biologists and veterinarians will be in charge of its care and treatment. Giant otters are endangered species throughout South America. The threats they face in Colombia include loss of habitat, hunting, illegal trade of pelts and pups, as well as water and soil pollution from gold mining.
Oh, glad that the otter was able to find a new home. That's amazing.
And an otter, a home for it, the otter.
A home for an otter.
It's so Greg Adeline, isn't it?
Yes. Well, still ahead on your news at 5, we are continuing to break down closing arguments in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. The jury officially deliberating. We'll be right back.
It's Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m. Skechers, 40% off. Ruby Road Coordinates, $17. Easter and Spring Flags, $5 garden, $10 home. Fleece Throws, 5 for $10. Designer handbags, $22. Microfiber sheet sets, $10. And small pet beds, $5.49. Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m.
Create your perfect room for entertaining, relaxing, and more with patio enclosures. Right now, get 25% off your sunroom. Plus, enjoy exceptional financing. Call today.
Patio enclosures. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. Everything hurt, like someone was pounding my head, and I had a lot of medical bills.
When you're hurt in a car wreck, medical bills add up fast. Don't get stuck with bills you can't pay. Call George Sink Injury Lawyers at 803-ALL-9s.
They're gonna fight every step of the way to make sure that you are taken care of.
Call 803-ALL-9s.
If you need someone to fight for you,
call George Sink. Find out right now how we can help you. Call All Nines.
Stanley Steamer is equipped and ready to get your home cleaner and healthier. Our cleaning solution is an EPA safer choice, and with our made in the USA cleaning equipment, We take the dirt out of your home and leave your carpet cleaner and smelling fresher. No one cleans carpet and upholstery like Stanley Steamer. Schedule your seasonal deep cleaning today.
Call 1 Steam.
With reports of people developing cancer after using talcum powder for an extended period, many are turning to the courts to hold the manufacturers accountable for their reckless disregard for human health and willingness to put profit over people. If you use talcum powder and developed ovarian cancer, it is in your best interest to speak with the team at 1-800-LAW-FIRM about filing a lawsuit. Our team works hard to hold manufacturers accountable for concealing the true dangers of consumer products. Call 1-800-LAW-FIRM to see if you qualify.
Whatever your water worry, Culligan Water can help. With over 40 filtration systems, from the world's best softener and safer drinking water systems, no one filters more than Culligan Water. The only water that comes with a van. Contact Culligan Water, the local water experts.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child have been shot badly.
This is your wife and son?
Did I kill my wife? Just no, Daddy. It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
There's not one shred of evidence.
One question begets another, which begets another.
I go by Buster.
Do you have any idea who's done this?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Judy Gatson along with Greg Adeline and Nick Neville for our live team coverage from Walterboro, just outside of the Colleton County Courthouse. Greg, this jury, after listening to the defense closing arguments today and then that rebuttal from the state, they have now been deliberating in this case with Alex Murdaugh facing those murder charges for about an hour and 10 minutes.
A little over an hour. They could go into the night as they weighed this decision. It's a decision that comes after 5 weeks, 5.5 weeks of testimony, and now they have to go through all of that evidence. Yes. A lot of pieces of evidence, a lot of moving parts in this case, but it is final. It's hard to believe that it is in the jury's hands right now, and of course a verdict could come at any time. Just to kind of give you a lay of the land, of course Judge Newman gave the charge to the jurors, telling them their responsibilities as jurors, what they need to do throughout this process, telling them that they certainly can't be on any devices researching any elements of this case, and telling them the difference between reasonable doubt and any other evidence that is brought into the case, either circumstantial or direct. He laid all of that out, a lot of different charges that he gave to this jury, but it was an emotional day in court, Judy, because we had a closing argument from the defense. We also had a rebuttal, but let's talk a little bit about that closing argument from Jim Griffin, all in all seeking to cast doubt on some of the evidence that the prosecution has put forward in this case and rebutting directly Creighton Waters' closing argument just one day ago. One thing that he did in at least seeking to plant little seeds of doubt was he hammered that press release that came out from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on June the 8th, shortly after the murders, that said there was no danger or threat to the public. That is what Jim Griffin said ultimately shows that perhaps they were zeroing in, that investigators were zeroing in on Alex Murdaugh from the get-go, and that this was an investigation that targeted Alex Murdaugh, despite the video evidence in this case that showed investigators being very polite to Alex Murdaugh, saying, hey, sorry to have to do this, in different interrogations and whatnot. So that was an interesting point. Another thing that he said was he explained Alex Murdaugh's lies. The lie in particular of being at the kennels at 844 for weeks. Alex Murdaugh told anyone who would listen. He told family, he told friends, he told investigators. Throughout this investigation, he was never at the kennels. And then once he took the stand, he said that he was at 844. So how did Jim Griffin explain that lie? Well, he said it was an opioid addiction.
He did.
He said that it was ultimately paranoia about the situation that led him to lie about that particular facet in this case. And then he also said that Murdaugh never coached anybody to lie, directly contradicting testimony from Blanca Simpson, the housekeeper, and also Shelley Smith, the caretaker for Alex Murdaugh's mother, who said that Alex Murdaugh coached her to say that he was there for 45 minutes to an hour and not 20 minutes as she testified. So Jim Griffin denied that outright, said that Alex Murdaugh never coached anyone to lie, something that Alex Murdaugh also said from the stand. And ultimately what he was trying to do was he was trying to hammer the state's argument for motive. The state spent a lot of time laying out motive arguments in this case, saying that it was a financial firestorm that ultimately led Alex Murdaugh to a breaking point, to kill his wife and son. And also perhaps he was doing it to garner sympathy. Well, Jim Griffin laid into that, saying that there was no reason why Alex Murdaugh would ever do something like that to a wife and child that he loved, saying that it just didn't make any sense. And he asked that question time and time again of jurors, why, and said that the state showed absolutely no good reason for why he did it. We want to play that sound for you because it was dramatic, in which he was able to kind of lay that argument out for this jury, saying that the state's motive argument just doesn't add up. Take a listen.
He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head till he couldn't go on, because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it. But this, people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are words I wrote down.
And so you get a little flavor of that closing argument from Jim Griffin. At one point, too, trying to explain Alex Murdaugh's movements between 902 and 906, he was meandering around the courtroom saying, oh, he wasn't scurrying. He was just kind of moving around here, although they've never given a good reason for why he was taking all those steps during that time.
Exactly. In just a moment, we're going to go to our Nick Neville with some insight from Medders, who gave the final closing argument, really the last words that the jury heard shortly before starting deliberation. But it's important to remember, we had a dynamic change in this jury pool today. They came to court this morning to discover that one of the jurors had to be dismissed for improperly discussing this trial and even sharing some sort of opinion about Alex Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. So that is how the day started. They pulled one of the alternates to start with the deliberations, the 12 jurors who are now deliberating, and there is one sole alternate that is remaining if any other jury issue comes up. With that in mind, let's go to our Nick Neville. Nick, Medders really brought it strong today. Some people have made comparisons to a Southern Baptist preacher as he tried to really connect with this jury and rebut every single point that the defense made.
Yes, absolutely, Judy. And he also touched on, for a long period of time, he touched on the state's theory of motive, trying to impress upon this jury that the state doesn't have to prove motive. They have to prove malice, but he believes that the state has done that. He talked about this gathering storm of evidence of things that were about to be exposed in Alex Murdaugh's life around the time of the murders. And he says that he referenced Creighton Waters' opening statement, where during that opening statement, it started to rain, and he used that to make an analogy to the fact that the state has a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case, but Medders impressed upon this jury that as per the law, circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. In talking about some of the themes that the defense was asserting that SLED failed miserably in this investigation, he also said that there's really two things that are really germane to this case here, what this case is really about. And he said it's about being real and choices, not the failures of SLED, not the ineptness of the investigation as, the defense would like you to believe. He's saying that this is really about choices that Murdaugh made consistently and his ability to be real, or his lack of being real. Meadors said that Murdaugh was never real with those close to him, with those he loved, with his law partners. And so he said that essentially the defense was trying to blame everyone but the defendant, say that it's the failures of SLED, the failures of law enforcement. But there's that one key exchange for you where he talks about essentially, you know, don't believe the defense when they tell you that they're trying to cast aspersions and cast doubt on everybody else but the defendant here, whose lies the state is asking this jury to convict him for. Take a listen.
They're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, that blood evidence was investigated and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic?
Judy and Greg, so we've been here for the last 5.5 weeks. In many ways, it felt like at some times that, you know, this trial would never be over, that testimony would never be over. We heard some testimony 2 and 3 times in camera hearings. We heard rebuttal witnesses for a second time, but now the case is before the jury, and at any point now we could be hearing from this jury. So we'll send it back to you, Judy and Greg.
All right, our Nick Neville, thank you so much, Nick, and certainly a lot of anticipation as the case is now in the jury's hands, Judy.
It is indeed. We are counting the clock. We've been on the clock with the jury since 3:50 this afternoon, so that puts us at, what, about an hour and 20 minutes so far. We will have the very latest from you. As soon as we get word of a verdict being reached, we'll have live team coverage continuing for you here on WIS. Right now, we'll take a break, and we'll be back with weather and the news of the day.
What exactly goes into forecasting a First Alert weather day?
Heads up, we have a First Alert weather day on the way.
How about days of research, breaking down the data, county by county, and of course, experience?
First Alert, it's all about keeping you aware of what's ahead.
When severe weather threatens, the First Alert weather team has your back.
From sunny skies to serious storms and everything in between. Trust the WIS First Alert weather team.
Millions of dollars.
Millions?
Yep, millions.
That's how much money Shelly Leak has won for her clients.
Millions.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Call 803-567-5000 or go to callshellynow.com.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
Close your eyes and take off your clothes.
Say what now?
Was I supposed to leave it up there forever? I mean, I will, you know, if you just tell me to.
Grand Crew, Friday on NBC. Grand Crew.
This is my last season as a coach on The Voice. I just want everybody here to know that there's only one king of The Voice. Only one.
The Voice premieres Monday and Tuesday on NBC.
Join WIS News 10 and the American Heart Association Friday, March 3rd for the 2023 Midlands Heart Ball.
We are returning to the ballroom and reigniting our passion for saving and improving lives in the Midlands.
Celebrate the impact we're making in the fight against our #1 killer, heart disease.
Together, we can be a relentless force for building longer, healthier lives in the Midlands.
Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at midlandsheartball.heart.org.
Now, wherever you go, while you're on the road, WIS News 10 is right there with you. The most watched and most trusted team in local news is now on Cumulus Media Stations. Never miss a First Alert with all the latest news, weather, and traffic from the voices you trust on 107.5 The Game, Sports Radio 1320 The Fan, B106.7, KISS 103.1 FM, and 98.5 WOMG. Whether you're on the way or getting ready for the day, WIS News 10 is live, local, now. WIS is supporting our veterans through United for Veterans, and you can help by signing up for the Fairways to Freedom Golf Tournament, March 20th at Cobblestone Park. United for Veterans is sponsored by Bathfitter and Palmetto State Armory.
All right, let's go ahead and get you caught up on First Alert traffic here before we get back to what's going on weather-wise. With your First Alert traffic, we have an area here that we were watching, and it did have an issue here where we were dealing with a slowdown and we were dealing with an accident. Now that the accident has cleared up, we're still seeing that slowdown. We're still coming in with red here on 126. So let's watch out for that. Head up towards 26. If you're trying to get towards the St. Andrews area, Broad River Road area, you're going to run into major delays there. And that is because there was an accident in place there. Even though it has since cleared up, we're still seeing high volume in that area. Now let's take a look at what's with your satellite and rain out there. A lot of it is just not reaching the ground. We're starting to see a little bit more activity, but a lot of the rain has been very light. It's just been some light rain that we've been with for a good course of the day today. As of right now, a little bit breezy in a few spots, but not everyone seeing terribly gusty winds. As for your hourly wind gusts, they will be going up for tomorrow. We're going to see wind gusts at 25 and even 30 miles per hour, mainly for the afternoon hours. We'll see wind gusts at about 30 miles per hour during that 5 o'clock time frame. And as we transition a little bit, as we head towards 8, 9, 10 o'clock, wind gusts at 29 to possibly 30 hour. There's a lake wind advisory that takes place. It does start for us tomorrow at noon and continues until Saturday morning. Once we get the rain chances out of here for tomorrow, we're done with them for a couple days, but we got to deal with this rain and we're expecting for tomorrow. So this is looking for your afternoon hours. For right now, things are looking okay. The remainder of your evening, light rain will continue, spotty rain expected, and then we'll start to see a transition for your Friday forecast. That's when we'll really see cloudy skies and very warm gusty winds. We will see that possibility of a strong storm or two about 8, 9 o'clock. Once that moves out, cooler, drier air will settle in for the weekend. All right, 74. Once we're done with this on your Saturday, cooler and drier for your Saturday, your Sunday at 72. And then next week, we'll be able to enjoy temperatures in the 60s, but unsettled weather right behind.
Thank you. Well, a teacher's aide in Lexington County is charged with cruelty to children after she reportedly duct taped a 4-year-old to his chair. 25-year-old Olivia Murray was arrested at her home and fired from her job. And now a mother wants justice for her son.
Our Ashley Jones was inside of the courtroom today at Murray's bond hearing. She also spoke to that student's mother.
Akira Johnson got a call from the principal here at Seven Oaks Elementary School. She was told that a staff member was walking by a classroom when she saw her child duct taped to a chair and reported it to the principal. Johnson says Murray was sent home and terminated the day of the incident. The 4-year-old's mom is actually the one who called police immediately. Deputies with the Lexington County Sheriff's Department arrested Murray at her home Wednesday night. Murray is charged with cruelty to children by torture.
Green duct tape that they found, and they also found the tape marks on the chair. She taped him one time, and once he removed it, she made him put it back on, and then she reinforced it with a second piece.
On Wednesday, the same day of that incident, Johnson said she found a note from Murray in her son's folder saying that he needed to learn to sit still. Johnson says she believes the teacher targeted her son out of retaliation. She says her 7-year-old daughter attends the same school, and Murray would tell her that her little brother was bad. Johnson says her son was humiliated and he is traumatized. She's now questioning whether or not to send him back to this school. Murray has since been fired. Reporting here in Lexington County, I'm Ashley Jones, WIS News 10.
And we also reached out to the Lexington-Richland School District 5 for a response. They sent a statement that reads, at School District 5, we work hard to ensure a safe learning environment at our schools and work closely with law enforcement to make safety our top priority.
Happening now, Sumter County deputies are hoping to find a man wanted for armed robbery and attempted murder. Deputies say Ronnie Abram was one of several armed men who apparently walked into a home on Tudor Street February 7th. The Sheriff's Department did not say if Abram pulled the trigger, but a gunshot left a 23-year-old resident of that home in critical condition. Abram is wanted on charges of armed robbery, attempted murder, and kidnapping. Well, cameras and surveillance systems are in place or going up in areas across the Midlands.
Well, their goal is not to only solve crimes, but to deter them as well. The city of Newberry is one of the latest to begin installing a system like this.
Residents there say it's not a day too soon, as it comes on the heels of an incident involving gunfire in the city. Andrew Fancher reports.
$150,000 was recently approved for a citywide surveillance project in Newberry. Mayor Foster-Sinn hopes to see these cameras installed within the next few months. A gunfire incident on Wright Street prompted new interest in the status of a citywide surveillance project now 2 years in discussion. Mayor Sinn tells WIS that City Council approved the budget for Part 1 of the two-phase camera project last month. Police Chief Kevin Goodman says he ordered the first round of multi-sensor cameras and a server just last Thursday. The chief goes on to say he can't disclose how many cameras were purchased or where they'll be installed specifically, but he confirmed the Motorola technology will be pole-mounted in public locations already selected by his department.
These cameras will be throughout the entire city of Newberry. I think that everybody in this city deserves that fair share of safety, security, and it'll be put up in the entire city to cover all entrance, exits to the city, and the entire city from outside in.
There will be no privacy invasions or anything like that, because that's been a question other places, and it's not been a problem in South Carolina, and it won't be here. I mean, the police departments are using it for crime and solving problems and catching some bad guys.
Mayor Sinn plans for City Council to approve the purchase of more surveillance cameras this summer, completing the two-phase project. Reporting in Newberry, Andrew Fancher, WIS News 10.
And Police Chief Goodman says the investigation into last night's incident is ongoing and that no one was reported injured.
Still to come on your news at 5, a multi-million-dollar boost to improve Columbia's Metropolitan Airport. Details on how this could make your next trip a bit smoother.
The accident was not my fault.
When you're injured, you need help fast. Call George Sink Injury Lawyers at all nines.
You need someone that's gonna fight for you. Call now.
Call George Sink Injury Lawyers at all nines.
Hot water's overrated. Look, these guys jump in icy cold water for fun. For fun!
I'm out.
Nope.
You guys are gonna love it!
There's an expert for that.
Let your local experts at Midland Air Service Experts give you worry-free hot water as low as $28.99 plus tax a month.
Your body acclimates.
Make your first move with battery power made by Steel. Right now, save $50 on the FSA 57 battery trimmer. Real Steel. Find yours.
Hurt on the job? Don't take any chances. Just call Joy.
South Carolina, where the sun shines, the birds sing, and severe storms pop up out of nowhere. But don't worry, with the WIS First Alert Weather app, you're covered, no matter where you go. Get severe weather alerts, live radar for your exact location, and hour-by-hour forecasts. Download the WIS First Alert Weather app today, so you'll always know what's coming. Sponsored by the Stanley Law Group, your injury law professionals.
After your accident, who did you call?
I called George Sink.
Why did you call?
To get the money we deserved.
What's the number?
All nines.
Did you get a lot of money?
More than I ever expected.
I got a big check fast.
You gotta get George. Call all nines.
First Alert Traffic is sponsored by Corner Pantry. Download the Corner Pantry app today to save in the store and at the pump.
More than a dozen state lawmakers want to begin impeachment proceedings against an elected statewide official in South Carolina. We're talking about the Comptroller General, Richard Ekstrom, and it comes as another group of lawmakers is investigating a $3.5 billion error his office made over the course of a decade. State House reporter Mary Green has the details.
A resolution filed today here at the State House calls for the House Judiciary Committee to begin an inquiry into the impeachment of Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom. He's held that job since 2003 and was just reelected this past November.
I'm concerned about the timing. If you listen to his testimony, it seems that it's clear that he knew about the issue before the election. He kept it hidden until the election was over, before he brought it to us, before he brought it to the public. That's very, very concerning.
Ekstrom says a mistake his office made over a 10-year period led it to report in the state's official accounting document that South Carolina had $3.5 billion more in reserves than it actually had. Ekstrom says the state accounting system had been double counting money transferred to colleges and universities, which use different accounting systems. While this error doesn't affect the state budget, this document is used by national rating agencies to determine South Carolina's credit rating. Ekstrom made the admission during a Senate budget hearing last month, and since then, a Senate panel has been investigating. It's held 3 hearings so far, and its chair says it'll likely hold at least 2 more next week before presenting its findings and recommendations.
Until the final report is made, I hate to speculate over what the committee's going to do, but we're doing our due diligence. We're thoroughly investigating the problem and want to make sure that the people of South Carolina can have confidence in their government, have confidence in their elected officials to accurately report the state's finances in a transparent manner.
In a statement in response to the resolution, Ekstrom says he'll continue answering lawmakers' questions and concerns, saying, quote, "We will do what it takes to make sure they are as confident as we are about the work this office does for the taxpayers going forward. Our constituents deserve nothing less." So far, that resolution has more than a dozen sponsors coming from both parties, including the House Republican leader. Reporting from the State House, I'm Mary Green.
All right, Mary, thank you so much. Well, the Columbia Metropolitan Airport is receiving $5 million from the federal government to shorten lines through security.
The money is from the FAA's Airport Terminals Program Fund, and Columbia is just one of 99 airports to receive this funding. According to a release, the money will be used to modernize the airport's security checkpoints. Starting this summer, work will begin to widen the checkpoint, which will add screening lanes. So think about you getting through TSA a little quicker, possibly. The goal is to give passengers more options when getting screened, which will cut down on lines and, of course, wait times. The airport did not say how long construction will take. Still to come, 11,000 animals now have a new home at the Riverbanks Zoo.
Workers today welcomed visitors to the reimagined Aquarium and Reptile Conservation Center.
Introducing Packed by Hudson, offering pre-owned vehicles with a 3-month powertrain limited warranty and 7-day exchange policy, plus so much more.
If it has our name on it, you have our word on it.
It's Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m. Skechers, 40% off. Ruby Road Coordinates, $17. Easter and Spring Flags, $5 garden, $10 home. Fleece Throws, 5 for $10. Designer handbags, $22. Microfiber sheet sets, $10. And small pet beds, $5.49. Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m.
The military has taken me and my family across the globe.
When it was time for the next phase of life, South Carolina topped our list.
A big part of that decision was the support we can count on from the South Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs. Advocacy on behalf of military retirees and their families makes South Carolina a state that says, "Welcome home to veterans."
To find out more about the South Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs, visit scdva.sc.gov. Lead, serve, remember.
Run the Cup. Lexington Medical Center's Governor's Cup Road Race will celebrate its 50th anniversary on April 7th and 8th. South Carolina's annual running festival starts Friday, April 7th with an expo and a Main Street Mile. There's also a free Main Street Mile for kids. On Saturday, April 8th, choose from a half marathon, 5K run, or 5K walk. Don't miss the fun of the finish area with music, food, and activities before the awards and post-race celebration. For more information or to register, visit governorscupsc.org.
WIS News 10 is now available on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV. Just search WIS and add it to your home screen for all of the latest breaking news and first alert weather forecasts. From sunrise to Soda City Live to breaking news and WIS Investigates, you can stream WIS News 10 on demand. The Midland's most watched and most trusted on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV. WIS News 10, live, local, now.
When it comes to the forecast, that first alert can make all the difference.
This is why tomorrow is a first alert weather day.
Severe storms and flooding possible.
Know what's coming before it happens. See the storm in real time down to your street. Prepare for what's ahead, hour by hour. WIS First Alert Weather. Most watched, most trusted.
The latest attraction at the Riverbank Zoo just opened today.
With creatures from the hot desert to the bottom of the sea, the Aquarium and Reptile Conservation Center is about preservation. The 20,000 square foot attraction is named for Darnell and Susan Boyd, who dedicated their lives to wildlife. New animals will greet visitors, including a green anaconda, Gila monsters, seahorses, and an upside-down jellyfish. And soon, the zoo will welcome a giant Pacific octopus named Susan.
Susan, thank you very much, and thanks, Donnie, thanks to the Boyd Foundation. This is something that usually a government course can't do. This is something that private people have to be involved in. But this illustrates the three pillars of our strength here in our state.
This conservation center is the second part of phase 1 of the zoo's plan to build what they're calling a bridge to the wild.
After the break, we're going to go back to Colleton County with our crews covering the Murdaugh murder trial, as the jury has been charged with the case and has been deliberating now since 3:50 this afternoon. Details from our crew in Colleton County next.
I served in the Marine Corps, got out in 2009, and it was something that transformed my life. And so when I think about, you know, what it means to be a veteran, it's someone who is willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice. They were willing to serve this country and sacrifice their lives for others. So I think it's very important that those who don't serve or don't have a connection to military service understand the sacrifice that few make for the rest of the country.
With the WIS First Alert Weather app, you're covered. No matter where you go, get severe weather alerts, live radar for your exact location, and hour-by-hour forecasts. Download the WIS First Alert Weather app today. Sponsored by the Stanley Law Group.
The drive to go further and reach higher. The same thing that inspires you inspires us. At Strayer University, we offer access to up to 10 no-cost gen ed courses to help you save time and money. We're always searching for new ways to make education more affordable, so you can keep striving.
What do all these cars have in common? They are backed by Hudson. Drive with peace of mind knowing that your next pre-owned vehicle is backed by Hudson's 7-day exchange policy, 3-month, 3,000-mile warranty, and so much more. Shop over 900 like-new, completely reconditioned pre-owned vehicles, all backed by Hudson.
If it has our name on it, you have our word on it.
We're still having fun, and we're still the one.
WIS is now streaming live on Peacock. Get your local news and first alert weather.
This is an ongoing investigation.
A lot of South Carolinians, we're looking at mainly sunny skies.
Storms by Monday afternoon.
Plus your favorite NBC shows.
Join Team Blake.
From Today to The Tonight Show, live and so much more.
So happy that you are joining us.
It's kind of huge news. What do you think?
Fabulous.
All in one place. Streaming now on Peacock.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child have been shot badly.
This is your wife and son?
Did I kill my wife? Just no, David. It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
There's not one shred of evidence.
One question begets another, which begets another.
I go by Buster.
Do you have any idea who's done this?
Welcome into our live team coverage here. Judy Gatson along with Greg Adeline. Our Nick Neville will be joining us a little bit later. Insight and analysis from our legal expert, Carl B. Grant. If you missed the final day of the closing arguments in this trial. You have missed a lot, but don't worry, we're going to bring you up to date. Greg, some really big developments today. Jim Griffin really trying to convince this jury that Alex Murdaugh is a liar but not a murderer. But the prosecution, Meadors, pushing back powerfully on almost every single point Griffin made.
Yeah, there was certainly high drama in the courtroom in both of those closing arguments and also the rebuttal. Jim Griffin got up and his task was tall, you have to admit. After a statement from Creighton Waters yesterday that was very effective, Jim Griffin had a tall task, but all in all, he sought to cast doubt on every single facet of this investigation, putting SLED squarely in the spotlight, saying that there were areas in this investigation that they missed, saying that SLED was not thorough in their investigation, and saying that ultimately there were chances for them to basically find out that Alex Murdaugh didn't commit these crimes, to take him out of the circle of interest, and they say that they failed to do so, that they basically placed Alex Murdaugh in the crosshairs of this investigation from day one. So that was a big part of his argument to the jurors, saying that SLED was by no means effective at that crime scene, that there were things that they missed. And then he went to hammer the motive in this case, basically saying that there isn't one. The state has for weeks, through many different witnesses and many different examples of testimony, they have hammered the idea that Alex Murdaugh committed these crimes because of a financial firestorm or to gather sympathy. Jim Griffin said today that that simply does not add up. At every single turn, he was talking about that motive and just saying that it doesn't exist. Asking those jurors time and time again, asking them, why would Alex Murdaugh do this? He's a loving father. He's a loving spouse. Why would he ever commit these murders? Because of some financial problems that are nebulous, at least in Jim Griffin's estimation? That's what he was asking the jury, saying that there wasn't a solid or concrete evidence for motive in this case, even though, again, the state has tried over many weeks to establish that motive as part of their case. Interestingly enough, John Meadors said that you don't necessarily need motive in this case. That's the state prosecutor who is arguing today. Says motive is not necessary in some cases because, after all, people intend to kill for different reasons, and none of them sometimes make sense. So that was part of the argument from Jim Griffin today. But another thing that he did was he hammered the idea that there is a lack of direct evidence in this case. He says that this is certainly a circumstantial case, but there's none of that hard evidence that is so crucial sometimes in some of these investigations, crime scene investigations, forensic analysis, DNA, blood, talking about all of the gun evidence, saying that the guns have never been found. So he kind of harped on that, and especially as it comes to blood. Jim Griffin made an argument that said, for as grisly and as gruesome as that crime scene was, you would have expected that Alex Murdaugh would have had a lot of blood on him, but in fact, he did not. Now, interestingly, the prosecution has made a similar case saying that, well, let's face it, he was too clean. But that was not Griffin's argument today. He said that he should have had much more blood on him. And so if Alex Murdaugh had committed these crimes, we're going to play a soundbite for you here, because he asked the question, why was there not more physical evidence in this case? Why did he not leave footprints? Why did he not leave some of that critical forensic evidence behind that would have ultimately been conclusive to convict Alex Murdaugh? Take a listen.
How could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourselves. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alex butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes?
And so following that closing argument by Jim Griffin, let's bring in trial attorney Carl B. Grant, because John Meadors then pushed back and reminded this jury it's not beyond all doubt. It's just beyond reasonable doubt. So tell us how important that is.
That's very, very important. As John pointed out, you can't answer all questions. Sometimes they're just questions, and I thought that was very effective. In fact, I've never heard a prosecutor put it that way. I thought that was pretty cool. So sometimes they're just questions. But the thing is, they have to prove their case using competent evidence. I pointed that out before. Competent evidence that persuades the jury and firmly convinces the jury that this man is guilty. And when I think about all the evidence that's been presented, all the issues that have been argued, this is a case now that is fallen down to this question. It's the why factor as far as the motive, and arguably the prosecution has had some problems with this motive. The defense has said it's a ridiculous motive. And although you don't have to prove motive, what's the first logical thing that a jury is going to ask themselves when they walk in that jury room? Why would Alex do this? Because they ask that all the time. Motive is not necessary. They don't have to prove it, but that's the question. Now, you got the why factor on that side.
That's right.
But then you got the lie factor on the other side. So you got the why versus the lie.
And you know what, Carl, as we have about a minute left, that was the other thing in terms of this jury. They made the point that circumstantial evidence carries just as much weight as direct evidence.
It
that
does.
They have to follow the letter of the law in evaluating.
They do. And if this jury is not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, and then you have people with strong opinions on each side, it could be a very long deliberation because of the fact of no solid direct evidence. And that's the problem here. So let's see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a long deliberation, I think.
Well, listen, we've heard that it could go as late as 8 o'clock tonight, as late as 10 o'clock tonight. We're coming up on 2 hours of jury deliberation. We've not received word that they've ordered any dinner. That would certainly be an indication that they plan to stay. But I think Carl has boiled it down to an effective point. The why factor versus the lie factor. We will have your live team coverage here throughout the evening. As long as the jury is here deliberating, we will be here too. Our live coverage on air and online on WISTV.com. We've got the weather covered for you as well. Coming up next, First Alert meteorologist Von Gaskin going to tell us about the storms we had here in Walterboro today and also what's ahead in our forecast.
Bojangles back, dusted with Bo's famous seasoning. Hook one while you can. It's Bo time.
WIS News 10 in HD is sponsored by McWhorter Bellinger & Associates. I'm Pat McWhorter. Hurt on the job? Call McWhorter Bellinger & Associates today.
The Craftsman Spring Classic is back this Friday through Sunday State Fairgrounds. Artists, craftsmen, specialty foods, and so much more. Truly something for everyone. Your friends, your family, and yourself. Find something fabulous. Finally, it's the Spring Classic. Save at craftshow.com.
Life isn't a whisper. It's a roar. It's about getting your hands dirty, taking risks that thrill, and planning the adventure that awaits the next day. Life is a precious, playful thing, which means it's our job to explore it, to nurture it, and preserve it, but also to let loose and enjoy it. Riverbanks Zoo and Garden. Live a wild life.
With Daybreak Adult Care Services, you're still at home. With extra personal care from Daybreak's trained professional caregivers, get the help and peace of mind you need to remain in your home.
Here at home.
With Daybreak, you're still the heart of home.
This is our home. This is our playground. And there's only one icon that can deliver the experiences had and memories made here. An Airstream from Airstream, South Carolina. Discover the iconic styling and expert craftsmanship that has defined an industry since 1931 for less than you thought possible. Where you'll find our complete lineup of touring coaches and travel trailers at price perfect for any lifestyle. Live riveted. Only at Airstream, South Carolina. I-20 exit 51 in Lexington.
Introducing Astapro Allergy, steroid-free allergy relief that starts working in 30 minutes, while other allergy sprays take hours. Now with Astapro Fast Allergy Relief, you can Astapro and go.
Don't get stuck in a traffic headache. Watch WIS First Alert Traffic to avoid bad backups. We'll reboot your morning commute and guide you out of town on your drive home. WIS First Alert Traffic, sponsored by Corner Pantry.
Spring is here at the Craftsman Spring Classic this Friday through Sunday State Fairgrounds. It's time to refresh. Unique home decor, clothing, jewelry, furniture, pottery, and so much more. The Craftsman Spring Classic. Come see what's new. More at craftshow.com. Don't miss it.
All right, here's a First Alert traffic update for you. We have some high volume out there you got to watch out for.
Now, if you're trying to head through Malfunction Junction, you're going to run into some major delays. I-20 westbound, the speed is down to about 16 miles per hour. And of course, if you head down to I-26 westbound also, that's going to get you down to about 7 miles per hour. So you're just going to run into some delays. It's just at that point in the day. And then you add some areas with some wet and slick roads, so it's going to slow you down there. I-77 southbound, there's a crash at 26 and 77. So of course, that's right in that community there. That's heading over towards Dixiana, so watch out for that interchange there. And then we head up to Blythewood Road. There's a crash at 77, and that's exit 27 off of 77 leads you on the Blythewood Road. Watch out for some delays there. That is an area that usually has high volume when you're not dealing with an accident. All right, let's get on outside now and talk about first alert weather because the radar is pretty active in some spots. Now, our first alert radar is overdoing a little bit of this because it is catching a lot of that from the air. All of this is not reaching the ground. Some of it is. It's coming down very light rain in most areas near Bethune, Cassett's, Bishopville, and over towards Hartsville. You're seeing the deepest green color, which is an indication that this is probably the heaviest rain that's coming down. So it's not very heavy at all. This also extends up towards Kershaw. And then we're seeing some spotty showers near Chapin, Whitmire, Lawrence, and those communities outside of Fountain Inn and near Saluda County, all seeing some light rain in place here and there. And this rain is going to come down pretty quickly, and then it's going to move on. And then you'll get it replaced before long with some other rain nearby. So as we look at our current winds, they've been a little bit of an issue for today. Right now we're tracking wind speeds at 8 miles per hour in Lexington, 9 miles per hour Saluda, 5 miles per hour Winnsboro, 6 miles per hour St. Matthews. And that lake wind advisory does take shape tomorrow about midday, noon tomorrow, continuing into Saturday morning. And that is for wind gusts up to 25 or 30 miles per hour. Tomorrow is a first alert weather day, mainly because of the wind gusts, and now the opportunity for storms is starting to take second stage because the main event is probably going to be the gusty winds that we're going to see. So lunchtime, we're starting to see the wind gusts going over 20 miles per hour, holding steady at 25 to 30 miles per hour consistently through about 5 o'clock or so. And then dinner time into the evening, we're going to be tracking wind speeds, wind gusts that could go over 25 to 30 miles per hour. So this is something that's going to be consistent. I'd say after about lunchtime, you could see those wind gusting up to about 30 miles per hour up until first thing Saturday morning. Rain chance at 60% for your Friday with that first alert weather day in place. As we go through the balance of this evening, again, some of what's out there now, light spotty rain, some of that rain coming down at a moderate clip, but for a short while before lighter rain and just cloud cover and warm breezes replace it. Staying with the dark gray clouds for your morning commute. Not a whole lot of rain for tomorrow morning, but some spotty light rain for about midday. But then the afternoon hours, we will be watching closely the skies just because of gusty winds and because you could run into a random strong storm. Remember, any storm that you see tomorrow could possibly become severe. We're just going to put that caveat in there. But right now, the threshold for severe weather is starting to dwindle, and it is winding down a little bit for us. So first alert Friday coming your way for 82 degrees. The storms are mainly going to be in the second half of the day into the evening and overnight. And then we're in the 70s with cooler and drier conditions for the weekend. We're back after this.
Recommending them to everybody that I know. Whenever someone says they've just been in an accident, I said, please call the Stanley Law Group. They will take very good care of you. He gets results.
With over 100 years of combined legal experience, justice begins here.
Slither in, slither out. It would have been nice if the homeowner had given us some notice before calling Critter Ridder.
Those animals don't care, but we do, and it shows in the quality of our work, serving the Midlands for nearly 2 decades. Give us a call today for your free inspection.
You know, is it a lot to ask for space in the garage? I mean, we only need to be there for all summer. Critter Ridder, Smither Widder.
I was riding down Highway 17, minding my own business, when an 18-wheeler ran into the back of me. So I called Shelley Leak.
We went to work immediately and got John $400,000. Injured in a car wreck, you know what to do. Call me, Shelley Leak.
It's Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m. Skechers, 40% off. Ruby Road Coordinates, $17. Easter and Spring Flags, $5 garden, $10 home. Fleece Pros, 5 for $10. Designer handbags, $22. Microfiber sheet sets, $10. And small pet beds, $5.49. Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m.
WIS is supporting our veterans through United for Veterans, and you can help by signing up for the Fairways to Freedom Golf Tournament, March 20th at Cobblestone Park. United for Veterans is sponsored by Bathfitter and Palmetto State Armory.
I recommended them to everybody that I know. Whenever someone says they've just been in an accident, I said, please call the Stanley Law Group. They will take very good care of you. He gets results.
With over 100 years of combined legal experience, justice begins here.
Get breaking news alerts and the latest weather and watch WIS News 10 live from anywhere. Download the free WIS News 10 app today. Sponsored by the Stanley Law Group.
Welcome back to our live team coverage in Walterboro outside of the Colleton County Courthouse, where earlier today, Prosecutor John Meadows tried to convince his jury that they have met their burden of evidence in the case, but defense attorneys pushed back, telling the jury that they do not believe the state has made their case beyond reasonable doubt.
John Meadows had some powerful moments in his appeal to this jury. He is one of the better, I would say, theatrical prosecutors in that courtroom. He's had some big moments, and today was no exception. Our Nick Neville standing by. Nick, you listened to that rebuttal that John Meadows put before that jury. He got the final word today. What were some of the things that stood out to you?
Right, so he was talking a lot, Greg, about this idea of motive in this case. The state, of course, does not have to prove motive, but John Meadows arguing before jurors that the state has done that, has met that burden by explaining how a coming storm was coming for Alex Murdaugh, and faced with the threat of his decades-long financial misdeeds being exposed, he murdered his wife and son. The state is arguing that, you know, this is something that was coming for Murdaugh and he had to do something to sort of distract. The state also arguing that this worked for a period of time. There was a motion to compel hearing in the 2019 fatal boat crash lawsuit that was set to happen just a few days after the murders. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, that hearing was canceled. Meadows basically saying that, you know, all of this was a storm that was coming for Murdaugh. He also used the analogy of how during the opening statements for Creighton Waters, it actually started to rain, and he was using that to make the analogy of all of the circumstantial evidence in this case that the state has really sort of adds up to strong evidence to convict. And he was also talking about how, despite the fact that defense has tried to assert that it's really SLED who's on trial here, the inept investigation, as the defense has talked about, he said that's really not what is at play here. There's a key exchange. We want to play a soundbite for you where he talked about really what jurors need to remember here is that this case is about two things. Take a listen.
This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. I was actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. Always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real.
Judy and Greg, so one of the key themes that the state has tried to harp on, Meadows harped on in his rebuttal today, the final word before this jury, in that Murdaugh was not real about the key fact, the key piece of evidence in this case, that he was at the scene of the crime just minutes before the murders happened. He told everyone who would listen that he was never at the family dog kennels. Turns out he was there due to a video on Paul's phone that placed him there. That's really going to weigh heavily on jurors' minds. I'm going to send it back to you, Judy and Greg.
Nick, thanks so much. And in so many ways, you know, Meadows went on further to say that when it comes to real emotion,
yes.
You saw it from Shelley Smith,
absolutely,
the caretaker at Alex Murdaugh's mother's house, and from Blanca Simpson. Meadows saying that was real. What you saw from them was real, not the tears of Alex Murdaugh days later.
Well, and he even took it a step further, talking about his mother and that trip that Alex Murdaugh says. Meadows trying to make the point to the jury that he took that trip really to establish his alibi, saying that he didn't really care about her, that he only cared about Alex. He repeated that several times to the jury, trying to convince them that he is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime. We are keeping an eye out for any word from the jury tonight. They started deliberations at 3:50. As long as they are deliberating here at the Colleton County Courthouse, Greg, Nick, and I will be here as well to bring you the very latest developments. As soon as we get any word of any news and any updates, we will have it for you right here on WIS News 10. We'll have the rest of the news and weather of the day right after this.
Today's health segment is brought to you by Health U, a partnership with Lexington Medical Center and WIS.
West Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling easy and more affordable for everyone. Hey everybody, I'm joined by Kirsten Page from West Shore to find out exactly how they're making that happen. Kirsten.
So Joe, we've been able to give homeowners, over 165,000 of them, the shower and bath of their dreams by making it a fast, easy, and convenient experience. But now we're making it even more affordable to start your project without breaking the bank.
Now Kirsten, when someone starts a remodeling project, costs can be a real concern. So how are you making it more affordable to start that project right now?
So instead of me telling you, why don't I show you? This homeowner was having some problems with their old shower. They called us, we stopped out, and we completely removed the old bathtub and replaced it with a walk-in shower in just one day. The best part? We can do a job like this for as low as $99 a month.
$99 a month, that's incredible.
It really is. We understand that budgets can be a little tighter this time of the year, so we want to make it easier for folks to get their projects started right now. So let's go ahead and look at another project we recently did. This homeowner was so excited to get rid of their old bathtub because they were getting an easy, low-step shower. You can see here we took out that old bathtub and removed everything down to the studs. Then we installed new walls and fixtures. By dinner time, this homeowner had their brand new shower, and the best part, they didn't need to worry about paying for their entire project up front. They were able to break it down into low monthly payments.
That project looks amazing, and the low monthly payments is going to make getting that project started so much easier. Kirsten, thanks so much. Folks, West Shore Home is making shower and bath remodeling fast and convenient, and you heard Kirsten, now they're making it more affordable too with their easy, low monthly payments. Call the number on your screen right now to start your project, and when you do, take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get your new shower for as little as $99 a month. On top of that, they're doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. Don't delay. Call the experts at West Shore Home now.
When it comes to the forecast, that first alert can make all the difference.
This is why tomorrow is a first alert weather day.
Severe storms and flooding possible.
Know what's coming before it happens. See the storm in real time down to your street. Prepare for what's ahead, hour by hour. WIS First Alert Weather. Most watched, most trusted.
Real-time closed captioning of this program is provided by the state of South Carolina.
Welcome back to our live team coverage in Walterboro. Judy Gatson along with Greg Adeline, trial attorney Carl B. Grant. Carl, give us a quick insight about these 4 charges Alex Murdaugh is facing.
Sure, he's charged with 2 counts of murder, and he's charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. Now, he can't be convicted of the charge of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime unless he's convicted of the murder.
Right.
The predicate charge is the murder, because murder is a violent crime.
So that's what the jury's going to have to consider, Greg.
A lot to consider, of course, as deliberations continue. They've been deliberating now for a little over an hour and a half, and a big decision for them to make. And of course, those charges carry the possibility of a life sentence for Alex Murdaugh for the crimes, the murders of his wife and son. The possibility, at least the sentencing guideline, is 30 years to life in prison. That verdict could come at any time. As these jurors continue to deliberate, they will deliberate into the evening. And of course, we will be standing by for all of the latest developments, all of the latest updates outside the Colleton County Courthouse here in Walterboro. Our team coverage here continues right here on WIS in the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. We'll be right back with plenty more coverage on your News at 6.
The
Attention homeowners, it's February at ARS Rescue Rooter. Replace that old inefficient HVAC system with a new energy efficient system from ARS. For a limited time, you'll receive a free furnace with select new cooling systems, plus a free Nest thermostat. Call 803-754-0600.
All right, who did you call?
When I got hurt,
I called George Sink.
I'm attorney George Sink. If you want to get all the money you deserve, call George Sink Injury Lawyers at all nines now.
George Sink Injury Lawyers settle my case for $300,000.
$100,000.
$225,000.
We can help you get the money you need to get your life moving again. Call George Sink Injury Lawyers at all nines now.
Get George Sink Law Firm on the line. Call 999-9999.
When my time came to come to corrections, it wasn't a job, it was a ministry. I accepted it as a ministry as it was. And so once I got here, I realized I really enjoy this.
Now, wherever you go, while you're on the road, WIS News 10 is right there with you. The most watched and most trusted team in local news is now on Cumulus Media Stations. Never miss a first alert with all the latest news, weather, and traffic from the voices you trust on 107.5 The Game, Sports Radio 1320 The Fan, B106.7, KISS 103.1 FM, and 98.5 WOMG. Whether you're on the way or getting ready for the day, WIS News 10 is live, local, now. What exactly goes into forecasting a First Alert Weather Day?
Heads up, we have a First Alert Weather Day on the way.
How about days of research, breaking down the data, county by county, and of course, experience?
First Alert, it's all about keeping you aware of what's ahead.
When severe weather threatens, the First Alert Weather Team has your back.
From sunny skies to serious storms and everything in between. Trust the WIS First Alert Weather Team. Want to know what's trending in the Midlands? Breaking news, First Alert Weather, and First Alert Traffic are just a touch away. Click follow on WIS News 10 on Facebook to stay up to date on what's live, local, and now.
Beat the rush by scheduling your $99 air conditioning tune-up now with ARS Rescue Rooter. An AC tune-up can save you money and help prevent costly breakdowns. Keep your family cool by calling ARS today. Call 803-754-0600 to schedule your appointment.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child have been shot badly.
This is your wife and son?
Did I kill my wife? Just no, David. It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
There's not one shred of evidence.
One question begets another, which begets another.
I go by Buster.
Do you have any idea who's done this?
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our live team coverage from Walterboro outside of the Colleton County Courthouse. Judy Gatzett along with Greg Adeline. Greg, more than 2 hours of jury deliberation now as we listened to really the final arguments that the jury heard earlier today from the prosecution and from the defense. Prosecutor John Meadors tried to convince this jury that Alex Murdaugh, the way that the prosecution has drilled down on the timeline, basically substantiated by technology, yes, the cell phones and GPS and other things, that the way they have drilled down on the timeline, that Alex Murdaugh is the only person who had the opportunity to commit these crimes.
And so Jim Griffin had a pretty tall task ahead of him to somehow rebut that, or at least cast some reasonable doubt on what has been the key linchpin of this case, Alex Murdaugh lying, saying that for months to family, friends, investigators, that he was never at the kennels. But in fact, he was. He admitted that from the stand. And so Jim Griffin today had to overcome that by explaining that. Now, Alex Murdaugh did that to a degree as he was on the stand, saying that it was opioid use and paranoia that led him to lie to investigators from as early as the night of the murders on June the 8th in the early morning hours. An investigation and an interrogation with David Owen with SLED. At that point, he said that he had not seen Maggie and Paul after dinner. So how did Jim Griffin tell the jury? Well, he repeated exactly what Alex Murdaugh said. Said essentially that it was paranoia and opioids that caused him to lie, and not the fact, he says, and certainly not the idea that prosecutors have put forward in this case, that Alex Murdaugh is guilty of these crimes. He also hammered the press release that was laid out from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office very early on June the 8th, that said that there was no danger to the public. And that's what Griffin sought to highlight, to say that Alex Murdaugh had been targeted from day one in SLED's investigation, saying that they never took their eyes off of Alex Murdaugh and that, in fact, he was targeted. But despite that video evidence showed that investigators treated Murdaugh respectfully throughout the process. At one point during the interrogation saying, you know, hate to have to do this, hate to have to ask questions like this of you. But really what we saw today out of Jim Griffin was some emotion when he talked about Alex Murdaugh running to his baby. A play on what was said the day prior by Creighton Waters. It was very powerful. We're going to play the soundbite for you when you saw Jim Griffin getting emotional before that jury trying to make a final last impression. Take a listen.
There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not compound a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
So there he was, Jim Griffin, calling essentially a guilty verdict against Alex Murdaugh. He said that would be a tragedy. It would compound on the tragedy of this case. And so you saw that emotion out of him at several points during his impassioned argument. At one point, too, he cast some doubt on that timeline between 9:02 and 9:06 when cell phone evidence showed that Alex Murdaugh was moving very fast after he woke up from that nap. Jim Griffin at one point, you know, showing that it wasn't that fast as he kind of meandered around the courtroom, all, Judy, to just kind of raise that reasonable doubt that he wanted the jury to have in the final moments.
And picking up on that point that Jim Griffin made regarding Alex Murdaugh's opioid addiction, saying as an addict that he lied, but that he's not a murderer. John Meadows countered that by saying they were sober lies, and he played some of those videos where Alex Murdaugh, very early on in this investigation, sat in a car and talked with investigators, and Meadows' point was he answered you clearly, he answered you appropriately on topic, that he didn't have a delay in answering, that he didn't seem disoriented or paranoid in any way. So those are the kinds of things that the jury will have to contemplate and deliberate as they continue their discussions tonight. And for those who may have missed the very early developments today, there is one juror who was dismissed this morning precisely because of violating some of the orders that the judge gave in charging the jury tonight, saying that they will have their phones. They're still working at this hour, but even once they go home, they still have access to their phones. But it's really the honor system to make sure that they don't discuss this case, that they don't look up any information on this case, that they don't do any research about this case. And the juror who was dismissed had an inappropriate conversation with someone that expressed some sort of opinion. That's why we are down now to one alternate as these 12 jurors deliberate this case. As soon as we get a word of a verdict, we will have it for you right here on WYS News 10 and WYSTV.com. Much more with Greg and Nick coming up on WYS at 7. We're going to toss it now back to the studio and also check in with Vaughn for the latest on our weather.
Guys, thank you so much, Greg and Judy, and we will continue to keep you updated as the jury deliberates.
And to stay up to date, you can watch WIS or you can visit our website, WYSTV.com. Well, time now for your first alert forecast. We had some sprinkles today, but we have the potential to see some stronger storms tomorrow. So let's get a look at your forecast with meteorologist Vaughn Gaskin. So Vaughn, how much rain are we expecting here?
Well, we're not expecting a lot of rain, but we do want to be mindful of the gusty winds that could cause damage. And this is mainly going to be a Friday afternoon event. So rain totals won't be all that high, but I do want you to keep your eyes out for gusty winds that could catch you off guard at times through the course of the day. The storm threat starts to move in during dinner time a little bit later, and the Weather Service has dialed back a little bit on actually dealing with the possibility of there being stronger storms. So they pushed us back to a marginal risk for for a good point of the day, we were in a slight risk. That was the area shaded in the yellow. A good portion of this week, they've now dialed it back, but they have increased the chance of us seeing gusty winds. We have a lake wind advisory that starts at noon tomorrow and continues until 7 a.m. Now, the hourly wind gusts coming in, what we're expecting, they could gust over 30 miles per hour. We know they'll be anywhere from 25 to 30 miles per hour for a good bit of your afternoon and continuing through the overnight period. So make sure everything is tied down. But I don't want you to cancel all of your daytime plans, especially not for the rain, because rain chances through most of your day will be at about 20%. We'll start to ramp it up to about 60% once we get into the evening hours after the sun goes down. Lots more to talk about and dissect as we deal with this first alert weather day coming your way on Friday.
All right, Vaughn, thank you. After a multi-billion-dollar error in the state's budget, some lawmakers are moving to impeach the man responsible for keeping track of the money. That story next.
WIS News 10 is now available on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV. Just search WIS and add it to your home screen for all of the latest breaking news and first alert weather forecasts. From sunrise to Soda City Live to breaking news and WIS Investigates, you can stream WIS News 10 on demand. The Midland's most watched and most trusted on Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV. WIS News 10, live, local, now.
An open floor plan to watch us play. A soaking tub to get away. A porch, a deck, siding in blue. So many options, not just a few. Pantries, closets, storage galore, energy savings, and so much more. When you go out, you'll wish you stayed. With our homes, you can have it made. New homes available, starting under $69.9.
I was at work when suddenly my arm got caught in a piece of equipment, dragging me across the ground. I had to go to the hospital. At that point, I knew it was serious, so I called Shelly Leak. Injured on the job? Call Shelly Leak. She got me $500,000.
Do what your friends, family, and neighbors are doing. Call me, Shelly Leak, 803-567-5000, or go to callshellynow.com. If you can't come to us, don't worry, we can come to you.
Join WIS News 10 and the American Heart Association Friday, March 3rd for the 2023 Midlands Heart Ball.
We are returning to the ballroom and reigniting our passion for saving and improving lives in the Midlands.
Celebrate the impact we're making in the fight against our #1 killer, heart disease.
Together, we can be a relentless force for building longer, healthier lives in the Midlands.
Space is limited, so reserve your seats today at midlandsheartball.heart.org.
A panel at the South Carolina State House is in the midst of investigating how the state's top accountant missed a $3.5 billion mistake over the last decade.
But more than a dozen other lawmakers say they've already seen enough and now want to impeach and start those impeachment proceedings against Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom. State House reporter Mary Green has details.
A resolution filed today here at the State House calls for the House Judiciary Committee to begin an impeachment inquiry into Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom. So far, that resolution has more than a dozen sponsors coming from both parties, including the House Republican leader.
You know, mistake's not even really the right word because everybody makes mistakes. This is like an epic fail.
Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom says that error his office made over a 10-year period led it to report in the state's official accounting document that South Carolina had $3.5 billion more in reserves than it actually had. While this error doesn't affect the state budget, this document is used by national rating agencies to determine South Carolina's credit rating. Ekstrom's held this job since 2003 and was just reelected this past November.
I'm concerned about the timing. If you listen to his testimony, it seems that it's clear that he knew about the issue before the election. He kept it hidden until the election was over, before he brought it to us, before he brought it to the public. That's very, very concerning.
In a statement in response to the resolution, Ekstrom says he'll continue answering lawmakers' questions and concerns, saying, quote, "We will do what it takes to make sure they are as confident as we are about the work this office does for the taxpayers going forward. Our constituents deserve nothing less." Ekstrom made the admission during a Senate budget hearing last month, and since then, a Senate panel has been investigating.
We're upset because we didn't know about this. But what about the taxpayers in
voters and people of South Carolina.
It's held 3 hearings so far, and its chair says it'll likely hold at least 2 more next week before presenting its findings and recommendations.
Until there's a full picture and an accounting of what occurred, why it occurred, it would be wrong to speculate over what the remedy ought to be.
The state constitution gives the House the ability to impeach statewide elected officials for serious crimes or misconduct in office. If this resolution gets to the House floor and 2/3 of House members approve it, then it would be up to senators to decide if Ekstrom should be removed from office. Reporting from the State House, I'm Mary Green.
Mary, thank you. And one of those senators' big questions was how this significant of a mistake occurred. Comptroller General Ekstrom says the state accounting system had been double counting money transferred to colleges and universities, which use different accounting systems.
Police in Sumter are asking for help finding a suspect in an armed robbery and shooting that seriously injured a man. 26-year-old Ronnie Abram is wanted on multiple charges, including attempted murder, armed robbery, and kidnapping. Deputies say they were called out to a home on Tudor Street on February 7th. That's where they say a group of armed men went into the victim's home and shot him. The victim is recovering. Anyone with information can reach out to Crime Stoppers or Sumter Police.
Some mobile home renters in South Congaree have until the end of the day to pack up and leave their homes.
Their mobile home parks are closing after their heavily scrutinized landlord lost her business licenses this fall.
Our chief investigative reporter Chris Joseph went to the park area and talked with the renters about what's next.
Thursday was move-out day for mobile home renters across South Congaree. For some, it was the end of an era and the beginning of an uncertain future.
You know, we grew a family in this park. I can't name one trailer out here that we don't know.
Are y'all moving out today?
Yeah.
Okay, and then where are you going?
Hotel.
Hotel?
Yep.
And then after that?
Found something too.
The renters had been renting from Naomi Halter, who owned
And we apologize. We are having some technical difficulties there, and we'll work to get that story on air. But important to note, in January, Halter was arrested for renting out a mobile home in South Congaree without a business license. She paid a fine and restitution in February.
All right, folks, we're going to be tracking some showers and maybe a strong storm or two during the day tomorrow. Now, most of your day will be just fine, but the most inclement weather will be moving through in the evening hours. We'll take a closer look at how your forecast will play out coming up.
It's Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m. Skechers, 40% off. Ruby Road Coordinates, $17. Easter and Spring Flags, $5 garden, $10 home. Fleece Throws, 5 for $10. Designer handbags, $22. Microfiber sheet sets, $10. And small pet beds, $5.49. Hamrick's Moonlight Madness sale with special hours till 10 p.m.
What do all these cars have in common? They are backed by Hudson. Drive with peace of mind knowing that your next pre-owned vehicle is backed by Hudson's 7-day exchange policy, 3-month, 3,000-mile warranty, and so much more. Shop over 900 like-new, completely reconditioned pre-owned vehicles, all backed by Hudson.
If it has our name on it, you have our word on it. We're still having fun, and we're still the one.
WIS News 10 in HD is sponsored by McWhorter Bellinger & Associates. I'm Pat McWhorter. Injured? Call McWhorter Bellinger & Associates for a free consultation.
We know insurance companies are happy to take your money every month, but after an accident, when it comes time to pay you, they'll try to keep as much of your money as they can.
Don't let them keep all your money. If you want to get all the money you deserve, call George Sink Entry Lawyers at all nines.
My family and I just wanted to stay in the attic at night. The owners called Critter Ritter. They said we were a nuisance. Can you believe that?
Those animals don't care, but we do, and it shows in the quality of our work, serving the Midlands for nearly 2 decades. Give us a call today for your free inspection.
Guys, it's almost sunset. Critter Ritter is on the way. We better flap out of here.
Okay, boss, we're just hanging around trying to get a little shut-eye.